I know.
Okay, we are settling. Fabulous. Hello, everyone. Hello and welcome. Welcome to New Haven, welcome to Yale, and welcome to the 10th anniversary edition of the Caribbean Digital, for those who know, TCDX. Welcome. We're so excited and thrilled to have you here. Yeah, all the things, very kind of moved and amazed and grateful. So I'm looking out at a packed room, a lot of original members of this cast of characters, the OGs, as well as a few really brand new faces. So that's also exciting to see that, we built a thing. We built a thing that seems to be worth celebrating. So I'm really happy to be here. I am standing up here in front of you all today on behalf of a whole world of folks who've been the human, the intellectual, and the institutional brick and mortar of this operation, this Caribbean digital venture. So I don't want to get too deep into this welcome before speaking two of their names out loud and up front. Alex Heel and Kelly Baker-Joseph down in front, if you could just. For the past decade, Alex, Kelly, and I have been partners, collaborators, teammates, co-combatants, and work spouses. And somehow we still like each other. We know for real, and we like each other enough to keep working together and to keep building and doing new stuff. And I think that's a testament to how we communicate with one another, how we complement one another, and how much we enjoy one another intellectually and otherwise. And so I'm going to give you the TCD origin story as I remember it, or at least the highlights. I have the mic, so you guys will have to back channel if there's anything I'm leaving out. But this is the way I remember this thing coming together. So it was more than a decade ago, and Kelly and I had already been involved in a couple of common analog projects. I was a regular at her Caribbean Epistemologies working group at CUNY, and we'd also started writing and reading together in a small Caribbeanist literature working group. We were both involved also in Small Acts and maybe some other stuff that I'm forgetting, but those are the kind of big ones. But then anyway, in the fall of 2012, Hurricane Alex blew into town, and to those of you who know him, you know exactly what I mean, and for those of you who don't yet know him, you trust me, you will understand exactly what that means. So yeah, cut to a couple months later, and I actually went back through my emails to get this timing right. Cut to a couple months later, and it would seem that I needed Kelly's input on some of the things that Alex was telling me, because when he came to talk to me, he basically told me that I needed to try new things. And suffice to say, this was not a soft sell. So I went to Kelly. I said, so hey, Kelly, I met this guy. His name's Alex, new digital scholarship librarian here at Columbia, Césaire expert, lots of energy, lots of energy, lots of ideas. Anyway, he basically told me that I better start thinking digitally if I don't want to become entirely obsolete. I was like, I'm not scared or anything, Kelly, but should we do something? And Kelly, of course, was game. She had already been publishing SX Salon online since 2010, and so her foot was solidly in the digital door. Fast forward another few months, and Kelly, Alex, and I found ourselves in real and in virtual rooms. Back then, it must have been Skype. Remember Skype? And we found ourselves talking in earnest with some other folks who have since become our collaborator besties, and people like Laurent Dubois here in front, Vince Brown, who's either here or will be soon, and a few others, David Scott, Ian Balcom, Brent Edwards. And together, we built a working group that we named the Digital Black Atlantic Project. I don't know if anyone remembers DBAP, our cool name. And then we also launched the Caribbean Digital, this event, this annual gathering of digi-capable and digi-curious Caribbeanist scholars and artists that's still chugging along today. TCD has managed to keep going since then across new institutions with new partnerships in new formats. We've traveled from Columbia and Barnard to the University of the West Indies in Trinidad and Tobago, to the University of Virginia, to the University of Puerto Rico, and now here to Yale, where we get to do this with another collaborator bestie. Where are you, Marlene Dowd? There you are, back there. And this group of people we have, we're calling the Caribbeanists at Yale. We don't have a cool acronym, but we have a vibe. So watch this space. And here and elsewhere, we've been able to do the main thing we set about trying to do from the get-go. That is to make space. To make space that you all can count on to have your back in whatever ways possible. space for networking across the lingo-national borders that are the stubborn legacies of European and US American colonialism, space for convening despite the hindrances of State Department bureaucracy and global pandemics, and space for having digital Caribbeanist work peer-reviewed and published within an academy that too often has a hard time seeing and appreciating the Caribbean as a valuable site of knowledge production. To that latter end, this conference became the point of origin for the dozens of peer-reviewed scholarly articles published in Archipelago's journal, alone, not to mention other places. It has led to collectively generated bibliographies for both Aimé Césaire and Kamal Brathwaite. It's produced a collective translation of Césaire's Notebook of a Return to the Native Land, a Keywords in Caribbean Studies project, and an ever-growing directory of Caribbean digital scholarship, which Alex cutely named Caridisco. So to state the obvious, we believe in the work of this community. We believe that the Academy needs to know about all of the extraordinary things that this community is capable of. And so to wrap up, and before thanking the wider group of supporters I haven't yet mentioned, I want to paraphrase a part of Alex and my introduction to the most recent issue of Archipelagos, which I'm sure you all poured over, so excuse the repetition. It seems as good a time as any to ask, or to say the quiet part out loud. Why do this digital? That's a question that hums steady in the background of all the work we do. It's a question we should all be asking ourselves, our collaborators, and our students at all stages of all the projects we take on. We know that the digital is not salvation. It's as vulnerable to the hierarchies, the bigotries, and the biases of the colonial order and its afterlives as are the analog spaces that so many of us have long been working to disrupt. So given this, given that to engage with the digital in the context of our research and our teaching means navigating not only the landmines of modern history, but also those presented by tools and technologies that are changing at an unprecedentedly breathless pace. Given this, we must always be asking, what do we get for our digital trouble? Humanists before all else, Alex, Kelly, and I, and likely many of us here in this room this afternoon, we'd answer that the get is more and sometimes better questions. Old questions asked and answered in new ways, new questions surface to the ones and zeros of our code. We take nothing for granted in our digital praxis, and so any space that we've tried to make has been built for questions and questioning, for unsettling all things endlessly. So I and we are truly grateful for your presence in this space, for your collegiality and for your creativity over these past 10 years. If TCD is still here, it's because you all keep coming back, so thank you. And speaking of gratitude, I want to end here with some final words of thanks. Thank you to our host, Yale University, and to the AV team here for helping us get set up both physically in this space and virtually out there. We also want to thank the Mellon Foundation, whose incredible financial support enabled us to bring this many people here for these conversations over these 2 days. So we're very, very grateful to Mellon for that. Thank you to University of Texas at Austin doctoral student and our Mellon Grant archivist, Clifton Sorrell, and to our Barnard College undergraduate workers who are out here in the audience. There we go, holding the camera. Sincere thanks also to University of Miami doctoral candidate Gabrielle Saint-Louis, in the back, raise your hand, who's provided crucial support throughout the development of our program. And finally, a heartfelt thank you to University of Santa Barbara doctoral candidate Andreina Soto, standing next to Alex back there. We're going to clap a few times for him. Andreina is our Mellon Grant Associate Director, GAD, aka GAD, aka God, as Alex has preferred to pronounce it, and justifiably, I would say, in many ways. It is literally no exaggeration to say that this year's singularly ambitious event would not have been possible, like really would not have been possible without Andreina's meticulous, tireless, and somehow always warm-spirited organizational prowess. Alex, Kelly, and I have a lot on our respective plates, and we can be a hot mess. Actually, really mostly Alex and I, not so much Kelly, but still, from day one. Andreina has been both rigorous and full of grace in keeping us in line, and so we are very, very grateful. Andreina, thank you. And so that's it. Once again, thank all of you for being here with us today. We hope you enjoyed the program. We hope you enjoy spending this time in one another's company, that some new connections are forged and new imaginations are nurtured, and onward with the program. Thank you. I'm Kelly Josephs, Baker Josephs.
we wanted a place on the program to remember Halcyon Lawrence, who we lost on October 29th of this year. We also lost 2 days ago Angel Nieves, who was a member of our larger Black and post-colonial digital humanities communities. And I'd like to acknowledge his passing as well. So just wanted to show the pictures. Despite having to face so much loss, so much unexpected loss, we have not become accustomed to it. We are still shaken by the spaces that Halcyon and Angel have left in our worlds. For us, the work we do with technology brings us closer. The digital does not create distance. So please join me in a moment of silence for Halcyon Lawrence and Angel Nieves. We'll keep going for a moment. So, Halcyon. It's a little pixelated, but I wanted to show her speaking about what she loved. Halcyon was a vibrant member of our Caribbean digital community. Many of you can immediately remember her smile, which was all-encompassing and possibly the first thing you noticed about Halcyon. Next might have been the warmth of her Trinidadian voice and how welcome she made you feel. I met Halcyon when she presented at TCD5 in 2018 at the University of the West Indies, St. Augustine. I will always remember the title of Halcyon's paper, which I'll try to do justice. She said, "Siri, make me speak like a freshwater Yankee." I did not do well, but she could say it. Her work on what she called, quote, the innate bias of speech technologies was integral to how we understand the, quote, sustained marginalization and delegitimization of accented speakers of the English language. Earlier this year, Halcyon taught in our Caribbean Digital Scholarship Institute. She taught the Critical Digital Pedagogies course, and over the week, she created a little family with her participants. After the summer, she continued to work with her group. This is a picture of her group of Caribbean digital scholars, and they were in the midst of creating a manifesto on, quote, what is critical digital pedagogy for and of the Caribbean. Given Halcyon's work was so engaged with the power of sound and voice, I would like to close this remembrance of her by playing a small clip of her contribution to that manifesto. Before I do that, my thanks to CDSC, who is a member of the Critical Digital Pedagogy course this summer, who is also here today, for sharing and is also pictured here with Halcyon, for sharing Halcyon's recording with me so that I could play it here. And so that we could hear her voice as we remember her. Please work.
What is critical digital pedagogy for or of the Caribbean? It is an urgent and necessary decolonial and liberatory practice that carefully and intentionally uses digital tools, platforms, and spaces to center the peoples of the Caribbean and her diaspora towards knowledge-making and sharing.
Thank you.
What is critical digital pedagogy?
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the, now, what would you like to do? Would you like to just come up?
During Q&A is when
The Q&A, okay. So first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to announce people's names. And what I'd like for you to do is look up their bios. I'm not going to read their whole entire bios for you. So if you can go to this TCD page, I do believe it's at the bottom of that first page. That's where it's located. Okay, so first up, we have Tanya M. Rios Marrero from the Digital Library of the Caribbean. Please come up. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me okay? Okay. My name is Tanya Rios. I am an archivist and librarian based in San Juan, Puerto Rico. I'm also the project coordinator for the Digital Library of the Caribbean, or DLOC, also known as DLOC. DLOC is a digital library that preserves and provides open access to cultural, historical, and research materials from and about the Caribbean. DLOC is a post-custodial digital library made up of 90 partner institutions that contribute materials and that share governance over the organization. More than a repository alone, DLOC has, for the last 20 years, served as a hub for teaching and research initiatives and as a network in support of scholars, partners, educators, and broader publics. We are in the midst of a major grant initiative called Revitalizing DLOC, made possible with support from the Mellon Foundation. The project has a number of programmatic areas that I'll highlight here. I'll spend most time just talking about their educational resources project. In addition to that, we're developing what's called the Caribbean Collections Handbook Series. Over the next few years, we will be releasing several introductory guides in Spanish, English, and French on a variety of library information topics such as web archiving, digital collection development, conservation in tropical environments, and more. We're also designing and facilitating a program called the Intensive Planning Engagement Series. We're engaging 3 to 4 of our partner institutions each year in a year-long collaborative exchange meant to learn and consult on partner needs and priorities relevant to their collections. Each partner institution will work closely with a collections consultant. Together, they'll discuss and plan and vision and problem solve around their needs and priorities. And in the end, collaboratively, develop a 3 to 5 year strategic plan, which will be shared openly so that other Caribbean cultural heritage institutions can learn from the strategic planning work of others. We're also in the midst of building our rights advisory network. This is a group coming together to provide sustained collaborative assistance to our partners and to our users on topics relevant to copyright, control, ownership, privacy, and other matters relevant to the ethical creation and use and reuse of digital archives and digital collections. And finally, we're in an exciting moment with our educational resources project. In this project, we are providing stipends to educators to create and share teaching materials for Caribbean studies, particularly teaching materials that build upon and use digital archives in some way. So DLOC is bringing these resources together and will be publishing them under the project title Teaching the Caribbean. This is a forthcoming digital publication of teaching tools and resources with the aim of invigorating and promoting open educational resources and open educational practices. Open educational practices being the practices of retain, reuse, revise, remix, and redistribute. With this project, aside from just bringing the materials together, we're really envisioning an exercise in building teaching networks. So with teaching workshops and network gatherings to follow publication of the first set of resources in fall of 2024. And I want to acknowledge and celebrate that this project stems from a long history of efforts within the DLOC network to create and share teaching materials for Caribbean studies. So honored and excited to be building from the hard work and vision of many, many colleagues over many years to make this possible. This is a digital publishing project. DLOC is partnering with the Library Publishing Imprint of the University Press of Florida to provide a number of publishing services to our resource creators. For example, we'll be facilitating translation of a number of projects. I'm so excited that several of our first set of resources will be available in Spanish, French, and in Haitian Creole. Also, we're facilitating peer review. We have a wonderful, very talented OER advisory committee that will be reading and engaging creators with constructive feedback. So we awarded stipends to 15 projects in our first year. These projects really range, again, in terms of language, but also in topical coverage, geographic coverage, and resource type. Here on the slide are just a few of the projects forthcoming in 2024. So there's a wonderful reader for Anglophone Caribbean Media Studies. There's a syllabus and teaching guide forthcoming from the Haitian Studies Association. There are teaching guides on cartography and biodiversity forthcoming from Create Caribbean Research Institute in Dominica. There are Haitian economic history reference tools, course modules on the Raizal people of San Andres, and a podcast series and teaching guide on films of the Cuban diaspora, and so much more. I also just wish to take this opportunity to plug our next call for proposals, which will be in February of 2024. The resource types we're supporting include syllabi, assignments, lesson plans, course modules, curated primary source sets, basically any material that can be used to teach about the Caribbean, and that promotes and builds upon digital archives, digital collections in some way. And again, we're really excited about this being a educator network building project and process as a digital pedagogy network building process. So we welcome your participation, your collaboration, your knowledge, your insight, and your engagement in this and in all that DLOC is working on right now. So please be in touch. Thanks so much for listening.
Thank you very much for accepting our presentation. We are happy to be here. My name is Miresa Gonzalez. I have been working with a huge number of people on this project for the last 2 years, almost 3, one of them in Nila. So we are going to try to condense into 15 minutes everything that we have been doing, yes, and that has been done. So, acervos documentales de Puerto Rico y el Caribe, colecciones patrimoniales at UPR Rio Piedras is a preservation and access kind of project that has been happily funded by the NEH under the American Rescue Plan. And at the very beginning, the calendar of actions was planned for 18 months, but then that extended to 24 months, and we finished happy. And then the whole project last November the 30th. So this is like a newborn. This is a project that tried to leverage on the whole COVID situation to come up with a good excuse in front of our institution of why we needed to preserve these particular collections. We are working with 4 collections, and that the plan was not only to work on preservation, but also on access. And we want to talk a little bit about what that entails when working with a number of scholars, academics, librarians, archivists, grad students, undergrad students, you know, the whole bunch. We work with 4 different seminal centers or research centers under documentary collections. These are comprised of unique materials and objects cared for these 4 units: Centro de Investigaciones Históricas, a documentary and bibliographic repository affiliated to our College of Humanities, dedicated but not limited to historical research on Puerto Rico and the Caribbean. Colección Josefina del Toro Fulladosa, our library, rare books and special collection repository. Seminario de Historia del Arte, a documentary and bibliographic repository affiliated to our College of Humanities Art History program. and Seminario Multidisciplinario José Emilio González, which offers services and support to the academic programs of the College of Humanities, providing information, resources, and coordinating the cataloging of materials from their seminars, from the seminars and research centers, and documentation of cultural production of the College of Humanities. So the first collection that we work with is what we call the agricultural schedules of the 1935 Special Census of Puerto Rico, also known as the Censo de Riqueza de 1935. This was a census that was only produced for Puerto Rico for particular reasons that then we can, at the end talk a little bit about why was that was produced only for Puerto Rico. And this particular project was possible because of agreement that we were able to achieve with the United States National Archives and Records Administration, NARA, Office of Innovation. They allowed us to get all the images that they had digitalized already. And so that was a huge accomplishment for our college. The second collection is the Alfred Nemours, the Historia de Haití. This collection was acquired by the main library back in 1952. It focuses mainly on Toussaint Love. Thank you. And sorry. And the revolutionary, I have been crying, and the revolutionary processes that began in 1789 and concluded in 1804 with the independence of the Second Republic in the hemisphere and the first Black Republic in the world. It contains manuscripts, books, maps, documents, pamphlets, paintings, engraving, photographs, three-dimensional objects, and textiles of interest to undergraduate and graduate students, researchers on Haiti and the Caribbean, and people interested in Historia Haitiana, especially the revolution and the 19th century history. And this was challenging in that we work with a librarian and we work with a historian. And we have to become like the translators for both of them to be able to work together. But what came out of that, what resulted is a beautiful project. The collection of catalogs of Puerto Rican artists is part of, it contains catalogs of individual art exhibits held in Puerto Rico and abroad by 674 contemporary Puerto Rican artists. The collection is available for those interested in contemporary art in Puerto Rico. These materials also serve as reference materials for research projects and as support resources for art courses in our art history program. Finally, the Victoria Espinosa collection offers documentation on theater productions directed by renowned Puerto Rican theater director and educator and Black person, Victoria Espinosa, an important figure in Puerto Rico theater and a beloved former professor of our drama department. The collection includes hand programs, posters, newspaper clippings, sets, costume and lighting designs, prop inventories, director's scripts, handwritten notes, photos, and manuscripts of interest to undergraduate and graduate performing arts students, as well as researchers, performers, and scholars.
Hi, Mila Aponte, also part of the project. So how we embarked on this, and you're gonna see the pictures, we're all wearing masks. So we're working on this in the middle of the COVID pandemic we had no access to the collections. It was very challenging, which is why it took us a bit longer than we expected to complete the project. We decided on focusing on three main areas: preservation, access, and dissemination. In terms of preservation, we took basic conservation measures. Again, we had very little and limited access to the collections. We purchased preservation materials. We got professional training on minimal processing and preservation treatments for the collections to stabilize them during, the lockout. And we also actually did some treatments on the collections, particularly on the Nemours collection. We also digitized, which we usually think of in terms of access, but we also approach this as a way of preserving the materials, so they can be extended for longer because of mishandling. The less you have to handle it, because you can access it online, the better. Obviously, once you have digitized objects, they need to be preserved as well. So we took the basic best practice, which is as many backup copies as you can manage. We did, we got a bunch of copies. We kept them in hard drives in the centros. We kept them in the cloud storage provided by the university. Right now is OneDrive and Google Drive. That might change. And as an additional measure, because hurricane season, Puerto Rico, we cannot just keep everything in one place. We're hosting the materials in our digital repository and also in the digital library of the Caribbean. So that way we can diversify the preservation of these materials that we digitized. In terms of access, we had the challenge of having very unique and diverse materials, and we wanted them to talk to one another and for people to be able to search them in a way that made sense across collections. So on the one hand, we had to harmonize how to organize and describe them, and on the other one, we had to honor the specificity and context. To harmonize the cross referencing of the collections, we decided on using Dublin Core. It also allowed us to create cross-platform data exchange with the different databases that we use in Puerto Rico. But obviously we adapted Dublin Core to our particular needs. To be consistent in how we described it, and also to comply with UPR libraries system, we use Library of Congress control vocabularies for names and subjects. And for document types, we use the thesaurus of Getty Art and Architecture. And then to reflect the thematic and linguistic diversity, we developed keywords in Spanish. And we also developed descriptions in both Spanish and English to help make these materials more accessible. To be able to not just describe them, but to be able to circulate them, we decided on a distribution output that would be as uniform as possible for all the different materials. And you'll see in the pictures some of the materials are very diverse. So we opted to use optimized PDF and whenever possible to process with OCR to be able to expand the search and retrieval and not just for the cataloging that we developed. And to be able to circulate these materials in a responsible way, we embedded metadata to each of those access copies. So once those PDFs are out in the world, you can actually check the embedded metadata and understand where it's coming from, the source, the context, etc. And that takes us to dissemination. Okay.
So, knowing that the technological infrastructure of Rio Piedras is lacking of a lot of things, we decided to come up with dissemination structure based on the tools that are offered by Omega. Mainly because at the time, we were looking for flexible open source platforms. We were looking for items to be able to be displayed with their associated metadata. We were also considering web accessibility features, and Omega, offers them. Plugin interaction like geolocation, hypotheses, and other kind of apps that were also useful, for the searchability of the items and also for the interaction of the items. And also we run different focal groups with possible stakeholders and users of the platform and the collections, and we got good approval. So in that sense, we were able to check all the boxes of the things that we needed for the platform to work with. And having said that, this is our baby. This is how it looks. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hacer voz documentales de Puerto Rico y el Caribe. It has a plugin that you can click on and you will get everything also in English. And there is a small barcode here that you can take a picture of and you can get to the Omeka page. We decided to run with the Omeka Net instead of the Omeka Classic on the Omeka S. And we can later on discuss why was that. We explore all the options and we consider this to be the one that better fits the needs of the project.
I know we're almost out of time, so I'm gonna skip a few of the slides to give you at a glance what you're gonna find when you visit our website. So I'm gonna skip. Okay, for the Namur collection, you are gonna see a sample because we didn't upload everything. We digitized 261 and actually described 221, 9 of them. But you can find 199 documents for the collection. And we added hyperlinked access points to help navigate and make sense of the collections for people who are not familiar with the contents. So we have 29 subject headings, 22 topics, 31 institutions, and 116 prominent individuals as hyperlinks that you can click and see documents pertaining to these political figures. For the catalog of individual artists in Puerto Rico, we have 78 individual artists listed, so you can click and see materials for each one of them, as well as 8 subject headings by artistic genre. We have 205 catalogs as a sample on the website. For the Victoria Espinosa, we have 282 documents uploaded, and although we scanned and digitized and described more than 1,000, you can find 10 theater productions by title and 4 subject headings related to arts and theater criticism and staging. And for the Sensorica, as Mirza said, the whole collection was uploaded and you can actually navigate it by geolocation. You can see the pueblos, the municipalities. You can see by region, by pueblo. If a pueblo has more than one census document, you see a cluster, you can click on it. And once you click on it, you can see the document and all the associated metadata. And key takeaways, we can talk about them during the Q&A because I know that we're running out of time. So I invite you guys to visit our website while our next speaker comes to the table. Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Valeria Solorzano. Originally I'm from Venezuela, so this project's very close to my heart. I'm a PhD student at Cornell University. And this project kind of mirrors my dissertation. So before kind of delving into my methodology for the project and the project itself, I just want to provide brief kind of social historical context. So the mass exodus from Venezuela has been ongoing since around 2014. And there's been kind of a displacement of over 7 million people kind of displaced across international borders. So right now, Venezuela and Venezuelans are kind of in an interesting position because we are undergoing a process of reassembling our cultural identities, families, and traditions as we kind of learn what it means to be a part of a growing diaspora, as well as kind of embody this new diasporic identity, which is kind of unprecedented in our country's history. So kind of going from there, I started thinking about artists of the Venezuelan diaspora, or what I term the Venezuela, in my research and in this project, because among the Venezuelans who are currently immigrating from Venezuela are artists, and their artworks and practices have become a place to negotiate this emerging identity. And it's often overlooked in media and scholarly work, which is kind of where I want to intervene. And here's a portrait by Ronan Piso-Ferrato, who's an Afro-Venezuelan artist currently based in Bern, Switzerland, who I work closely with. And photographed here is a Venezuelan child migrant in Cucuta, photographed in 2019. So as I kept kind of brainstorming what to do with all this, what I learned to be metadata that I was collecting and all these images, and working with the digital collab at Cornell University, I kind of stumbled upon Collection Builder, and it kind of provided the perfect opportunity for me to start building a digital collection And as they state on their website, it is an open source tool for creating digital collections and exhibit websites that's driven by metadata and powered by static web technology. So the static web technology aspect of Collection Builder was vital to my project because I wanted it to be accessible to the most people across borders, countries, whoever varying like accessibilities in terms of like technology and devices. So this stood out to me when I started thinking about creating this project and engaging with digital collections. So the project is still very much in its genesis. Again, it mirrors my dissertation, and the dissertation is ongoing, as is this project. But at the moment, it primarily functions as an experimental platform that can guide a general audience in discovering artists of the Venezuela. VAP, in its abbreviation, tries to bring together Venezuelan artists in this like vast digital space who are kind of all displaced across international borders of varying backgrounds, identities, and locations. The collection kind of focuses on artists who are peripheral to the nation. And what I mean by that, it focuses on queer artists, Afro-Venezuelan artists, indigenous artists, and female artists. But all are kind of welcomed, and I'm looking at artists across all backgrounds, not just those specific artists. And it also acts as an archival work in process that chronicles contemporary artistic movements and practices of the Venezuela. And the platform intends to be open to anyone who's curious about Venezuela and the contemporary artistic movement that's emerging from this diaspora. But primarily, I kind of want it to be a space for curators, gallery owners, and museum institutions to find and engage Venezuelan artists who have been active from the 1990s to the present. So I kind of wanted to quickly show my metadata and kind of how it manifests on the site. As I mentioned, it's very much a work in progress. So the Excel sheet you see on this slide is kind of my main kind of working sheet. Currently on the site, there are about 150 artists, but in total I have over 200 on the Excel site. So the site needs to be kind of on the Excel sheet, but the site needs to be constantly updated. So yeah, in my metadata sheet, I have the artists with the varying information such as name, date of birth, location, artistic practice, portfolios, etc. My observations and questions that kind of emerge as I kind of go through this project. So what's great about Collection Builder is it's not totally intuitive, but it is intuitive in the sense of what it does with the metadata, which I really enjoy. So for the artist pages, my metadata is already kind of embedded for a general audience to view. And so these two artists, again, Ronald Piso-Ferrato, who I mentioned before, and Lexi Bada are two artists who I work closely with. Lexi Bada is a queer Venezuelan American who primarily works in photojournalism, photographing queer communities across the Venezuela and in Venezuela. And so what I intend for these artist pages to kind of do for an audience is display kind of images from the artist portfolios, offer a brief description of them and their work, their location, their practice, and yeah, and a link to their portfolios. Another aspect of Collection Builder that I really enjoy in creating this site are the word cloud visualizations, which for me helps me tremendously in distinguishing patterns that are kind of emerging in my research. So for example, the locations of the artists, well, it's not perfect because my metadata isn't perfect. It's really interesting to see that the main location for most of my artists is indeed Venezuela, like Caracas, Venezuela. So it's, yeah, that's an interesting dynamic that I'm still trying to come to terms with and kind of analyze. And then for the subjects, it kind of links to the artistic practices. And the main ones that are emerging are painting and photography. So the bigger the word size, the more frequent and the more it emerges in the metadata. And so this is what like Collection Builder all does in the background, which is, I think, is great. And finally, there's an interactive map on the site that's active, and it's great because when you click on one of like the bubbled numbers, it kind of zooms in on the location, and each artist has a bubble when you zoom in on the location, and you can continue zooming in, and then eventually it can take you to the artist page. So it's what I like, it's like really engaging to the eye and interactive, and it allows you to kind of visualize the space that these artists are inhabiting. And finally, yeah, that's it. If you have any questions, please feel free to reach out. That's the project site and my email. And if you have any Venezuelan artists you'd recommend, drop me a line. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Today, my research partner, Paz Torres, and I, Valeria Solar-Güelle, will be presenting the project La Carolina de Santurce. This project is a digital repository for the oral history of San Mateo de Cangrejos, also known as Santurce, which is a region in Puerto Rico's metropolitan area. We have developed this project alongside Taller Comunidad Lagoico, one of the most renowned community and cultural centers in Puerto Rico as of now.
The story of Taller Comunidad Lagoico begins in 2017 with Hurricane Maria. Enduring a death toll of nearly 7,000 lives, Puerto Rico struggled to survive in the aftermath of infrastructural damage, housing insecurity, food shortages, roadless cities, among many other disasters. As international support was blocked by colonial politics, and governmental institutions neglected underserved communities, citizens across the archipelago began organizing through communal collaboration to reconstruct their cities. Upon that context, two community organizers named Mariana Reyes Angleró and Tito Matos summoned the PR37 Committee, a community-based organization that for almost 10 years was actively organizing community-centered cultural activities in the San Mateo de Cangrejos community, currently known as Santurce, Puerto Rico. Convening a diverse group of citizens composed of Liliana Garcia, Leo Villahermosa, Nicole Delgado, Ricardo Burgos, Pepe Rivera, and Joan Hill, who's joining us today in the audience, they created an action plan to reconstruct their community. To properly assess the necessities of every citizen in their community, the PR37 Committee decided to break into an abandoned public school called Pedro Heroico. The school was closed a year before by the Education Department of Puerto Rico under former Secretary of Education Julia Beatriz Kelleher, who was later incarcerated due to her actions. The closure of the school was part of a mass closure of public schools in 2016 that, in the opinion of the Secretary of Education, produced excessive economic expenditure due to the lack of students. However, the San Mateo de Cangrejos community was well aware of the true motives behind this abandonment. Schools are only deemed an economic expenditure when they serve a majority of Black and Brown students from poor households. Through communal organization at the school, they saved their neighborhood from belonging to another figure in the 7,000 death toll by organizing community-led activities. They organized cleaning brigades, they provided the elderly with clothes, and they fed the community. They made sure that no one was left behind. 5 years later, the PR37 Committee has rebranded into Taller Comunidad Lagoico. Taller Comunidad Lagoico is currently a cultural center that, through community-servant activities, psychological clinics, and diverse cultural workshops, promotes communal integration as a philosophical approach towards community building. After 5 years of post-disaster reconstruction, Taller Comunidad Lagoico was unable to predict that their community would be gentrified by tax-evading millionaires seeking to develop franchises on the island. These are the phases of gentrification and displacement. Together, they have bought nearly 50% of the properties of San Mateo de Cangrejos neighborhood. Together, they have contributed to the direct displacement of Puerto Rican communities exposed to the bureaucratic policies of a colonial government. Almost every citizen from the San Mateo de Cangrejos community has been displaced. Their homes have been sold to these millionaires. Their pharmacies have been turned into restaurants. Their movie theaters have been turned into hotels. Their memories at San Mateo de Cangrejos have been fractured by Airbnb commercials at the island paradise. Upon that context, Taller Comunidad Lagoico and UPR Caribe Digital identified a necessity to contribute to the archival of the oral histories of a community that is not only threatened by a rise in climate change disasters, but also threatened by displacement fears.
At the core of La Carolina de Santurce precisely lies the community organizing efforts carried out by Taller Comunidad Lagoico over the last 6 years. This is a project that centers on both the faces, as its title implies, and the voices of these residents. The semi-structured interviews enable them to navigate the spaces of their childhood, thus allowing their minds to wander through the gradual transformations and memories intricately woven into these spaces. Allow us to introduce some of these the individuals that Pat and I had the pleasure of interviewing. This is Israel Molina, owner of La Casa del Laurel, one of the few remaining traditional cafeterias on Calle Loíza before the current wave of gentrification. This is Leo Villahermosa, a multidisciplinary artist challenging gender roles. For instance, when he dances bomba, he wears a skirt which is typically reserved for female dancers. This is Mary Ilma Santiago, a social worker and sociologist sharing insights on preserving a sense of community for younger generations in Calle Loíza. This is Jose La Torre, our first interviewee, highlighting the role of the house or La Casa as a key community space during his youth. Lastly, we introduce Lester Nurse, an independent historian and sociologist delving into the erasure of Black history in San Mateo de Cangrejos, the first ever settlement founded by freed Black people in Puerto Rico. We would like to show you a 30-second clip of his interview.
Es el único pueblo en Puerto Rico fundado por gente negra, pero no
You have the
solamente
translation,
gente
by the way.
negra, sino negros libres, un siglo antes de la abolición de la esclavitud. Entonces, eso le da un toque de un pueblo fundado por gente negra a lo que es Santurce hoy. Ni idea de que fue un pueblo fundado por gente negra. O sea, la población ha sido sustituida en todo su largo y ancho de lo que es el sector. Su población ha sido sustituida.
All of these retellings inevitably led us to deep reflection as researchers, which is something that we quickly realized after the first interview. This is why we also designed an autoethnographic blog titled Los Espacios de la Memoria as a means to publish journal entries independently. Additionally, it serves as an anchor for everything that we do: the podcast, the binnacle, the photographic documentation, and additional resources to learn about Taller Comunidad Lagoico. Here's an excerpt from an entry Pat wrote after our first interview with Lester.
Upon finishing, an excited Lester showed us pictures he collected of the Cangrejero days before the current wave of displacement and gentrification. Here I made my third connection with him. Living life in awe of every simplicity that crosses my path is an attitude that has kept me afloat, even when I forget how to breathe. That is why I like to listen. That is why I like to capture. That is why I like to read, because it allows me to marvel at the world. And Lester is like that.
Delving into our sensibilities as researchers offers a comprehensive solution to the common criticism directed at digital humanists or scholars as a whole. These critiques typically center on the long-standing exploitative practices that academia has employed for centuries to gather information or data. Displayed on the screen are images capturing our engagement with the community, where residents actively share their feedback on our project. They felt comfortable commenting without hesitation, something that is invaluable to us. These pictures were taken by photographer Luis Edgardo Cotto, which is a photographer at the community. So, our research aims to humanize both the individuals being studied and the researchers themselves throughout the entire process. It focuses on addressing the primary concerns of gentrification and displacement in the daily lives of these people, while also proposing a way to document their stories for posterity. It centers on participatory methodologies, autoethnography, sound and photographic documentation, as well as affect theory and spatiality as our frameworks. Lastly, it results in a tangible product that benefits both Taller Comunidad Lagoico and the entire community, emphasizing that its value extends beyond academic satisfaction for us as scholars. And this is something that we really wanted to emphasize, the fact that usually when we, as scholars, we perform research projects, the intellectual property, the IP, ends up belonging to the university or to us. But here it goes back to the community, and they are very comfortable with us sharing it with you today. We really want to emphasize as well the presence of Joan Gil Rivera, which is one of the founders of Taller Comunidad La Hueco, and she has helped us throughout the entire process, and without her, we wouldn't have been able to have the community that we have built as we have gone on with this project. And yeah, with that, we will be concluding. It has been a pleasure sharing our research project with you today. Thank you for the incredible opportunity. We hope to hear from you. Here is also our research mentor, which is Elidio La Torre Lagares. So any questions that you have, you can email him. This is the entire team as well. And this is our Spotify team. So our Spotify.
Okay, so does anyone have any questions for our presenters? Nicole, you just made eye contact. Oh, we have a hand out there? Hold on.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you all. That was also rich. Y'all fired me up. So for the last group that went, who was the oldest participant, if you don't mind me asking? And then also, where are they being relocated to if they're being displaced? Where are they going to?
Our community leader, she confirmed it was Lesterners, the person that we played right now for the clip, it was him. So, yeah.
I think he's like around his 70s, 80s.
Yes.
And you also asked where are they like going?
Yeah.
Well, it's, you know, the migration is like constantly moving from place to place, because what this gentrifiers do is that, so Puerto Rico, essentially, people are poor. So we don't buy property, we rent property. So what they do is just they keep buying apartments and like all around the metropolitan area. And they turn them into Airbnbs. So people, what they do is just keep like, they keep looking for other places to live, other places to rent that are not like excessively high. Yeah.
I'm glad that you brought up the age, because one of the main things that we also had as our purpose is that if you notice, a lot of these people are old, you know, and the community in general, a lot of old people are the people that are left, because a lot of them migrate. The young people study and they migrate and they leave. And so it was very important for us to do these interviews so that their stories are shared for posterity.
Here's another question.
Thank you. It's a question to all panelists. Future projects, how would you plan to engage communities in the university, in Santurce, and in other contexts with your projects? What are you planning to do in the future with these collections? Yeah.
As you get ready to answer, and also when you think you're done, what is your idea of, like you said, this is your newborn, what practices have you put in place for maintenance and sustaining these?
Yes, well, we have been trying to get the resources that we need, at least with people interested within the College of Humanities and the university at large, you know, so that they could be gentle and put their time and effort volunteering to work with these projects. Also, we have been actively seeking for funding with NEH and Mellon, thanks to CDSC, which, you know, Pat and Valeria are kind of, you know, resulting, the project are resulting from those funds. So, you know, it's a challenging endeavor, and we all understand that, but we are fully committed with, you know, the final goal, which is that we could keep participating with communities in the documentation of their memories and the voices. I don't know if you want to say something else like that, but
I mean, Mila, you want to expand?
See, Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. It's an excellent question. Feel like, yeah, my project's very much in its genesis. I started it in June of this year. All the artists, like over the 200 artists that I have, I'm in constant contact with them, and it's very much a reciprocal relationship. It's not just kind of taking on my end. So yeah, there's very much an engagement with the artists who I work with and kind of what they want to see on the site, which led to me kind of choosing Collection Builder, which is a very minimalist design, but it is a static web, so it's accessible all over the world. And yeah, it is a lot of work to constantly maintain it. But yeah, it's a one-woman show right now. I'd like to seek out more funding for it, and kind of go from there. But yeah, the maintenance is all on me in between of just, yeah, being a PhD student and doing everything else. Yeah.
So I would like to add that our project is an ongoing project. In January, we're gonna start working on our second season for the podcast. We're gonna interview like the people that founded Taller Comunidad La Oico and those who are developing cultural projects. Taller Comunidad La Oico, I would also like to add that we're also seeking funding and resources like any other community center project, but we're looking for resources to train the community of San Mateo de Cangrejo so that they can continue with the project when we're gone, because this is a project for the community and they should also have a say in like how they carry out the project. And we would also like to do the project in other places other than Santurce, because the story of gentrification and displacement is not exclusive to Santurce and the metropolitan area of Puerto Rico. Also is Vieques, just like your project argues. We also have Rincon, Ponce, San Anton. All these places are also getting gentrified. So just extending the project all across Puerto Rico.
I think that we all share this idea of the post-custodial. The idea that we're not acquiring and keeping things, but we're almost like midwives. Yeah, we help give birth, but we don't keep the child. So we're helping the community to learn and to think with them on these projects, and then to give them the tools so they can keep doing it themselves. Like we have certain expertise, but we're not the experts on the topic or of the stories. We're not the owners of the stories. We're acompañando, we're keeping them company while they tell the story. And we can, that dialogue helps them illuminate what the pressing questions are. So just to listen attentively is a way of also creating sustainability for these projects, because at the end of the day, it's about people. We also document everything in nice Excel sheets so we can keep, migrating these materials to new platforms as they come, because we have, as Mirza said, no funding. So we keep everything very, very well described so that we can migrate everything to new digital houses as, the projects grow or the needs change.
Yes, we have one more question. And then we will break for coffee. I know you smell it wafting up.
My question is for Tanya. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about your experiences with educators from the Caribbean. Like, have they been reaching out? Have you reached out? That type of thing, in rewriting Caribbean history.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I've been, I'm really just kind of following off of what you were saying about thinking about community engagement and the approach to community engagement, and thinking about these post-custodial library models, and also thinking about libraries as network and relationship building projects ultimately. That's how I see Digital Library of the Caribbean. It's really based in relationships. And so, I have been working with DLOC now for 2 years, and I come I don't have a background in education necessarily, but DLOC as an institution has existed for 20 years now. And what really makes DLOC shine and ultimately what its impact is in its relationships and its relationship building and the values around relationship building that the people of the organization make up. And so even being with DLOC for 2 years, being relatively a new person in DLOC, I feel that I've entered a web of relationships. And as someone who doesn't necessarily have a background in education, but who has a background in community organizing and in community engagement, I'm able to have a one-on-one with an educator in the Caribbean and say, who should I talk to next? And who needs to be part of this conversation, who's not? And 10, 15 names just like will kind of branch from that one conversation with that one person. And there are so many one-to-one conversations that I've been having since starting and building from this project. And it's been amazing to meet people in this way, having people recommend me to others and having people point me in directions. And so I've been building an engagement and outreach strategy that is Caribbean focused and Caribbean centered, and getting to know what are the academic departments and centers that have teaching and learning committees, and who those folks are, and how I can get in touch with them, and also the community centers that are also engaged in teaching and learning projects as well, right? Thinking about these teaching guides and these teaching tools and resources as things that can be employed in academic spaces, but also outside of academic spaces, in community and popular education spaces as well. I'm really excited about the application of these teaching tools and materials in popular education spaces. These teaching tools and materials being developed by Caribbean educators in a variety of settings. So yeah, outreach and engagement plan is evolving always. If you have ideas about Caribbean educators that I need to be in touch with, please let me know. Please let me know. This is really about a network. So I'm really excited to meet you and to meet anyone who has ideas on this.
If we could thank our first round of presenters.
I won't start. The slides aren't that exciting. Okay, so thank you so much for having me again. Okay, I want to start this paper with a couple of caveats, if I may. The first is to say I'm not an expert in Caribbean studies or literature, and I'm really thrilled to have the opportunity to benefit from the expertise of so many of you in the room and online. So as just a bit of explanation, my background is in Anglophone literature and its relationship to book and media history, and this paper comes out of a project called Programming Literature. That book brings together a group of people here, best known today for their literary activities, and details the specifics of their engagement with computing. Basically pre-1990s, I should say. All of the writers I discussed demonstrate a lengthy, sometimes decades-long commitment to computation. The specifics of that engagement varies from professional programmer to hobbyist, from a theoretical interest in code to a practical interest in word processing. And that variety is deliberate. I trace the specific material and intellectual journeys of those writers, in part as a recovery exercise. Some of the details just haven't been available outside of archives, to tell those untold stories of their computer work. One of those chapters, as you might gather, focuses on Kamal Brathwaite and the creolization of computing, as I'm calling it. So it takes as its focus Caribbean poet and scholar Kamal Brathwaite's exuberant experiments with PC desktop publishing, his Sycorax aesthetics in the 1980s and beyond. Brathwaite came to the machine not as an early adopter or programmer, but as the purchaser of an American-made mass-market item and an inexpert, at the beginning anyway, user of word processing software. And I guess part of the thing I was trying to do in the research that led to this paper and the chapter is to think about not just only the individual kind of computer use, but sort of wider computing contexts, because as much as I'm interested in the devices and how these writers were using them, I'm also really interested in the kind of horizons of expectation and kind of cultural context out of which their engagement with computing is emerging, which sort of leads me to wider than the individual questions. So overall, the chapter draws on archival discoveries and an expanding body of scholarship on the digital Caribbean, much of which was written by people in this room, attending to the specifics of the computing culture and intellectual tradition in which Brathwaite was enmeshed. It argues that Brathwaite conceived of his word processing activities as a means of decolonizing the modernist literary project. No big surprise there for those of you in the know. But crucially for Brathwaite, the physical text, the text printed on the page becomes representative of imperial culture, and digital inscription processes offer a resistive alternative. As I said, much of this is likely known to some of you, as it has been extensively documented by Kelly Baker-Joseph, Matthew Kirschenbaum, Carrie Nolan, Jacob Edmund, and others. And Brathwaite himself has self-mythologized on this front extensively. So what I do in the chapter and what I want to do here is to zoom in on the specific computing culture in the Caribbean in the 1980s, because I think it's important to place Brathwaite's own aesthetic within the specific computational environment, material, intellectual, economic, political, in which they emerged. There are a couple of things to bear in mind here. The scholarship on the history of computing in the Anglophone Caribbean specifically is extremely limited. In contrast to the plethora of fantastic work on Caribbean digital cultures kind of post mid-1990s and into the 21st century, historical details about the computer industry in that particular time period are quite thin on the ground. Often it's sort of comparisons being made to Latin American developments. So what follows is a very rapid account of what I've drawn from my attempts to piece together a number of archival sources. Often those are corporate archives. I'm keen to develop this, so please do point me in directions I might take in the future. So just to give a bit of context, Caribbean computing is, if you type it to Google, you are as likely to get the Emerald Isle, which I hope we're going to pick up on today, because Emerald Isle to me I associate with Ireland, but this is actually an interactive fiction game that was really popular in 1985 that's set in the Caribbean with lots of really awkward colonial context to anyone who played it. But so just to give a bit of context, I'm talking about the early and mid 1980s here, and in the US, just as a sort of comparison point, as awkward as that is, a mass market for personal computers was emerging, which would allow non-expert users to have direct access outside the workplace to this increasingly affordable tech. Networked computing and data transfer between mainframes, were increasingly available, but mainly tied to institutions and professional environments before the advent of the World Wide Web in the mid-1990s made individual network computing more available. I'm not going to talk about this extensively, but this is 1995 when the Eastern Caribbean fiber system kind of came into being, and at the same time, Jamaica also got some high-speed data links. But I'm talking again, as I said, just a little bit before that. Okay, so computing's presence as a technology, industry, and cultural object in the Anglophone Caribbean, where it has been discussed, is often viewed as part of a longer history of the exploitation and objectivization of people of color. As Charles McEwen explains in his History of Black Software, again in the US, while his story, quote, demonstrates how Black people have taken technology not originally designed with our concerns in mind, it also speaks to the nefarious ways those in power use computing technology to destroy Black agency, end quote. So the presence of early computing in the Caribbean is often characterized within this framework. Certainly in the 1920s, IBM worked with the US-based Eugenics Research Association to produce punch cards and Hollerith machines that were used to catalog the racial characteristics of Jamaica's population, in the process perfecting techniques that would later be deployed in the Holocaust. Even before electronic digital computing was extant in the Caribbean itself, its peoples were being processed as data. There's a second version of this narrative in discussions of Caribbean computing. It was popularized around the year 2000 and conceives of Caribbean computing in terms of a digital divide. In this version, in which US and UK technological use becomes a benchmark, national statistics are deployed to reach conclusions about the region's IT backwardness, limited computer resources, and the necessity of drawing on developmental policies and resources to help plug the gap. So goes the rhetoric. Thus, we learn from UN statistics that in the year 2000, internet usage was a maximum of 8 in 10 of Caribbean populations, compared to 8 out of 100, compared to 30 in 100 in the UK, for example. In this reading, computing in the Caribbean is less determined by the racial dynamics of the technology's deployment and more by global capitalism and the uneven distribution of technology it facilitates. Such statistics and rhetoric facilitate what one scholar has described as, quote, bromides about technology forcing users to adapt to mainstream culture and long-standing deficit-based beliefs about people of color and information technology that are crucially not borne out by use, end quote. So such an account of Caribbean computing as a symptom of global unevenness, like that of it as a symptom of datafication, has certain explanatory power. It also replicates the binary narrative that Brathwaite himself found so limiting in his own analysis of Caribbean society. In the development of Creole society in Jamaica, 1770 to 1800, he argues for a way of seeing Jamaican society not in terms of, this is his quote, black and white, master and slave in separate nuclear units, but as contributing parts of a whole, end quote. So he offers instead the concept of creolization. And what I want to suggest today is that Brathwaite's concept has explanatory power for understanding the history of computing in the Caribbean, that we see a sector defined by creolization. And more than that, that such an understanding of Caribbean computing as creolized computing can help us to better understand Brathwaite's own Sycorax aesthetic. I should just say I'm not using Sycorax video aesthetics, which is the commonly used term, just because I kind of want to think more particularly about it being on a computer. And the video sometimes sort of takes us towards discussions of graphics, which is fantastic, but not really what I want to focus on here. In bringing together archival sources, the most distinct feature of Caribbean computing is its transnational and multicultural orientation. It was similar to the situation in Latin and Central America, which, as I said, is better documented, where countries would collaborate along linguistic lines through local institutions, regional networks, and with international foundations, and usually US computer manufacturers to develop the sector. The actual nature of that sector would vary significantly across the different islands of the Caribbean. The island topography was a significant challenge for wired networks, and income differences play a big role. A computer could cost, for example, 27% of the average per capita in Jamaica, where Brathwaite was based, versus 6% on Barbados. In the mid-1980s, for example, we see that in St. Lucia, personal computers are beginning to sell. In Jamaica, Montego Bay got its own computer store, and UWI Mona was teaching computer science from 1976. In Grenada, despite a US invasion in 1983, a locally owned data processing company was flourishing only 2 years later. Trinidad was relatively untapped, though still sort of identified as a large potential market. And Barbados was the center of the region with internationally competitive data links, something I will come back to. We see too that there's a thriving regional computer industry focused mainly around the provision of data processing and small business needs. The hardware was foreign. Many of the major American and British firms have a sales presence in Barbados, for example, and Jamaica, but data processing services were usually locally owned. Creolization, shall we say. This distinction would grow in importance. In the 1980s, the Caribbean would gain an international reputation for offshore data processing. Barbados and Jamaica in particular had become appealing places for US companies to relocate components of their computer business, thanks to the highly educated yet lower waged workers. This would begin with chip manufacturing. In 1983, Intel would open an assembly plant in Barbados that employed 1 in 256 of the island population, which, if anyone knows binary, is a pleasing number. Others followed suit, and the Caribbean would become a significant and visible site for the manufacturing of computer hardware for an international market, complicating those narratives of technological backwardness. And if anyone's read articles about Native American sort of rhetoric that I think IBM, but also perhaps CDC were using at this time, I think there's some really interesting and unexplored links there. Soon, however, data processing would overtake hardware production. The region's reliable utilities, good airline connections, and excellent telecommunications, and I should also say time zone differences, which is on my mind at the moment, all of which facilitated rapid international transfer of data, would position data processing, computer activity, as a very visible symbol of Caribbean success in the globalizing software market. This was an industry heavily reliant on partnerships with large US partners, and the imbalance in power would only increase with the launch of the Caribbean Basin Initiative in 1983. US President Reagan's program to promote economic development through free trade initiatives. That was the logic anyway. US companies could aggressively, through that program, sell their wares in the region, undercutting local efforts, while also publicizing their efforts and supporting Caribbean development. Yet this was also an indigenized industry, a sector built on nimble, small-scale enterprises that were oriented both locally and transnationally. Notably, too, the Caribbean industry is one oriented towards software, as I said. Computing is an activity rather than an object here. It's connected with typing, individual interaction with the machine, with data manipulation and processual activities, rather than with mainframe access or hardware innovations. Similarly, computing in the Caribbean is frequently, but not overwhelmingly, gendered female. Unlike in the US, where in this period the software industry was heavily masculine, the Caribbean data processing workforce was disproportionately female. Scrivening work is often the kind of comparison. The socio-cultural as much as the economic environment was distinct. Overall, then, if we look closely at the computer sector in the 1980s across the Caribbean, if we look at the context in which Brathwaite was developing his Sycorax aesthetics, we see then that creolization that Brathwaite describes as symptomatic of Caribbean culture more broadly. This might not seem like the most surprising of conclusions, but I think it does prompt us to think about what this particular understanding of computing as creolized might tell us about Brathwaite's aesthetic, and usefully remind us of the value of cultural approaches to the study of computing, which I know the current audience doesn't need. Back to Brathwaite then. So Brathwaite's relationship with computing did not begin in the 1980s. There's a lovely advert that repeats across from the first edition of Savico and through later ones, the arts journal that Brathwaite co-founded and edited. This suggests that there was more of a crossover between the intellectual middle-class readership of a literary magazine and potential customers for data processing services than we might otherwise assume. It also suggests that computing was from the very beginning part of the activity of transnational literary production for Brathwaite. The George Padmore Institute in the UK, for example, holds archival evidence that Kamau and Doris, his wife, were exploring the possibilities of using word processing and data processing techniques to decrease publishing costs associated with the magazine, to little avail, in the mid-1980s. But actually, we see that Brathwaite's own published, excuse me there. So in 1993, the Zaya Mexican diary offers an account of Brathwaite's grief at his wife's death, in which the personal computer offers a curiously consistent presence, but I don't think it necessarily offers us an object. The diary repeatedly makes reference to the computer in the Brathwaite's house in Irishtown, or IT, at this time, which he explicitly identifies as a Kypro. So this is a line of American personal computers, and the Kypro was aimed at novice users and would prove popular with consumers around the 1980s. In 1982, Kypro 2 made the line's reputation thanks to its low-cost, easy setup and rugged construction. The computer was considered particularly good value thanks to the software that was bundled in. the CPM operating system, a spreadsheet program, the word processing software Select, and the compiling basic. I mention this because I think that thanks to our account in Creolize completely, we can see in Brathwaite's accounts in his own published work, an overwhelming interest in the PC as processual that reflects the specific Caribbean environment. This type of PC, in fact, seems to have been predominantly the domain of Doris. It's her beloved in one quote. Brathwaite notes that she uses it to keep the Sabaco accounts and mailing lists. This PC becomes a tool by which she can facilitate the international network that Sabaco represents, offshore literature, perhaps. In the Brathwaite household, it's Doris who is the coder and hobbyist. And as we have seen, such an account accords with Creole computing environment in which they were living. It does, however, I think, start to put a different spin on Kamal's activities as he depicts them. And I'm going to skip over there and sort of head to the end, but really, I just want to focus on the fact that it's often, he talks about the computer room in that diary. He doesn't talk about the computer, he talks about a space. And I think that notion of space and kind of the activity that happens in that space becomes the kind of significant driver for him. I think there's also some interesting connections that we could pull out in terms of the gendering of computer culture in the Caribbean and the way in which it's the computer is associated both with Doris and with Sycorax herself. So actually we might be able to tie this not only into a sort of colonial literary sort of attempt to default literature, but also an attempt to kind of think about the specifics of the computing environment in which he's working. So just to say that, you know, the aesthetic I think that he's developing there is the result of a process and interactive mode that sidesteps print and oral binaries. It's a particularly processual mode, connected computing and feminized associations of Creole computing that Brathwaite picks up on here. Despite then the PC machine being designed and manufactured in the USA, Brathwaite recognizes the processes of creolization within computing, whereby a technology can become a vehicle for the nation language he so craved. Thank you very much.
Next, we will have Margaret Mahoney presenting her paper from Concordia University.
So it's a digital humanities project concerned with Irish migration and settlement in Cuba in the colonial period. Drawing on endangered and rare archives, sources largely collected from Cuban archives, the digital repository is hosted at the University of Galway. It consists of collections of surrogate sources from which to examine the entangled relationships between Irish, European, and African peoples during a contentious period of the escalation of slavery in Cuba. The project aims to amplify and regenerate African identities, women's voices, and the experience of subaltern migrants from Ireland in the context of Spanish colonialism. The project collects and curates historical sources and at the same time extracts data to establish a posopography, geospatial mapping to illuminate relations. And this is across unfreedom and freedom, race and class, gender and kinship. And the geographical reach is global. It links Ireland, the Caribbean, Africa, and Europe. So in building this archive, ethical and technical concerns are part of the methodological approach to this recollection of records. Mindful of colonial sources in which, as Lisa Lowe describes it, and I quote, racial classifications and colonial divisions of humanity are naturalized, end quote. The project reassembles and contextualizes documents to enable a deeper analysis and a decolonial reading of narratives rooted in a colonial past. As an example of this, my presentation today will focus on sources relating to unacknowledged connections between Irish and African people and the challenges faced in generating identities for people of African descent, whose presence and humanity is eclipsed in the colonial records of Irish slave owners. This is just one aspect of the project. So before I do that,
I'd just like to give a very brief introduction to the history of Caribbean-Irish connections. Until very recently, the dominant narrative about Irish emigrants in the Caribbean as victims of colonialism under the British Empire was rarely challenged. Of course, this is based on the history of indentured servitude, servants forcibly transported from Ireland in their tens of thousands to the West Indies by the British Crown in the early 17th century. These migrants made up the numbers of the lower echelons of Caribbean society, with Indigenous people, people of African and Asian descent, and other Europeans. It is, however, well documented that a cross-section of Irish colonial society settled and circulated throughout the Caribbean archipelago. And while the majority were exploited as bonded labour, a small number of Catholic and Protestant Irish gentry became planters, merchants, and administrators, and held high office in colonial governments in the Caribbean. Just like other Europeans, they became large-scale plantation owners who exploited captive Africans and labour in Montserrat, Barbados, and Montserrat being the other Emerald Isle, Barbados, Jamaica, St. Croix, Haiti, and Cuba. In the Hispanic Caribbean, Irish Catholic merchants and military men profited from Spanish patronage and took advantage of the relatively late economic revolution in Cuba based on sugar and African slavery. And a little about the Cuban case, which is, related absolutely to this archive. The Irish who converged on Cuba rarely came directly from Ireland. Moving to the next one. Their trajectory was mediated through the Spanish metropole, other Caribbean islands, or through globally connected cities in North America. By the 19th century, Irish immigrants came generally from lower socioeconomic groups caught up in Atlantic networks of cheap colonial labour via the United States. These peripatetic migrant labourers came to build the railroad in 1836, or in 1835, but a little earlier, between 1818 and 1820, newly arrived Irish Catholic families were recruited in Baltimore, New Orleans, and Philadelphia. And this was part of a strategy to increase the white population at a time of escalating slavery. Others, then attracted by the sugar boom, succeeded as mechanics, artisans, small landowners, merchants in and around port cities of Havana, Santiago, Matanzas, and Cienfuegos. And we have a map here with some, you can see the locations. So such diversity of class among the Irish meant that they straddled the divide between colonizer and colonized. This paradox is aptly termed the Irish riddle in the Caribbean, as coined by Alison Donnell, Maria McGarity, and Jamaican scholar Evan O'Callaghan in their 2015 publication, Caribbean-Irish Connections. In the push to decolonize historiography and Caribbean studies, the Irish emerge in a slightly more complicated light with a contradictory historical status that refuses any one narrative. As early as 1665, the governor of Barbados described Irish servants as a riotous and unruly lot, who not only resisted their English masters, they also occasionally showed solidarity with the enslaved people. And these events are well documented by Hilary Beckles and others. In contrast, by the 19th century, Dublin man Richard Madden, a special magistrate with the British Colonial Office, overseeing the Emancipation Act in Jamaica, and also as the superintendent of liberated Africans in Cuba in 1836, he gave a scathing account of his countrymen, who were plantation owners. He opines, and I quote, "The Irish, alas, I have invariably found, who are employed in any shape, are advocates for slavery in all its horrors." So you see both ends of the spectrum there. Historical relations forged in the asymmetrical and violent power relations of Atlantic slavery evidently unfolded along a complex continuum that links colonial capitalism, Irish migration, and African slavery. Until very recently, the historiography has paid little attention to Irish participation in plantation slavery in the context of empire. But with new publications, and you can see here from this slide, since 2015, more attention is being paid to that troubling part of history. This project has collected hundreds of records that yield accounts of Irish and Creole Irish wealth built on slavery in Cuba alone. And that's, you know, there's so much more in the rest of the islands of the Caribbean. This project is so the name, we work on names, bearing in mind the evident coloniality associated with Irish names in the context of Caribbean slavery. The project uses surnames as key search terms across Cuban archival collections. So apart from records to do with wealthy Irish elites, this is a rich seam from which to reconstitute the multiple life stories of women and legions of people constrained by race, class, and gender, who were erased, obscured in the records across, church and secular records. In approaching this so-called archaic technology of empire, Cuban historian María del Carmen García broadens the focus to center the Black perspective, whose enduring legacy and heritage is eclipsed and distorted by European male perspectives. As Jane Landers demonstrates, Africans and their descendants left a documentary trail in municipal, provincial, and church archives across the Atlantic world. The secular records, such as Escribanía or Protocolos Notariales, include all sorts of records, bills of sale, property registries, marriage and dowries, last will and testaments, and manumission papers, among many other types of records. These are the kinds of records we have in this collection. Church records or baptism records then provide extensive information about African identities and also highlight the names of slave owners. Our approach has been to search across these secular and church records, from which we then extract, cross-reference, and interpret biographical details of white and Black people at the same time. In doing so, we can, for example, extrapolate genealogical lines in which surnames from Ireland persist through successive generations of families of Irish and African origin. It is through this process of layering disparate sources with the same surname that it becomes possible to find the connections and overlap of people. By paying attention to the narrative discourses of racialized slavery, violence, and gender associated with Irish family names found in the Cuban archives, new voices and kinship lines become possible to discern. And I'll move now to the genealogy of one woman of African origin called, her name is Matilde Oburque, or O'Burke in Cuba. The O'Burke name arrived in Cienfuegos, a port city in the southern coast of Cuba, with Irish-born Juan O'Burke from Rathkeil in County Limerick. He arrived in nearby Trinidad in 1822, and I first saw the name O'Burke on this building, standing at a bus stop in Cuba, and I, didn't know what was happening. How could this be? So later, a Google search brought me to Bonnie Lucero's work on racial geographies in Cienfuegos and a reference to the last will and testament of Juan O'Burke from Limerick. This is from their family archive, the O'Burke family archive, the White O'Burke family archive. He left his sugar plantation and enslaved workforce of 37 people to his wife and 10 children in 1843. Despite my best efforts, it would be 2020, just before the pandemic, when I finally gained access to the provincial archives of Cienfuegos, and this was after several efforts. There I found a public notary document filed under O'Burke and labelled Libertad. There it is. Just give you a quick look at Cienfuegos here in the south, Trinidad just below it, to the east. So this manumission paper states that Cuban-Irish woman Marine O'Burke, daughter of the original Juan, liberates her slave, Matilde O'Burke, in 1870. And you can read it there. I save and liberate from all captivity and servitude my Black Criolla my slave named Matilde O'Burke. In fact, what she has done is agreed to Matilde purchasing her own freedom. Matilde's life as a free woman emerges then from different ledgers. I kept following the name, and there's a series of mortgage arrangements under her name, evidence of loans and repayments of interest to Marine O'Burke, her former owner, and a number of Spanish merchants in Cienfuegos. So she became a substantial property owner up until the time of the independence wars in Cuba. And this is a map of some of the properties she owned in a railway town nearby, the railway town of Cruces. They were in key locations around the central plaza. So she lived in this town, Cruces, until her death at the great age of 87 in 1934. From the notarial records, it appeared that Matilda was born on the Irish-owned Oberk plantation, Nueva Ivernia, in Cienfuegos, and inherited enslaved status from her African-born mother, Maria Ganga. When cross-referenced with ecclesiastical records, in particular the baptism registers for people of colour in the Slave Society's digital archive, and that archive has absolutely opened up so many possibilities to be able to find and tell these life stories, or certainly a good portion of them. We find that before purchasing her freedom, she gave birth to 3 children. This is one of the baptismal records. In the Convention of Baptism Records, a 6-line handwritten paragraph describes Matilde as mother of Criolla and the child's name, both property of the Oberk estate. The father is described as unknown, or padre no conocido, and in the custom of inscribing slavery, the paternal link through patronymic names were eclipsed by the property owner's name. Hence, kinship is erased, and the heritable nature of slavery through the maternal line is inscribed at baptism. As Jennifer Morgan puts it, claims of kinship were confined to the state of freedom. Then Matilda, as a free woman, she baptized 5 subsequent children of her own in Santa Iglesia Catedral de Cienfuegos. And they're registered with her Oberk name, father unknown, and the maternal grandmother is included in them, Maria Ganga Oberk. She carefully left a record of her family and created a diasporic lineage. So surnames of Irish origin evidently provide historical context through church records that chart genealogical rupture through slavery. And this, it was so obvious. I did some oral histories in the town where Matilda lived, and also with the Oberk family of Cienfuegos, descendants of. They didn't know of each other, and people in Cienfuegos, tried to convince me that Oberks were white. There was no black Oberks. So erased from history and memory. I also looked in the cemetery for her burial and death records. There were none. There was her death certificate was in the civil register. The majority of the records here are from the National Archive of Cuba. And I'll just go back here and give you a very quick look at the archive. Oh, it's not going to. Okay. So you can see on the top layer there the different types of fondos from the Cuban archives, and all led by a systematic search through catalog boxes in the Cuban archives. 3,000 index cards in each box. It took years, and there have been 2 other people working on it. One PhD student who is now in Concordia University doing a PhD on Irish migration to Cuba, and another person in Havana who oversees the digitization of our selected sources and processes the data into our database and onto Omeka. And you had a lovely display of Omeka earlier, so it gets me off the hook here, I hope. Because we're not as well developed yet. We literally have, this historical source repository, but we don't have a front end yet. We're in development. And our next, it's a work in progress. It is accessible. Anybody can look at this for now. And we're getting ready to, develop a website, but also, or a front end that is more dynamic and interactive, but also to publicize it as a resource. So a recent award from the Royal Irish Academy to digitize a further collection is underway. And this is also going to be, it'll be deposited here, but also on the Digital Repository of Ireland, which will give it much wider dissemination. And this is a very positive development. for us. So as we continue to process sources, and I'll finish here, the next phase is to employ digital humanities tools using geotemporal and prosopographical analysis to study more rigorously the interactions between African and Irish people. And this will include also a regeneration of African identities. Similar to Mathilde, we may never find as much information about other people as we have of her, but we live in hope. And we know that we have a lot already in the documents. So it is, the work is to extract that and build these identities and build biographical narratives. So digital humanities approaches then will permit us new perspectives that will contribute to a critique of epistemic violence and knowledge production of this shared history. What emerges is a clearer picture of how generations of Irish families played a significant part in the political economy of slavery, but also in the discursive and ideological work of race-making. So rethinking shared or collective Irish and African diasporic histories through these interrelated processes presents new ways to transform our knowledge about common diasporic pasts and the continuities that impact culture and identity today. Thanks very much.
And our third panelist will be Ocean Arbones Flores from the University of Illinois.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ocean Arbones Flores, and I am a PhD student at the School of Information Sciences at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. The title of my presentation today is The Forgotten Digital Familia de Puerto Rico, towards an archival recovery of histories of digital technology in the Caribbean. I'd like to begin today by acknowledging that our gathering today takes place on the ancestral territories of several indigenous peoples, including the Mohegan, Mashantucket, Pequot, Eastern Pequot, Schaghticoke, Golden Hill Pagosset, Niantic, Quinnipiac, and other Algonquian-speaking communities. Furthermore, as a student at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, I want to recognize that this institution sits on the lands that have historically belonged to the Peoria, Kaskaskia, Piankashaw, Wea, Miami, Muscudin, Odawa, Sauk, Meskwaki, Kickapoo, Potawatomi, Ojibwe, and Chickasaw nations. These nations were forcefully removed from their traditional territories, and these lands continue to carry the stories of these nations and their struggles for survival and identity. I also want to recognize that these histories are both shared with and distinct from those of Black, Latine, Asian, Pacific Islander, and various other communities. I invite everyone here today to think about how they can address the legacies of settler colonialism, enslavement, and their contemporary manifestations in their own context, beyond acknowledgements like this. May we always find ways to center and express our gratitude to the stewards of the lands and waters we are settlers of. This project started after a visit to the University Archives of UIUC. A fellow graduate student and friend wanted to look at the letters between second-order cybernetician Heinz von Forster and Chilean biologist and philosopher Humberto Maturana, and asked me if I wanted to join him based on our shared interests on the social studies of science and technology in Latin America and the Caribbean. Once in the archive, we looked at cybernetics conference proceedings in the form of scenes, an entire folder on first drafts of the world-renowned Autopoiesis and Cognition publication of Maturana and Francisco Varela, among other fascinating sources. But I wondered, as I had been doing for a while then, would I find any connections here to the Caribbean, whether that be of a Caribbean cybernetician, the name of one of the islands, would I find anything? And if not, where would I have to go to learn about these histories? I proceeded to ask one of the archivists if in the appraisal or cataloging process of the collection, or if in her own research on cybernetics, she had come across the Caribbean being mentioned. Not being her area of research, she said what any good information professional would say, I have not come across anything, but here's where you could start looking. What I'm about to present is not a paper on cybernetics in the Caribbean, although this could very well be a future line of research for me. This is a paper that tries to engage with the following questions. Where are the histories of digital technology in the Caribbean? What is the nature of the archive that needs to be activated for such histories to unfold? And how do we go about crafting them when the archives are so entangled with colonial and neoliberal logics? In my pursuit for clarity on the status of histories of digital technology in the Caribbean basin, I quickly became engrossed with the rise of electronics manufacturing in the region. Although my initial intention was to approximate these histories in a relational way that accounts for more than just one island of the Caribbean, I decided that the way in which I could feasibly start this project was by focusing on the island, or in this case archipelago, that I knew the most about, Puerto Rico. With time, I ended up compiling primary sources that led me to digital collections in Massachusetts, California, and Puerto Rico. The materials and the very particular ways in which I arrived at them have shaped the direction of this project. This collection holds corporate photographs and memos, lawsuit documentation, newspaper clippings, and press releases, which I then complemented with additional archival contextual placement work of the 20th century computer company, Digital Equipment Corporation, and its 2 manufacturing plants in Puerto Rico. So who or what was Digital Equipment Corporation, and what is its relationship to this Digital Familia de Puerto Rico that I reference in the title of my presentation? Digital Equipment Corporation, or DEC, founded in 1957 in Maynard, Massachusetts, was one of the most successful American mini-computer companies of the 20th century. Widely recognized for its proliferation of computers with the PDP series between the 1960s and 1970s, DEC transformed the computer industry by offering more accessible and affordable mini-computers for markets that initially lacked the financial means to acquire them. Like many other profitable manufacturing firms during its time, DEC had to establish manufacturing sites in other countries to meet local high demand. And this led the company to build their second manufacturing plant in Puerto Rico, which began its operation in 1968 in the town of San Germán under the subsidiary company DEC de Puerto Rico, or Digital de Puerto Rico. DEC de Puerto Rico's internal records reveal that San Germán was selected primarily due to its abundant human resources, along with favorable attributes such as, quote, chronic unemployment rate, easy highway access, pleasant climate, proximity to Mayagüez and Ponce, and the enticing tax incentive plan offered under Section 936, an antecedent of what most Puerto Ricans now know as Act 20 or Act 22. Their arrival was presented as a means to enable unemployed workers to fulfill their responsibilities, support their families, and provide education for their children. By 1974, they had inaugurated a second facility in the town of Aguadilla. And with these 2 plants, DEC de Puerto Rico was now able to produce more electronics. San Germán would focus on manufacturing computer modules and modular systems, including memories and printed circuits, and Aguadilla on manufacturing mini computers with the most sales in the world, which by 1974 was the PDP-11. It is with the inauguration of the Aguadilla plant that we are first introduced to the Digital Familia de Puerto Rico with the slogan, La Familia Digital Crece con Puerto Rico, or in English, the digital family grows with Puerto Rico. It is known that utilizing this language that ties family and work dynamics together intends to enhance employee engagement and motivation in environments that often push their employees to be overworked. In the 30 years that DEC was on the Puerto Rican archipelago until it merged with Compaq in 1998 and eventually was acquired by Hewlett-Packard, or HP, in 2002, they established what seems to be a quid pro quo relationship with the local government, which, needless to say, largely benefited the company's interests more than the government's, or most importantly, the local electronic workers' interests. The success story of DEC de Puerto Rico became a recurrent selling point for Fomento, also known as Puerto Rico's Economic Development Administration, in their investment by invitation strategy during the years of Operation Bootstrap. For those who may not know, Operation Bootstrap was a mid-20th century to late 20th century economic development program implemented in Puerto Rico that simply put aimed to modernize the archipelago by industrializing it. The role DEC de Puerto Rico played in this strategy is evident in the following 2 sources. The first one is in 1973 color short film Progress Island, USA. And as a product of Fomento during the later years of Operation Bootstrap, films like this focus on presenting the various benefits of investing in Puerto Rico as a corporation. What is interesting about Progress Island, USA, beyond the colonial imaginaries it depends on, is its showcasing of the most profitable American corporations who had established manufacturing plants in Puerto Rico. But while corporation facilities like Panasonic, SBS, DuPont, PPG, and others are shot as close-ups only, mostly centering their logo signage, Digital de Puerto Rico receives an entire sequence that presents not only the outside facility of the San Germán plant, but also a glimpse at the workers in the assembly line. In terms of the electronics companies showcased, DEC is the only one that receives this treatment in the film, only outtimed by the textile and food-related industries. A second example can be seen in a 1974 invitation letter commissioned by Fomento to an advertising agency in Boston and addressed to the calculator market. In it, Puerto Rico is portrayed as a land, and I quote, where more than 3,000 manufacturers from around the world have discovered that paradise can mean beauty at the bottom line, as well as in the surrounding countryside, end quote. Although the letter listed a number of electronics corporations that had achieved remarkable success on the manufacturer's haven that was the archipelago, none received the attention that DEC received. Again, to try and convince the calculator market of Puerto Rico's ideal location for their manufacturing plants, the journey of DEC on the island, including details such as their number of employees, an estimate on the quantity of products they were producing, and the benefits of having a Puerto Rican workforce were utilized to make their case. As suggested so far, DEC was profiting greatly from Puerto Rico, and their story was one that the local government knew could attract others in the electronics market to do the same. Not only because of success stories like DEC's, but also because by investing in Puerto Rico, they too could have access to the best asset the local government could offer them, its below US minimum wage workforce. As a compilation of materials that depends heavily on what corporate DEC collected over the years, the digital collection analyzed centers only the voices of the company's representatives, both in and outside of Puerto Rico, in addition to their perceptions of the local government representatives, which are often patronizing. And though the important role the local workers played in this success, and their success is present through all of the archived materials by way of descriptions of the workers as productive, dedicated, and ambitious, it is never through their own voices. So who then were the workers of Digital de Puerto Rico, and what historical traces did they leave behind? When recruiting new employees for their plants, DEC was no different than the rest of the electronics manufacturing corporations in the 20th century. For their assembly line, DEC as a parent company preferred to contract women because of their, and I quote, nimble fingers. And although I have yet to find a local newspaper job ad for assembly line workers in Puerto Rico that resemble the one on screen by Maynard, Massachusetts, or from Maynard, Massachusetts, where DEC is explicitly looking for women workers for light assembly work, we can safely assume, based on the visual rhetoric present throughout Digital de Puerto Rico's public records, that the subsidiary company used the same employment strategy. As can be seen on screen, all of the images that picture the assembly line include women working in them. In my search to recover the voices of the workers, regardless of the jobs they were doing, from the histories that have neglected them, I have only come across a 1987 legal case, Alvarado Morales versus Digital Equipment Corporation. In this failed class action, around 280 employees of Digital de Puerto Rico faced job elimination across the two manufacturing sites. They were offered a voluntary incentive resignation plan that allowed them to continue with their wages while not engaged in production. And if wanted, they could seek new employment during work hours. Were they to accept this plan, they would report to a transition area and be provided career support and training by Digital. However, they were never told that their employment would be terminated if they declined the benefits. The employees alleged in their complaint that this transition area was anything but what Digital had promised. They described their experiences as torture and brainwashing that resulted in physical and emotional harm. They claimed they were confined in a 1,200 square foot room dubbed a concentration camp, pressured to resign, denied work, and prevented from meeting labor representatives. All actions that went against Puerto Rico labor laws at this time. The plaintiffs sought compensatory and punitive damages, though their attempt at a class action was denied by the district court. Unfortunately, the case was dismissed for numerous reasons, the main one being that there was no proof that DEC, as a parent company, the accused, had any involvement in the alleged cause of plaintiffs' injuries as employees of subsidiary Digital de Puerto Rico. And so far, this has been the only documented unrest or resistance I have found, which, needless to say, is nowhere to be found in the actual records of the company. So today I have presented preliminary research that examines the following. 1,
the industrial strategy of the Digital Equipment Corporation in Puerto Rico, as documented in their internal and public records. 2, the economic development strategies by Puerto Rico's Economic Development Administration that allowed for DEC to have a presence in the archipelago in the first place. And 3, initial steps towards the recovery of the resistances from the electronic workers at DEC de Puerto Rico. My reading and contextual placing of these materials reveals that contrary to what the historical absences suggest, the Puerto Rican archipelago and the Caribbean writ large was a crucial site for the digital revolution, and it was so because of the racialized and gender work of its invisibilized electronic workers. Thank you.
So we have about 10 minutes now for a question and answer from both our in-person audience members as well as our virtual attendees. If you have a question, feel free to raise your hand. And if you're online, please ask your question in the chat.
Ocean, I would like to know if you are considering going to San Germán in Aguadilla to interview people. I'm sure that we have people still there alive. And also if you consulted any archive in those 2 towns, municipalities.
That's a great question, and also part of the next stage for my research right now. I am thinking about this as kind of like a proposal for what my dissertation might look like, and it's centering on the electronics industry in Puerto Rico. I did go into, I tried to do specifically some work on the digital archive because again, I'm in Illinois. And so maybe now that I'm going back home for the holidays, I can actually do some on the ground work. But in terms of like digital archives work, Aguadilla has a digital collection. And I was trying to see if I could find any sort of like documents that cited DEC or HP, because that's the thing too, like HP was acquired, like digital equipment was acquired by HP in 2002, and it wasn't until recently that HP finally closed its operations in Aguadilla. So there's still this very much kind of alive genealogy of this of DEC in Puerto Rico. The only things that I could find was and this is another consideration probably, but eventually the person who was doing the work of the librarian who was doing the work for the digitization of the archives of Aguadilla actually asked the president of HP if they could offer, if they could give them some machines like scanners, printers and stuff. But there's only the letter, the only thing that's available is a letter that the archivist sent to HP, not the one that they got back. And so that begs the question if they ever responded to them. And that was the response to Aguadilla. So yes, and then in terms of talking to the ex-workers, the ex-electronic workers, that is something that I'm considering and thinking about it within a framework of oral histories, and even potentially focus groups could be interesting to see this family dynamic in a group setting with the ex-employees. Yes, it is a very real potential and next stage of this project. Thank you.
Just as DEC had some, when they started up by an Indian programmer at MIT. So I think there's a really interesting kind of potential sort of transnational history of DEC as well that would sort of potentially come into this.
But it's interesting also because in most of the histories of like the corporate histories of DEC, it's mostly centered thinking about Ken Olsen, which was the president of and starter of DEC, or at least we're framed in the corporate histories. He's framed as the initiator of DEC. So that is something that I will look into. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Questions?
Similarly to
the mic so we can get
Mike, got you. Similarly to the last question, I was wondering, Ocean, if you were able to check in or tap in with Chicago. I know that's nearby UIUC. So I'm thinking about like a lot of the initiatives they have to like digitize the barrio archives and things like that. I think there's something there for you.
Yeah, no, I could definitely check that out. I also know that, for instance, in going over this project with a friend of mine who is Puerto Rican but in Chicago, she was talking to me about how she has a family member who is now in Illinois, who worked in HP. And so I could also go into the archives in Chicago, see if there's something there too. There's a lot of potentials for and future explorations. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you all for the presentations. Really very interesting. I have a question, one each for Margaret and Rebecca, whose presentations, by the way, linked very nicely with the reference to Irish Town. But the first one for Rebecca, I wondered if you have considered the environment in which Brathwaite was working when thinking about the creation of the computer culture around him, which is University of the West Indies, and specifically the history department at the University of the West Indies, which Barry Higman was doing a lot of work with computing in the 70s. So it was a real sort of discourse around personal computing and what it can provide in advancing research and academic work. I think I wondered if that's part of it outside of the sort of realm of data processing. And then just very quickly for Margaret, I wondered if your research goes into the later 19th century, early 20th century, where you see very interesting movements across the islands, which include many Irish heritage persons. In the case of Haiti, for instance, the famous story of Killick, the Killick family that came and circulated around that area. I think they had links in Cuba, Jamaica, and Haiti. I think it's an interesting aspect to it. Thanks.
Thank you. Really great question. And yes, the institutional side of it and the kind of the campus side of it, I think really is influential. And you said Barry Higgins. I'm going to go and follow that up. But Higman, thank you. Sorry.
The introduction to the cover Creole development.
I was not aware of his computing activities, but certainly that's something that I want to explore. When I was sort of trying to do a little bit of research into kind of how what computing resources were available, EWI, Mona, etc., I was struggling to find sources. It is a real challenge to find any kind of even the oral histories and kind of in computer history from the region are severely lacking. So in some senses, I'm sort of up against this, trying to sort of piece together a history in a sort of moment, whilst also sort of really wanting those oral histories to exist. But it kind of requires an entire community development and effort that isn't really there yet in the computer history kind of scholarly community. But thank you for the link. I will chase that up.
Will you do oral histories? Sorry.
So the question was, will I do oral histories? I think realistically I will not on this particular project, just because my focus is particularly on the kind of individuals, and I'm not a computer historian. I would love to facilitate that. And, I have a background in interviews, so I'm, if anyone knows anyone I should go and talk to, I'm very happy to do that, but it's not in the immediate plan.
But I hope that might be able to persuade somewhere like the Charles Babbage Institute or one of the professional like the IEEE or the ACM to kind of, there are some nascent efforts to sort of do some oral histories in the region. So I'm hopeful that give it a few years and we might kind of see some of that come through.
In answer to your question, I don't know, I'm not aware of the Kellys, did you say, is that the? Kelly, yeah. This project is not confined to the colonial period, and you know we are though focusing on that. We've also, of course, come across other sources that take us up into the, you know, independence, the wars of independence, which there was quite a few Irish connections there as well, but also beyond. And it's very, this work is recent. Any work on the Irish and the Caribbean, certainly coming from Ireland, Irish scholars, is relatively new, but there's some really interesting work happening on Haiti, also on Jamaica and Barbados and St. Croix. That's where, and Montserrat, that's where most of the work is being done. It's some really exciting PhDs in recent times. So I think it's only opening, you know, this sort of collection, and I see it as something that will grow.
Thank you. That's all the time that we have for Q&A. So let's have another round of applause for our panel. You have a few moments to stretch your legs, and then we
Hello, everyone. Thank you to the organizers for the invitation to such a wonderful gathering. So I'm just going to go right into it. I'm an historian of Antigua, and I write on the post-slavery period. And even though that is the 19th century is where my scholarship lives, back in 2017, when Hurricane Irma devastated Barbuda, which is Antigua's smaller sister island, I was thrust into doing presentist work and frequently called on to do panels to make sense of the devastating impact of the hurricane. And that's when I learned from scholars of disaster capitalism that natural disasters are very much man-made. And similarly, I want us to begin this conversation by also framing DH failures as man-made. I also want to just express my discomfort with telling this story about my particular failure with trying to digitize some of the holdings of Antigua and Barbuda's National Archives because of the combined identities I carry. I carry a lot of identities, as all of us do, but the two I want to harp on today, first is that I am a trained historian and I have extensive archival experience in the United States, in Antigua and other parts of the Caribbean, like, you know, UWI St. Augustine's Rare Books and Manuscripts Library. And I've also researched extensively in the UK. And then I have affiliation with this, you know, somewhat well-known university, right? But I'm also a New York-born daughter of Antigua and Barbuda's diaspora. And my ties to the island run very deep. I'm constantly there. I'm going there in 2 weeks. Just being clear, right? I'm just always there. And that dual identity means that I'm constantly asked to engage in public history work around the island. And my ties to Antigua mean that the Caribbean is not conceptual for me. It is not a randomly chosen site for my work. It is my home. And I belong to it in ways that, as a birthright citizen or anchor baby, if you will, I don't quite feel I belong to the United States. So while often I've shared this story about my experience with the National Archives privately, publicly telling it at a conference comes with some admitted trepidation for me, but the truth can set us free, so here we go. In 2019, I launched a digitization project, fragile documents stored at the National Archives of Antigua and Barbuda in collaboration with Dr. Susan Lowe's, who is a historical anthropologist, and though she's a white American woman, she also has had decades of personal ties in Antigua, was married to an Antiguan for a long time, and has also, like me, spearheaded a number of public history projects around the island. We applied for and we received a grant from the British Library's Endangered Archives program, and we used that money to purchase equipment, the photography, storage, and editing software Lightroom to support this project. and also to support some training. Our application specifically focused on images of wills and deeds, which date back to the late 1600s, early 1700s during British settlement and early African enslavement in Antigua and Barbuda. And I will say that the archives building itself is structurally unsound. It has a leaky roof, and it tends to sometimes rain indoors when the weather outside is aggressive enough. Rolling blackouts happen, which mean that there's inconsistent temperature control. So these several 100-year-old documents are absolutely, definitely in danger. We promised that at the close of the project, we could produce at least 12,000 images and accompanying metadata for each, copies of which would be shared with the British Library and thus stored permanently in both their collections and the National Archives of Antigua and Barbuda's collections. So Antigua's National Archives has never had a complete listing of their holdings. So our hope was that this project would also be a necessary first step toward creating a complete and properly searchable catalog attached to those images that we would capture. The initial end date for when we had to deliver all the images to the British Library was October of 2020. But instead, the project would be undermined at every turn and would eventually dissolve 3 years later. Take a ride with me as I share the timeline of this frustrating saga. So we began the work by purchasing and transporting all the necessary materials, the camera, the lights, the stands, etc., to the island from New York. We hosted a week-long training session at the archives in 2019. In October, when the then archives director, Joseph Prosper, and the archive staff, as well as some staff from the National Museum and other local cultural institutions, attended because they too were also interested in getting some training in digitizing techniques. We brought down Miguel Asensio, digital preservation specialist from the University of Florida and part of the DLOC team, shout to Mike, shout to DLOC, to lead the training. I knew of other colleagues who had gotten this grant prior to us, who went to their chosen archive, took pictures, and left. We instead wanted to teach the practice of digitizing to the staff and leave the equipment with the archive so that they could continue this work in earnest long after we ended our project. As an important aside, back in 2014, the same archives director, Mr. Prosper, applied for the same grant that we got. Unbeknownst to him, I was actually asked to peer review the application, and I suggested that the British Library should fund it. But he actually was rejected. His application didn't have any indication of the extensive technology and manpower that this kind of work entails. There were no references to metadata, the volume of images, the cubic feet of materials that would be involved. In short, he wanted to digitize, but didn't know how. And that's an ongoing story in the life of Caribbean digital preservation, right? So in December of 2019, possibly with the knowledge that he had previously tried and failed to get this grant, and a white woman and a foreign-born Antiguan had gotten it instead, he decided to offer the first round of disruptions to the project by retiring from his post without telling us. And then the permanent secretary for the Ministry of Education, the government ministry under whose purview the archives fall, said that no digitizing could continue because there was no one to oversee the work. Then in March 2020, yay, COVID breaks out, shutters everywhere around the world, kills lots of people. It also shutters the archives. After the first 2 months of activity came then a 6-month stretch where nothing was done. In June of 2020, the archives reopens. There is no discussion with Susan and I about the fact that the project would maybe or maybe not resume, or if they had managed to replace the director. It turned out that Mr. Prosper had returned as director on a temp contract, but never told us. In July 2020, then the Minister of Education was charged with rape and removed from his post. And all operations under his purview, including that of the archives, was again left without oversight. 1 more month passes with no more work done. By September 2020, that minister was replaced with someone I had known personally for about 15 years at that point, as we were around the same age and we run in the same social circles in Antigua. And alas, that connection would not help my case in the end. In September 2020, I wrangled Mike Asensio again to do another Zoom refresher course with the archive staff on digital techniques and the use of Lightroom software for metadata purposes. And it turns out that Mr. Prosper and the staff had resumed taking pictures and storing them, but not in the Lightroom account to which Susan and I had shared access along with him and the staff. Rather, he was storing the images on some other software that he privately had access to and wasn't updating us on. So we had some tense exchanges with him to get him to put those images back onto Lightroom And I'm still not sure if everything that was taken was transferred. By December 2020, Prosper's temp contract ended and the ministry replaced him in January 2021 with Carol Henry, who is not a trained archivist, but a career civil servant who I suspect votes with the government party that is in power. So she got placed in this job when the vacancy came up. For those that don't know, politically determined access to supposedly nonpartisan civil service is very much a thing in the Caribbean. Ms. Henry understood admittedly nothing about archives and digitizing, but followed the government dictate that is always in place in Antigua, which is to monetize every sector of the public service in any way possible. So her first order of business as archive director was to create an outrageous fee schedule per document search. And God, if I were a grad student when that was in place, my little $22,000 fellowship would have died on arrival. So thank God no one thought of that back 20 years ago when I was researching. Anyway, Ms. Henry was even more hostile to our work than Mr. Prosper and questioned whether our intention to create open access digital images meant that we were giving Antigua's information away unwarranted. Because again, she was quite attached to the process of charging fees, but also just very proprietary around the information. So she stopped the staff from digitizing on several occasions in the year she spent in the directorship. She also contacted the Department of Civil Registries, who apparently said they had a claim to any records at the archives pertaining to births and deaths, which thus included the wills we were digitizing. Ms. Henry and the civil registrar in summer 2021, whose cousin is also a friend of mine, then met with Susan and me on Zoom and ambushed us by having members of the Attorney General's office on the call, who stated that we might be in violation of some law regarding the breaching of proprietary information that is belonging to the Antigua and Barbuda government, and that all digitizing had to stop until there was a review of whether or not we were legally allowed to continue. Susan and I left that call feeling like we were being treated like criminals for wanting to preserve Antigua's history. We never heard back from the lawyers on this issue, and again, our ball was dropped. The entire time over 2020 and 21, Susan and I kept having to contact the British Library and appealing for extension after extension as the status of our project became more and more uncertain. But we were also visiting the archives during this time and seeing the staff actually taking pictures every time we went. And the Lightroom account is being updated. At least 20,000 images were stored by the end of 2021. So we knew they were digitizing. And that we had far underestimated how much stuff there was to digitize. But again, Ms. Henry was refusing to hand over the hard drives that we had purchased so that we could deliver the promised high resolution copies of those images to the British Library so that they too could have access to them as per the terms of the Endangered Archives Agreement. At the end of 2021, I called on my buddy, the Minister of Education, to have a meeting with myself, Susan, the permanent secretary of the ministry, and Ms. Henry. And in that meeting, we had to explain to her several times that sharing images was not the same as giving images away. And then she promised the minister that she would give us the hard drives, and then she never did. I repeatedly emailed the minister for updates and to try to get Ms. Henry to make good on her promise. He just proceeded to replace her, given that she showed a confidence in this and likely in many other areas of managing the archives as well. So in early 2022, yet another archives director was named. So now we're on 3 archives directors in 3 years. Yes. And this archive director, Gavin Emanuel, assured Susan and me that he was much more dedicated to modernizing the archive and digitizing its records. But it turns out that he too was against the open access provision of the Endangered Archives Grant. He read through the contract and said that he didn't think anybody had the right to enter into such an agreement with a foreign entity like the British Library, involving the country's documents. He then asked the minister to have the contract read in cabinet so that all the other ministers of parliament could weigh in on what they thought about the agreement. Never mind that Mr. Prosper was trying to do the same 8 years prior. By August of 2022, Cabinet's decision was made that the agreement should not continue unless we could get the British Library to take out the provision requiring open access to the images produced. Mr. Emanuel, now egged on by Cabinet, tripled down in his desire to also charge a fee for access to any of the images coming from this project. And I did foolishly attempt to ask the British Library, hey, do you want to consider negotiating the terms around open access? And they said, this was an agreement signed and enacted by Prosper in 2019, so we're not reneging on that. Plus, that's a major stipulation of all Endangered Archives Program grants. So then the Minister of Education told me that he could possibly allow this to continue, as Antigua is a cash-strapped post-colonial nation, and the British Library is a powerful entity with overwhelmingly more resources. He's not wrong. To him, it did not make sense to block the archives from monetizing access to its digitized documents. So we told him that unfortunately a check had to be then issued for the grant amount. This is $10,000 US, right? Since their resistance meant that we could not deliver on the terms of the grant, but the money had already been spent, the archives considered the cameras and the lighting and the light room and all of that their personal property at that point. And also all the other money spent getting Miguel down was spent, that's gone, right? So there is no money. We got to get this money back to them. However, the minister then agrees with Mr. Emanuel, yeah, we got to get this money back. Then I never heard from them again on this issue and I never got a check as of right now when I'm talking to you. The last I heard, sometime early this year, Mr. Emanuel had made a public presentation to the minister and a number of others who were at our initial training on digitization in 2019 about creating a subscription service to Antigua's images, similar to like what the UK Parliamentary Papers Online looks like. Not sure how many takers there will be for an Antigua specific archive besides like me and Susan, but a couple of us, there are a couple of researchers, maybe people doing family history, sure, but I just don't know how sustainable that is. Such a service, though, to my knowledge, despite him promising that it would make lots of money, has not been established, and I'm not really holding my breath that it will. Potentially for them, pocketing this $10,000 while keeping the equipment was a kind of low-key reparatory justice move, which as a scholar of post-emancipation Antigua and its degradations by the British, I can get behind fully. Unfortunately, their move trampled on mine and Susan's professional reputations in the exchange. So as of May 2023, after Susan and I finally relayed to the Endangered Archives Program staff that we would have to, at this point, see the project as indefinitely halted, they placed this language on their website regarding the project. Quote, changing circumstances have meant that this project was not able to start. It is hoped that a survey of the archives will be possible in the near future, end quote. 3 years of relentless efforts. While also on my end, I was teaching classes, doing nonstop service at Columbia, mothering 2 children, and trying to show up for various communities of mine in the time of a pandemic. We're thus reduced to a single line that conjures inaction rather than all of the action we just talked about. But frankly, I was just too exhausted to counter that with better language at the time, kind of traumatized even. And so the chance to participate in the Caribbean Digital is the first time that I really allowed myself to fully process the situation after getting some distance from all of it. So there are some lessons though to be learned from this exchange. And the first is that constant communication and legitimate partnering on all sides is necessary when trying to launch a DH project in the Caribbean. The Caribbean is the ground floor of Global South underdevelopment and is still mainly engaging in analog methods of preservation and public history. Digitizing is needed and it's happening obviously in small bursts. Shout to people like Create Caribbean in the room, right? But Caribbean folk, even those who know about archival endangerment, still don't always fully understand the contours and aims of this work. The second is that even established understandings may not guarantee full compliance, as people on the ground may have their own agendas. So you have to remain flexible as their agendas change the shape of your intended project. Right. Understanding how politically and financially difficult it is to labor, however widely construed, and still be a materially secure person in the Caribbean is to understand just how much people in this space have to struggle to keep that space and why they approach their work with ownership and proprietary outlooks as opposed to welcoming open access. Also at times, knowing a space well, having connections there, as Susan and I do, doesn't always work in your favor. And sometimes it may just further entangle you in messy situations. In the end, however fraught our efforts were, I still think, hey, they started Antigua and Barbuda's archives on a digital path, which admittedly they might not have gotten to as quickly or if at all, if we had not secured this grant. I would posit that as a benefit, ultimately the staff is trained in digitization techniques and has the tools now to continue this work whenever they see fit. That was our desire. And even if nothing else came of it for us, and hey, for the British Library too, the Antigua National Archives now has a capability that it previously did not have. It's a high price to pay, but because furthering knowledge in Antigua underlines all of my scholarly work as an Antiguan abroad, I find a small bit of solace in having made this happen. So thanks for listening. I welcome your thoughts.
Wow. And during the Q&A, we can probably talk about, we have a similar experience with Barbados Historical Society. So I want to begin first by thanking Kelly Baker Joseph, Alexio, and Carmen Glover for convening us, and the Mellon Foundation and Yale University for their support of the work of the Caribbean Digital Collective. Just a little, I know that most people might have gone online and checked out my background and my bio, but just wanted to just begin by saying that I'm currently working on 3 digital projects. The Early Caribbean Digital Archive, which focuses more closely on my research and scholarship, and which I'll talk about today. The Early Black Boston Digital Almanac, which is attached to my teaching. I teach early African American literature. And then a newer project, Mapping Black London, and both of these and the EBBDA, these are both connected to my teaching and my community-facing work. So as I said, I'll be focusing on the Early Caribbean Digital Archive for these remarks. It's also important for me to say that I do not do any of this work on my own. The ECDA project is and has always been heavily defined by an ethos of collaboration and co-creation. From its very beginning in 2012, during a brainstorming session with my colleague Elizabeth Maddock-Dillon, who is here as well, with whom I co-direct the project. The project would not exist without the assistance, labor, and investment of numerous graduate and undergraduate students. They have been instrumental contributors in all aspects of the project. And tomorrow morning, I invite you to come to our panel. I unfortunately will not be there, but the graduate students and a couple of the undergraduates and Elizabeth Maddock-Dillon will talk in greater detail about our interdisciplinary and multi-generational research team. So for my remarks today, in the interest of time, I'll talk briefly about 4 areas where I see obstacles and hindrances often cropping up for Caribbean DH projects. And those 4 areas are namely funding, sustainability, platforms, and ethics. And I'll conclude by speaking more specifically about platforms and ethics. Another caveat I also think is important to say at the outset that every digital project involves failure of some kind. All of the projects that I mentioned to you there, definitely failures happened in them. I'm happy to talk about them and during the Q&A. I think it's just the nature of the work that we do in DH, where we're trying out new things, new platforms, new groups, new collaborations, often not done before. But as Lao Tzu says, failure is opportunity. So first, funding. So thankfully, Northeastern has been consistently supportive of the Early Caribbean Digital Project, and we've received a variety of kinds of funding support from the institution. However, like all institutions, they don't just want you to rely on their funding. And so one of the consistent hindrances is the search for funding, right, as we've already seen today. And while programs like the Caribbean Digital Collective and Digital Ethnic Futures, they do offer funding. This is often focused primarily on newer projects, as well as on folks who are contingently employed or folks from non-Research One institutions. And I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't focus on that, just highlighting the fact that that's where the bulk of the funding is. So support for projects that are not quite new, not quite fully established, at Research One institutions that although they have funding, they don't always fund these projects completely, right? So that kind of funding is pretty hard to find. And certainly, right, we know the NEH, they offer tiers in its advancement grant, but it's really some of the only funding sources for established projects like that. And so this leads me into the next point, which is regarding sustainability. So as I mentioned, most of the work of the project is impossible without the labor of graduate students. ECDA consequently is very much at the mercy of the graduate program and its recruitment. Some years we've had graduate students beating down the doors to work with us. Of late, it's been much more difficult because our graduate program has shrunk by 50%. And also the rapid increase in DH projects across our multiple and ever proliferating global campuses means that there are fewer students available to work. The conundrum of consistent graduate student workers has been alleviated somewhat by our shift to working more with undergraduates, but the fact remains that sustainability of the project remains complicated and can consequently be a hindrance. As I've said, we've been, so moving now to technological support and platforms. As I've said, we've been very lucky to have had continued support from Northeastern University, which has chosen to really embrace DH, right? We have a range of resources available to us at Northeastern. We have networks for DH, including the new lab, and we also have a digital scholarship group and, working groups and, writing groups and all kinds of ways that it's supporting DH, which is wonderful. And it has been welcome and awesome to have such robust networking and scholarship and infrastructural support, particularly with the digital scholarship group. But that does mean that in some key ways we are completely dependent upon them. So for example, the Digital Scholarship Group created the foundational infrastructure of the ECDA, right? There was not, although we participated, right, it was mostly the Digital Scholarship Group and ITS folks in the library that facilitated the creation of the infrastructure for ECDA, which I'll talk about a little bit more in a little bit. And then because of the ECDA's archival format and the need to access the library's digital repository service, we still remain heavily dependent upon the library and the digital scholarship group. So just recently, the library and the digital scholarship group decided that they needed to update the software platform that the ECDA currently depends upon. This is a customized version of WordPress called Series. And primarily they were interested in enhancing the functionality of Series, revamping it so that it's a little more accessible, a little more intuitive, trying to take advantage of some of the AI tools and new AI tools and things like that. And so they started to revamp it in April of this year. And at some point, we're not sure exactly what happened. They're not even sure exactly what happened. The visual editor on ECDA's instance disappeared and wasn't able to work anymore. So what this meant is that we weren't able to create any new exhibits. We weren't able to revise exhibits. And so we're basically in this kind of well, this was definitely an unexpected outcome. The idea had been that it was going to be updated and this would be much better and we would be faster and more dynamic and all that stuff. And it turns out, no, that's not the case. And it has consequently had a cascading effect on the website as we wait for the DSG to troubleshoot and fix the issue. As I said, this was in April that they started this, and the idea was that, well, it's only take us a couple of months, so by June, you should be all set and you'll be ready to go. June came and went and they were not ready to go. So we said, okay, well, in August, it will be all set and you'll be ready to go. August came and went and nothing happened. Then it was October. Now we're being told that it is February when the transition will happen. So currently we're in a holding pattern and we have all of this wonderful work that we have done, things that we want to ingest, new things that we want to do with the project. And unfortunately, we can't. We're in a holding pattern. So everything must be done kind of analog or on different platforms while we wait for Series to be ready. Another obstacle or hindrance is the hammer and nail issue. So this is the, in terms of technology and platform. So y'all know the saying that if you create a hammer, everything begins to look like a nail. So sometimes what can happen is that folks focus too quickly on using a particular platform rather than think about the experience or process they want to develop and then consider which platform can enable you to do what it is you are invested in. So to speak concretely, to give you an example, when we first started at ECDA, which is in 2012 and 2013, we decided that we wanted to create, this is an archive. And so we looked at platforms and other digital archives and digital museums. We looked at the platforms and the software that they were using in 2012, 2013. And we saw that most archives and museums at the time were using Omeka. This is not the version of Omeka that exists now. This is the very early iteration of Omeka. And so we thought, we're doing an archive. Omeka seems to be the standard, so we should create our archive using Omeka. So we went through the whole process, which itself was really great and really generative. We spent the first 2 years creating the site using Omeka. But what we had overlooked was that one of the things that we wanted to do with the archive, with our particular instance, was to reconsider and remix archival document. And this is mostly based on some of the work in my first book, Creole Testimonies, which makes an argument about embedded slave narratives, and basically argues that in the Caribbean, right, there are no self-authored, separately published Caribbean slave narratives. They are all of them are mediated in some way, shape, or form. More specifically, the narratives primarily appear not as separate documents, but they're embedded in these other texts. So like travel narratives, legal documents, medical treaties, like a whole, conversion narratives, all kinds of documents is where the narratives of Caribbean enslavement are found. And so one of the things that we had talked about very early on was, given that so many of these documents were digitized, that what we could do is we could actually create a collection of these embedded slave narratives so that people could actually find them. It's very hard to find these narratives unless you know that they exist. You very often have to wade through some really awful texts. So for example, Brian Edwards' history of the West Indies and the Caribbean, which is, right, font of colonial ideology, reprehensible language, right, all that stuff. So it's hard to kind of get through that and to realize that there is useful information in there. Also, a lot you would have to know before that Edward, or read all of Edward, which is a lot, to know that these narratives are in there. Yeah. So, metadata did not always consistently identify, right, the narratives that are also in these texts, right? So you would go to, library and you would look up Brian Edwards, and there would be nothing about the fact that there are interviews with enslaved people evident in the metadata. So yes, we wanted to excise, right, and do and digitally clip and put these things together. However, we found that the initial Omeka platform and the interface was incredibly static and not very customizable. And so the kinds of things that we wanted to do with the archive, such as remixing, were just not technically possible at that time with Omeka. So this, remember, this is 2 years. So we spent 2 years doing this, and we had a full-on Omeka site. We had ingested a whole bunch of text. Like we had, started to create exhibits, right, all that stuff. So the initial site was initially, right, Omeka. But we decided that we needed another platform because it wasn't allowing us to do what we needed to do. It didn't provide us for an opportunity for the dynamic functionality specifically that we were interested in. Luckily, at the same time, the DSG in the library this is when they were developing the series WordPress platform. We thought, and they convinced us, and that, WordPress offered the kind of functionality that we were looking for. It was accessible. There was, a heavy lift. So we went through the incredibly painful process of switching from the old Omeka site to the DSG's customized version of WordPress. And so this happened in about 2013, 2014. All was great with series. It was really wonderful. It was dynamic. It allowed us to do what we wanted to do. We were able to, excise text. We were able to effectively ingest text. We were able to play around with the metadata so that it more effectively, communicated some of the things that we were interested in drawing attention to. And everything was wonderful until April of this past year. Will likely remain with WordPress because, right, this is the nature of the archive. The fact that it's now been, close to 6 years now that we've been working with the WordPress. So it feels like it would be an even heavier lift to then transition to another to another platform. So essentially, the functionality and accessibility of WordPress still works for us, right? It's very easy for folks in the Caribbean to access the website. You can also access it on your phone, right? We've got lots of like bells and whistles and that kind of thing. But obviously, we're in a holding pattern right until February, when hopefully series will come back, and we will be migrated onto the new series platform. So the final challenge slash hindrance I want to talk about is really not really a hindrance, an obstacle, really more of an issue. It's the question of ethics. And that ethics can have, as we all know, right, incredibly negative effects on the development of Caribbean DH projects, particularly those that focus on enslavement. Gabrielle Foreman and the Colored Conventions Project, as well as Jessica Marie Johnson and others, have written extensively and eloquently about the necessity of archival care and empathy required in working with digital and slavery studies. However, sometimes in our zeal to retrieve and or recover these voices that we haven't heard from before or that we feel are worthy of notice, we sometimes overlook the ethical nuances of that work. So for example, in 2015, 2016, we were very excited to have been invited to join faculty at UE Cave Hill, along with Barbados Historical Society, to develop a project that built on the digitization of the full run of the Barbados Mercury and Gazette newspaper. Again, building on my work on Caribbean slave narratives, we wanted to stitch together the so they digitized the entire newspaper run, and then the historical society came to the ECDA and said, well, we don't know what to do with this, right? We've digitized it, what are we going to do with it? And so in consultation with another scholar, we suggested that they focus on the fugitive slave ads in the newspaper, and that's what would be the basis for a project that we would do with them. And so we were kind of thinking of putting together a collection basically of these fugitive slave ads, and that they would allow us to kind of create a sort of interpolated kind of slave narrative, right? That we could sort of crowdsource in a way that we were in Barbados, and we actually met with and had workshops with community members, so like church groups, as well as like graduate and faculty members of UE. And the idea was not only to transcribe these documents, but to also think about the patterns across them, and to bring the expertise, right, that the folks in Barbados had, with the places, with the location, with the geographies, and to kind of bring that to bear and bring their voices to bear on this new analysis of the fugitive slave ads. Basically to kind of glean information and detail about some, right, definitely not all, of the parameters of the lives of the enslaved. And while in theory, this seems valuable, in practice, it proved very difficult to effectively and ethically frame this DH activity in terms of content as well as process. So in terms of content, given the complicated rhetorics of the ad, right, how useful could they really be in constructing, right, authentic articulation of how the enslaved might have wanted to represent themselves, right? We're getting a particular mediated, right, representation in terms of the ads. And is any representation really useful, better than none, right? And in terms of process, given that many DH projects are developed in primarily white spaces of the North American higher education spheres, is it ethical to ask or encourage people who are not necessarily from the Caribbean or the African diaspora to directly participate in reimagining voices and representations of these ads, right? So that political kind of equation was very complicated, and it was at the time, COVID had just started. So when we were thinking about, we had a workshop at the University of Utah. Unfortunately for that workshop, the groups for the research team for the early Caribbean Digital Archive has always been a multiracial, multi-generational team. But I can't remember the exact reason why, but the Black students and myself, we weren't able to go to Utah. So basically you had the experience of a group of white people who are invested in the ECDA and its project, working with the enslaved narratives with right, in a white audience, right, and the political difficulties of that, right, are just apparent, so I'm not even going to say anymore. Right, so it required a nuance that that we hadn't thought about clearly and effectively, and definitely that's something I think that's a failure on our part in terms of not considering that this was going to be, like, we were so excited about these voices and so excited about bringing these voices, right, to focus, that we hadn't really effectively thought about the nuances, right, and the political nuances of this. Yeah, I'm just going to trail off here because I intended not to read this. I was going to do a more extemporizing thing, but it's been a difficult week. I'm a close colleague of Angel, so a lot of this work is of late is difficult. But I do feel it's important to be here and to engage in this work because it was the work that Angel was invested in, and so, yeah, again, this notion of failure, I think, is potentially productive. It is definitely painful in the middle, and literally my heart was broken about the Utah experience because I so love that project and I so love the idea of bringing the expert knowledge of folks on the ground to bear. That's one of our investments in ECDA. Yeah, we're hoping to continue this work and to continue to highlight subaltern voices in colonial Caribbean archive. Thank you.
Okay, but just to keep me, yeah. That's what I need you. All right. Let me give you all. All right, is this on? All right, perfect. We're laughing a lot, but thank you both for sharing. Kind of like, yeah, to keep from crying. These were traumatic experiences that you both went through to varying degrees, but nonetheless, not what you signed up for when you embarked on these projects. So yes, Lao Tzu, failure is opportunity, but it also sucks a lot. It's costly, obviously, in financial resources. It's costly in human labor. In addition to cash, it's costly in optimism and willingness to kind of get up and keep doing. So I appreciate very much you both having kind of copped to the affective dimensions of what these failures meant. But let's get into it a little bit. I wonder, and I hope this isn't a mean question. It's a question because I think we can learn from your failures, from all of our failures. And so I'm wondering if now, sitting where you sit, you can think of things you would or should have done differently, or did you have to fail in these projects in these ways in order to get somewhere else? And so, I mean, I asked that broadly, and then to add to your thinking, maybe more specifically, obviously this character of Mr. Prosper is a doozy. I don't know if there's any creative writers out there who want to, or you should just write this story because my Lord, this man. But I had a moment, there was this moment where you said, so he had tried for this grant and didn't get it. And you knew that, right? Yes. And you applied for this grant and you got it. And so I'm wondering, was there a window there to do a thing that would have brought him into your situation in acknowledgement that he might come for you out of frustration?
Yeah.
But the bigger question too. So that was just an instance of, 2020 hindsight.
The beginning of maybe a better path. Like if we had said, let's apply with him from the very beginning, as opposed to just getting him signing onto it at the end, because that's how we did it. Susan and I collaborated on the application, and both of us are Columbia affiliated, and so we decided to route the money through Columbia because of other. Yeah, putting it in Antigua would not be
Which is a
for
thing we can
obvious
talk
reasons,
about, yeah.
right? But you know, maybe if we had gotten Mr. Prosper to to be an applicant, a co-PI, let's say, because maybe he did not want to feel like he was, sort of in somehow a position to report to us, and that sort of reinforced maybe a colonial dynamic I hadn't even really thought about, because when I'm in Antigua, I feel like I'm just home. I'm dealing with home people. So I didn't think, but obviously there's a way that I am different. I'm New York born. I'm affiliated with like Columbia. That chop shop is like, the reputation it has its own sort of colonial presence in the world. And so that positioned Susan and I both in very particular ways that would have made him hostile, on top of him not having gotten the grant, that I didn't think about, right? And that's something that, so the idea that sometimes you think you're gonna go from your, sort of foreign institution and bring your help and bring your money and save something for people in the Caribbean is sometimes like, it's already gonna put you in a place of, sort of, it's going to put you in a complicated position, one that could easily engender animosity as much as it could engender welcome. So, yeah, that's definitely something I might have done differently, and I needed to maybe feel in that way to see that, to tell y'all, because I don't know if I'm going to go back and try again. I want to, but I do also just want to maybe let the archives do what they're going to do, and then come back around to that in a couple of years and see where I can, because I'm always going to want to do something for, and Antigua and Barbuda historical preservation. I'm just always going to do it. So I'll be back, but not in an official capacity right now. So I can't speak to where this failure, even if I had to have it, is leading me necessarily. Although I like that question. Maybe Nicole, you have a better answer.
You got a good answer.
I don't know about better. But I would say, I think that we had to fail at Omega first. And I think that failure was important, because we were initially thinking of ourselves, right? It's in our name, right? Early Caribbean Digital Archive. So we were really thinking of ourselves as a repository. We know that we had started thinking about maybe doing more public stuff and maybe a little more community oriented kinds of stuff, but that hadn't really manifested itself until we started working with the WordPress, which was much more accessible, and until we saw the functionality of the WordPress. So I think we had to go through the misery of Omeka and it felt like every meeting we were having, it was like there was some issue with the Omeka, and it was not doing this or not doing that. What we really wanted to, could we try doing this thing? And no, we can't do that thing, would be the response. So
it was a lot of Band-Aids on what you had going, basically.
Yeah, it was like we had thought of ourselves in a particular way as archive, right? And the platform of record at the time was Omeka. That's what everybody else was using. And so the assumption was that we should use this because that's what folks were using, and that was what it was suggested, to us as well. But when we got down to actually thinking about what we wanted to do with the archive, and me in particular, in terms of excising these things, Omeka wasn't allowing us to do that at the time. Now Omeka can definitely do all of that stuff, but it wasn't doing that at the time, because we wanted to create new metadata for the embedded slave narratives so that they would be in our archive alongside the container text, right? So acknowledging that one of the narratives that I work with a lot from the Brian Edwards is this really wonderful narrative by this woman, Clara, who kind of gives an example, a very detailed example of like one of the first inoculations in Jamaica. And Brian Edwards relays her story as evidence of her savagery. But when you take her narrative out of all of this yuck around, right, how Black people deserve to be enslaved, then you really see, the dynamism of her and the specificity of her experience, and the fact that she's kind of telling him, and it feels like she's kind of proud of what she's saying, and she's sharing information with him. It's not just a matter of he's extracting information, right, from her, that it seems like in the language wants to share this particular language, and you can't see that when it's surrounded by all of this, negative kind of language.
Question for you, actually. I'm interested to know, would in the metadata that you would use to describe this, would she be listed as her own author?
Yes.
Well, I would love to hear that.
Okay, so not authors. This was part of the reason why we moved to WordPress is that at the time, Omeka had that was their metadata author. And we felt that was not exactly the way that Clara had communicated her information, but she had created it. And so we liked that word creator. So we used, moved to Dublin Core and using creator, in terms of identifying, and that seemed really important to us. So when you go to the archive, you can bring up Clara's narrative and it'll say, Clara, but it'll also say Brian Edwards, because we have to acknowledge, that he's the one who actually, put her narrative, but she, told the story. So I thought, and we all thought that it's important to acknowledge that, and to, basically give credit where credit is due.
Thank you. I have so many questions, and then every time you speak, I have more questions, but I'll try to calm down. And not ask 1,000 questions about Mr. Person. No, I have more.
The irony.
I know.
Yes.
So, both of you have recounted personnel, like human error, right? Not computer error, but human error. And so I'm wondering if now you can think about ways in which, so you invest in the digital, you invest in technology. In going forward, might you think of, in parallel to the development of the digital, analog workarounds and possibilities? Like, are there any sort of backstops you can imagine? I'm thinking of your holding pattern situation. You sort of offhandedly said, we'll have to do some things analog. We're looking at different platforms. Is this something you're willing to risk every time? Like, okay, this is going to be the thing and we're just going to go for it and hope it works. And if it doesn't, then we'll deal with it, cross that bridge. Or would you approach things, and I think this is probably more for you, but I'll follow up for you. Would you approach things thinking ahead to the possibility of failure, I guess?
It's hard to, I think my experience with DH, and I'm hoping that this is replicated by other folks, is that there's always some failure. There's always something, there's something that breaks, or you don't have the right terminology. The platform isn't exactly doing what you need it to do, or what you have in your head, doesn't exist yet, right? So there's all of that stuff. So it's hard to plan for that.
Okay.
But I will say that working, I'm not completely digital. I like the analog. So I draft everything that I write longhand first. So that's crazy. But I can't help it. I need to feel the pen or the pencil, scratching in the paper, and that helps for me, at least, to generate ideas and to connect and to generate connections. I have felt personally, and so in terms of, we're revamping the embedded slave narratives collection on the website. We had a bunch of undergraduate students who went through some additional Caribbean texts and found more embedded slave narratives, and so we're really excited to get those up. So what we've been doing instead, since we can't get them actually up, is we're creating analog wireframes. And that process has actually been super, it's been super creative, but also super generative.
Great. Thank you.
I don't quite have an answer for.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
I have a Natasha specific question.
Let me hear
It was striking to me, and I think this came out of both of your more devastating elements of your failures was the difference between how you perceived yourself and understood your project and how you were perceived by those you were hoping to serve and collaborate with. And that's just awful when your intention is misunderstood. And so, especially so in your case, where your Caribbean partners view you as an agent of colonialism, essentially, and you kind of know that a little bit, maybe you are, be it British colonialism or US academic institutional colonialism, right? And I wonder, when you were highlighting your positionality, you and your partners, one as a white woman and yourself as a US-born Antiguan woman, you didn't mention the woman part. And I was right. So I'm wondering if there was some gender stuff going on. that then also makes us ask bigger questions about some cultural differences that we don't want to talk so much about, but that are real in partnerships with Caribbean colleagues.
Yes, you struck a nerve. Yeah, and so ultimately, just being clear that women in positions of leadership, or people who read SFEM in positions of leadership in Antigua, is just generally something that is not really quite heard of. And the people who do occupy that position, the few who have put themselves in that position, have been vilified. It's just not an easy place to sit in. And everyone has their thoughts on the few, business owners, the one or two, elected officials, and, anybody who's like a kind of outspoken, sort of entity is looked at with a lot of opinions. Not enough of them positive, let's say. I don't want to say not many, because there are some people who are loved as much as they are hated. But yes, so that sort of idea that those who are, femme presenting should be, and I can't even get into the stuff around sexuality and the people who fall on the queer end of the spectrum in Antigua and probably throughout the Caribbean in this mix. But I'll just say, like, the position of being two women trying to make what has largely been a male-run enterprise do something different, take a different path, definitely resulted in some resistance. I think, the idea that a man who'd been in charge for a long time couldn't do this thing, and then two women came along and did it, was definitely part of the problem. And then we were foreign, and then we were coming with Columbia and British Library money, and it just did not help our case. And I do feel like the funny thing is that the staff of the archives is mostly women. Right? So to go to the point that was made maybe by Rebecca earlier about the sort of the sort of staffing, the manpower of digital work, everyday tech work in the Caribbean as being very much feminized. I think about Carla Freeman, High Tech High Heels, right? It's absolutely that. That's been the case. And I feel like, so always being in a position of working, not managing, not directing, certainly not setting visions and intentionality is part of the problem.
And having the money.
And having the money. And the thing is, this is the other thing though, it's really hard to get things done without your own money in the Caribbean. The state of the archives building tells you how much public investment is put into preservation, and so you have to have your own money to do something like this. But then having your own money is like, oh, you think you're big and bad now. Right, exactly. That $10,000 had set people into a tizzy, and it's like, really? But yes, really, so I think it's definitely hard to sort of dissociate any one of the things. It's all in the mix. But certainly the politics of gender are huge in that. And I didn't mention it, but it's there.
Figured.
Yeah.
Mr. Prosper had felt some kind of way about you two
did not
ladies.
want us to
Yes.
prosper at all.
All right, so I am now going to test the waters of this audience and see if there are some questions out there. I have one more to kind of transition us into that, so be ready. All right. It's a quick one. I think this might be a bit more for you, but there's probably something you can tell me about this as well, which is, so you're here, you've processed to some degree these failures and are ready to move to the next element of the process of the project you're working on, or something else entirely. But I'm wondering about what got left behind, notably students and other parts of the community of building the projects that found themselves no longer involved in a thing they thought they were going to be working on.
Yeah, I think for the archive staff, I felt like they were excited about, I felt an excitement among them that they were acquiring a new purpose for being there. Because I will tell you, the archive staff, when you go there, if you're not being asked to sort of, pull a birth or a death record or something like that, a one-off, there's not a lot to do. They're really sort of And I mean, to some degree, they might enjoy it. There's not a lot to do, right? And, you know, they don't have to quiet quit if there's not a lot to do. But at the same time, though, this is actually a renewed sense of purpose for understanding why these archives existed. And I felt like, and we didn't even get into the stuff of reading what was in the images. That's the thing, we never got to that point. So that got left behind. That's something I really looked forward to doing in conjunction with them, in conjunction with the National Museum folks. Like, there were things that we had hoped would sort of unfold from this process that we never, so lots got left behind. You know, and it's interesting how it really comes down to like a handful of people, that a whole kind of maybe, you know, a rethinking of preservation nationally just didn't quite get to happen in the way that we had hoped, because a couple of people just didn't want to see it process.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, again, the other two need to get hung out here on the summer jam screen too, but, you know, we'll leave it, you know.
Yeah, I mean, similarly, I mean, we when we were in Barbados, we had similar experiences in terms of obstreperousness of folks who were supposed to be helping you with the archive and making themselves accessible, and right, that was not what happened. And so for me, I mean, I still love that project, and I still think that there is value to that project. We just have to think about if we're going to do it in the workshop setting again, and it is that we need to spend a lot more time thinking about the nuances of race and power in terms of the actual workshop. So the project itself was amazing, and it was just a fabulous experience to be in Barbados and to be working with, and it was mostly little elderly folks who came out, who they were reading the ads and like, well, this is around the corner, and I know this is 2 chains from there, and like all of this, like, you know, old timey kind of descriptive of language, which was really lovely. But it made their investment in kind of retrieving information and sharing it, right, and the importance of sharing that with, you know, their, you know, grandchildren or whomever, that was palpable, and that was just beautiful to see. And I really would like to be able to do that again. I mean, if we can't do the actual workshop, then definitely putting something together with the exhibit, but that, right, February.
Right, all those
Fingers crossed. Yes, yeah.
All right, so we're gonna take, we're gonna take questions from the audience. I got a couple here, then yeah, no, I know, we got a couple in the back first. And then, but here's because the camera cannot actually capture you in the audience, just say your name and affiliation real quick, just so that we have a record. So I'm gonna start with Liz Mitchell from Princeton, so I'll cover you.
Thank you. So I mean, I'm also someone who uncomfortably sits a couple generations removed from the Caribbean, but most of my ancestors are from the Caribbean. And what I heard from your story, Dr. Lightfoot, was that there is a sort of afterlife of colonialism happening with the funding situation here. And so I'm wondering, as scholars who ourselves sit in the seat of empire in certain kinds of ways, and wield power in these spaces, what role do we need to play in terms of decolonizing funding? I think the CDSC is doing some of that work with their microgrant program, but I'm wondering what other ways can we, you know, I'm a junior scholar, so I'm wondering what other ways might we sort of flex our muscles a little bit to change the terms of grants, like things at the British Library, because I also bristle at the fact that this would now have to be open access. I bristle at the fact that the British Library is dictating the terms on which Caribbean archives are going to be handled and exposed because of vulnerabilities that are not their fault. These are climatological vulnerabilities. These are the afterlives of colonialism. These are things that the British and the US create. So I'm wondering, what role do we have to play as people who occupy these spaces to try to change those terms? Are there things that we can be doing collectively? Are there things that we should be doing individually? Like, what is the way forward here?
It seems like it is both two-pronged. It is about the creation of our own sources of funding, however we can do that. So, you know, the stuff around the microgrants sounds like an amazing potential first step. The more that we can do of that, which in many ways means taking money from these sort of bigger entities and sort of funneling it to the communities we care about and sort of setting our own terms for its use. And then there is this sort of thornier process of trying to open up questions around renegotiating this stuff. I mean, ultimately, I don't know that the British Library will ever see this. Although they did ask us to speak about ways we might, you know, like sort of give other endangered archives program applicants some tips for the future. And I just didn't, when they asked, it was like still May, they had written that, you know, janky sentence. I just didn't know. I just wasn't ready to give them anything more at that moment. But everything that you said is absolutely right. And so in some ways I'm as mad at, you know, at the fact that this is the situation that we are in the Caribbean, to have to ask former colonial powers to give us the space, the chance to even make preservation happen, when they are definitely, as you noted so eloquently, Dr. Mitchell, at the heart of why we need these kinds of efforts. I don't know if, you know, but I do feel like we have to just keep pushing these, you know, and using whatever, like you said, I feel like I'm repeating the question back at you, because you sort of had the answer in the question, right? Because you are just that brilliant, let's be real. But you know, the idea that there is something to be said for us using what knowledge we have of sort of both spaces to sort of say, you know, hey, British Library, hey, all these other foundations and grant making entities, these are the conditions that we know about there that make this or the other term of the grant maybe something that we might want to. I didn't think about that. I never did, but funny enough, I did have a conversation with another, you know, sort of fellow Caribbeanist in arms, historian by the name of Sasha Turner, if those of you are familiar. And she was saying to me, yeah, you know, that grant is a colonial grant. Like that was, we had come to that conclusion in our conversation. You know, again, this is one of the people I privately commiserated with about this thing. And she was just like, yeah, I didn't do it. I wanted to apply for it, but I didn't because of that. You know, so, you know, I hate that is also, you know, some people are stopped who are absolutely brilliant and poised to do this kind of work because of that sort of obstacle that she could already see coming. I did. You know what I mean? So there's still, I think, yeah, it's definitely both, and it's create our own and still sort of push to revise what's out there as best we can. And it's collectives like this that really help us to sort of, you know, hatch plans. This is really necessary. I can't tell you how much I needed this.
We have a fair amount of educating to do with Mellon to make this collective possible, along the very lines that you described, for real.
Yeah, I think also going to organizations, so like companies and things that are based in the Caribbean, right? And so, you know, impressing upon them the importance of supporting this. Because some of these companies, they have so much money, and it's focused on basically just extraction, right? And taking as much money from you know, just to speak concretely about Jamaica, right? And, you know, focus on the tourism and all that kind of thing. But I think it's possible for some of these companies, you can go to them and say, you know, the history is important. Supporting, right, the archives, supporting, you know, historical societies and that kind of thing is important. And that's something that you should be doing. You know, not the little pittance where you show up, you know, on, you know, some, you know, national holiday and you get like, you know, food and, you know, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm giving people iPads. I mean, that's great, but, you know, doing other stuff I think is much more important.
Can you hear me? Oh, can everyone hear me? Okay, great. Hadassah St. Hubert. I'm here as an independent scholar. I just want to emphasize that. And I also want to make a plug for the work that myself and Nipe, my colleague here, had done with Council on Library and Information Resources. We actually published a report on these very same things about working with post-custodial archives in Latin America and the Caribbean. And one of the things was, of course, recommendations for funders and, of course, for institutions as well. And I mean, the question I was going to ask you was, what would you actually tell funders to do specifically, particularly the British Archives, which we know is through this grant process enriching its collections at the end of the day. That is why there is that open access stipulation, but it's also because of their funder, Arcadia Foundation. which is a funder of Modern Endangered Archives program out of UCLA as well, which is funding a number of post-custodial projects throughout the world in this case. And so I'm going to give a suggestion rather than, I continue to push in terms of internally at your own institutions, in terms of why do we have an open access requirement? Why can't levels of access be within the communities that they choose to serve? NEH has funded MOOCR2, which is, specifically for Indigenous knowledge. It's a platform where they actually require certain permissions for folks to actually see access to the materials and collections. So perhaps there's a future we can think about what that looks like specifically in the Caribbean. It will look in many different ways. There's so many Mr. Prospers in all different Caribbean countries. And in my own experience, even if he was the co-PI, even if he was in the initiation of the project, there would be other obstacles potentially in the way. So I can't necessarily say that these things would change. However, I do think there's like an edited book here in terms of archival fails in the Caribbean in terms of post-custodial projects. I have so many stories myself, but also stories of resilience in so many different ways and kind of pushing funders in particular to think about that open access component. And also, National Endowment for the Humanities does have our Preservation and Access Division. So as you're thinking about collections in particular, I encourage you to look at the grants there. They don't have an open access stipulation. You can provide access how you choose to. You just have to explain it in terms of how it's relevant to reach the community you would actually like to reach, right? So just making a plug there, because I know everyone does digital humanities. You're talking about collections here though. So it's really preservation and the access of it and what that looks like. And so, just thank you all for the work that you're doing and continuing to push. But I think there needs to be that open conversation with funders, continual conversations. They hear it. They know about it, particularly British Archives. It's not the first time this has been told to them. And so I think as we, as a group, continue to push and have those conversations, but also publish and document them as well, I think that's the only ways for these conversations to change.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have another hand? Charlotte?
Hi, everyone. My name is Shyla. I'm from Cray Caribbean. I do know Mr. Prosper. Everybody I met. Yeah, I feel like Mr. Prosper is getting a bad rep and I'm here to defend him because the real villains in the room were the government officials.
Yes.
And we know that, especially the one who got arrested. Oh.
Lord Jesus.
But yeah. So I've come here with not so much a question as a request. I have been, next year will be 10 years for Cray Caribbean. Wow. And every single day, my student is here with me. I bring them everywhere, from Wakanda. Every day I say, today was the worst day ever at Cray Caribbean. I quit every single day, right? So failure is really kind of part of the work, especially for all the reasons that both of you have talked about, and the nuance of how Caribbean culture and our histories of colonialism impact how we talk to people, how people perceive us. I have been, despite all of those things being true and me having experienced them in some way, I have been fortunate because even when I don't have any money, everything belongs to me, right? So it has freed me in terms of how much permission I need and how much engagement I need to have at that bureaucratic level to make the decision. I make the decision and I own the material. I request the material. I manage the relationships. And by that, what I'm trying to get across to the room is I actually want open access, but I want the access to be ours to decide. I want things to be open access. I want everybody to access it, but these are our things. It shouldn't be living at the British Library. It should be living with us, right? And so one of the ways that I want to ask you when you finish resting, to engage, I think this is like Hadassah was saying, something we can work on later is the idea of what is our public? Who is our public? Because we keep talking about ownership and propriety and all of these conversations, but archives are public records. Archives belong to the people. They belong to every single one of us who are citizens of the Caribbean. And for me, we've talked a lot about training staff. I do this all the time, you know, like every single day I'm training somebody or somebody's training somebody. But what we don't talk about is public education around who owns this, which is us, right? And I have been trying to work on that by myself for a while. In both your experiences, the University of the West Indies is a public university. I work there. It's funded by the government. It's our university, right? The National Archives is a public university, but there's no public involved in any of these conversations outside of our small community groups, etc. There needs to be like a sort of massive shift, at least for those of us who are part of this collective, in terms of who we are talking to, because I think all the time we keep talking to the wrong people, right? And I'm saying that as somebody who's very much aware of how Caribbean politics works. I live in a country right now that has had the same government her whole life. So I am aware that very little happens to shift public opinion when it comes to things that have political impact. But this is something, like you were saying, Nicole, with the companies, that this is something that requires a really strategic and systemic wave of public education. I think that part of the conversation around failure, I think where we all, including myself, because, you know, I'm teaching, I have my students, and I'm busy all the time, where we fail usually in these parts is thinking about who we're talking to. And I'm a scholar of reception, I'm a scholar of readers, I'm a scholar of audience. I'm constantly thinking about who is my audience here? Who is this for, right? And I think starting at that point of, I failed because I was talking to the wrong people. Who are the right people I should be talking to? I should be talking to everyone, right? So I want to invite you to join me to do something about that sometime soon when you're resting, but I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you, Shyler. I fear that we need to wrap. Can you please join me in thanking our two guests for this amazing conversation? Thank you both. Extraordinary. And the prize, of course, is a reception. There has been coffee and tea, but no food. Now there is food. So please join us next door, 134 that way, for food and drink and fun and conversation. And
and this also, our Caribbean digital artist will be making a presentation. So first you'll go in and get food and sit down, and he will present.
Well, welcome everybody to the second day. What a great start yesterday. That was amazing. Thank you. And today, I'm looking forward. Today we're here for the big one, from 9 to 5 or something like that. So please make sure you take breaks you need. There's gonna be coffee, fresh coffee and drinks in the back here. And we're going to have, there's going to be lunch and dinner served in 131. When the time comes, we'll walk you, but please feel free to stretch your legs throughout the day. This is a big day ahead of us. So I was tasked with giving some comments about failure, but not our own, but the world's failures. How the world has failed us, in particularly the world of technology and capital. We can call it the racial techno-capitalism. How San Francisco, Silicon Valley, I shouldn't say San Francisco, there's a bunch of people, nice people in San Francisco. How Silicon Valley in particular, who drives new technology in the planet, has failed the Caribbean in particular. A great example we already saw yesterday. A lot of these folks that went and gentrified Puerto Rico, raised the real estate and raised prices for everybody. They're Silicon Valley folks. These are Bitcoin folks. It was funny. I was there during those days when you hear them talk, that somebody would put a mic in their face and they would say that they were there to help, to rescue. And this is for a really long time. Technologists, mostly white kids, 25 to 35, something like this. They have, after a crisis, stepped in to help, and inevitably made things worse. we have seen this trajectory over like for decades now. I've been seeing this since the 90s. We're the technologists, we're here to say things, and then they make it worse. It got so bad that at some point we thought that it was better not to help. That it was better just not to intervene into things. So, and in fact, something we're really proud of in the humanities, and this is our own dean of the humanities, Katie Lofton, actually gave a very moving speech to all of us in the faculty like a couple of days ago on how what sets us apart is that we're the slow readers, we're the slow thinkers, we're the ones who say, you know what, let's take our time. It's complicated. It's not as easy answers won't work. That's us, right? At the same time, I don't want us only to be the slow thinkers and the slow doers, because we do get emergencies, we do get urgencies, we do get man-made disasters, we get wars, we get transitions in government that where they don't want us to prosper. We live in a world full of desperations and urgencies. And in that world, our slow thinking is not going to be enough. Our slow doing is not going to be enough. I want that to be the base of our capacity to be able to also move fast when the time comes. Quick, nimble. Use everything we've been slow cooking to be able to put together a solution that is not like the one that Silicon Valley provides. Everything we have thought about what can possibly go wrong, because either we've experienced it, as we saw yesterday, in the Cameron of digital humanities in the Caribbean, to everything we have seen others do wrong. Take that knowledge that we have painstakingly accumulated over years of study and careful thinking to be able to react in a world that is failing us. That is my encouragement to you, something that I want us all to think about a second. So the one tool that I think is the strongest tool we have in our arsenal to help us do this is collaboration. And what a great way to start our second day with a panel that is two teams, and both teams are here and they will be talking about collaboration. I'm gonna let Laurent Dubois be the master of ceremonies for our first panel today.
Wonderful to be here again for a second day. What a day yesterday. And our panel again, of course, is about collaboration, which is at the heart of this project. And we'll have these two teams speaking to us. I did want to take a moment though, before we begin, to just acknowledge the gratitude that we feel towards the creators of the TCD world, the three of them whose work over the past decade, right? And I think it's important to mark the moment that this has been 10 years of pouring a lot of heart and mind and energy into this project. A lot has gone into it. And the scale of the achievement, I think, is really immense. So this collaboration that you three have had is incredible. Alex, Kaima, Kelly, you've really poured so much energy into this project. You created community, nourished possibility, supported our collective imagination, and allowed us to think for better ways to inhabit and transforms the world we move in. So thank you for that. We want to applaud. So I'm going to now invite the Taller Entre Aguas group to come up and sit here. We're going to have two mics to hand between you. Let me just introduce them by name. Obviously, you can look up more about their work in your schedule. Some mics for you. So we have here today Danielle Morales Armstrong from the University of Pennsylvania, Ise Diaz from the University of Puerto Rico.
Morning, everyone. Buenos días.
Buenos días.
So Jessica Marie Johnson here. Thank you all for having us and for listening to us talk a little bit about the project. I'm going to set a timer so I don't talk long. I want to, while I do that, thank the Caribbean Digital for 10 gatherings and for all of the work that the Caribbean Digital and the Caribbean Digital Scholarship Collective do to advance the field. This is incredibly important work. There are not many collectives that are doing it, nor many, even fewer, that are doing it with intentionality and with community. And that's really, really incredibly important. So if you're here, please know you're in a blessed space and hopefully this work continues for a long, 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 long time. I want to start off, and I have permission from my team to start off just with a little note of thanks to Angel David Nieves, who passed away literally like a couple days ago. And I won't say much because I'll just get upset. But for those two of us who have been in DH a long, long, long time, longer than most people think DH exists. And for those who have been doing work either in Caribbean things, Latinx things, queer things, decolonial DH, radical DH, all of that. Angel has very much been a part of this. He deserved a lot more. But you know, hopefully he's here hearing this today. So just a little bit of our what we're going to be doing today, how we're going to go through intro, project overview, challenges, et cetera, et cetera. Each of us will speak a little bit, and I will probably speak the least. I am glad to be able to talk a little bit about the project. Before we do that, why don't everybody introduce themselves? Y'all know me, and I'll say a little bit more about myself, but I would rather defer to my team. I don't know, is it on?
Just push up. Yeah.
Is it on? Can you hear me? All right, good. Hi, good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. My name is Isa Cosette Diaz. I am a senior fellow with Diet Entre Aguas, and I'm just so happy to be here. And once again, thank you for all you guys' support to just bring us in gathering. This feels like a family reunion. I'm just excited to talk about the work we're doing here today.
Hi all, my name is Gabriel Rivera Cotto. Here from doing a PhD here in Yale University, and really happy to be with all you. I think I'm with Daniel, kind of like the newest member of the whole team is Abby, who's there. But at least in the registro side, really happy to be here and share with you all our work.
Hi folks, I'm Dan Morales Armstrong. Also happy to be here, so insert pleasantries, and let's get the show started.
And if the rest of the team could just stand up in the back. I don't know why y'all went all the way to the back of the room. You may think we got a project. This is an amazing team. So Diet Entre Aguas is one of the micro labs within the Diaspora Solidarities Lab, which is a project that I co-PI with Dr. Mayra Figueroa, who is the PI La Jefa. And it's sort of initiatives fall under one of these five, DSL broadly, one of these five pillars: community, building capacity, and building a strength and professionalism and rigor and research and all of these things, and then developing sort of infrastructure both in people but also in thinking of digital things for Caribbean digital work and for Black feminist work. And then there's our two labs, the Open Boat Lab, which is run by Dr. Figueroa Vasquez, and the Community Knowledge Lab, which is run by myself. That's the one that is sort of based at JHU. Within the JHU context, the DSL falls under a kind of collective of labs that I direct under the broad heading of Life Code, Digital Humanities Against Enclosure. This is an initiative that I've co-founded with Dr. Christina Thomas in 2020. It began as just a handful of projects and some folks, grad students, faculty, Alex was there from the beginning, who were really interested in thinking about what radical and decolonial and anti-racist DH might look like in the middle of the pandemic. And it has since expanded into these amazing and beautiful talleres, labs, projects, individuals, and more. You can see little arrow, little Diet Entre Aguas right there as part of the Community Knowledge Lab, micro labs. So Diet Entre Aguas, within that constellation is the micro lab that is looking at Black Puerto Rican data. It's co-directed by myself and Dr. Sarah Bruno, who is assistant professor of English and Africana Studies at Michigan State University, also visiting scholar in the Center for Africana Studies at JHU. And we're very much interested in what are the ways that a Black Studies approach might bring new ways of thinking about the Caribbean, about Puerto Rico, about Borinquen, about the archipelago and the diaspora and the relationships together. And we're especially interested in thinking about how that might relate to thinking about data. We don't think about data as just sort of numbers, and we're going to get into that much further. And we don't think about any kind of data. We're especially looking at histories of slavery and enslaved people, and the way that we present our ancestors, present within those documents and records. A lot of our priorities speak to structurally this initiative, but also other aims around the DSL. So we're trying to build a micro lab in a community that is accountable, that is ethical, that is actually a community. We actually like each other. We actually talk about things together. We try and be intentional about our workload, our labor, and this is a panel about collaboration. So we want to make sure that we're clear that this is meant to be as non-extractive and colonial as possible. And this was an initiative for me and Dr. Figueroa in particular. We were really clear they wanted to offer a space, and Dr. Bruno actually wanted to offer a space for mentoring new scholars in Black Puerto Rican thought. We want a space for a community, and especially for care and repair, because doing that work, even within the context of Puerto Rico and Puerto Rican studies, is incredibly difficult, and that world can be incredibly patriarchal, incredibly racist. We're interested in always providing opportunity for networking, for professionalization, for skill building, and that's within the DSL as well as Life Code. This is just kind of broad initiative for those of us who are in the Academy University affiliated, especially those who are in any relationship to deans or admin. There's all kinds of conversations about the job market, about what skills you're empowering your graduate students with, or even your undergraduates with. And one of the things we want to do is create a space within the DSL and across all the micro labs where that, where people are learning skills that, oh, come to find out, you can translate this into a profession, either as a researcher or in nonprofit or in archives or in something else. We're really interested in making sure that we're presenting opportunities for conference presentations, publications, as well as project development opportunities. So we're not here under the Libertos project, but Daniel Morales Armstrong is going to be leading, and we're helping develop Libertos project. We also are working on 2 publications. One, the CFP actually is going to be out probably within the next week. December 15th is what December 15th. A special issue with Centro on Black Puerto Rican studies with a focus on histories of slavery. So we are organizing spaces where the work can actually be shown, as well as creating space for folks who want to be doing the work. I'm really serious about collaborating entre aguas, so collaborating across diaspora, across the archipelago, collaborating with folks who are at UPR, folks who are doing community work within the archipelago itself, and folks who are within the diaspora in a whole host of ways. That means being intentional about language, being intentional about what are the kinds of institutions we're collaborating with, being intentional about working with our community fellows, our organizations who are doing grassroots Black Puerto Rican work on the ground, and thinking about what are the ways that we disseminate knowledge and information. And I think that's actually a great place to step into the Registro project itself.
Thank you so much for the introduction.
Okay, yes.
Okay. With our work with Taller Entre Aguas, and especially starting into Registro, this was something that I was invited into. And when I began this project, I really asked the question of like, well, what are we going to do with Black Puerto Rican data, and who was this data for? And one of the ways and one of the projects that we're working on in the Registro is the 1872 slave register. And how we started this project, we're literally transcribing what's available in the NARA records. And when you open up the records, if you go to the next slide, you'll, well, not our goal, but our next slide will also talk about our challenges, as well as how we've been able to make this data a little bit more accessible. This is an enhanced version of our Registro that we were able to pull. First, we had to download at least 50, I would say like the first 50 pages of one of each district. And with the first sample set, we were trying to figure out, where do we start? Where do we settle? And what are we willing to show? Because there's over 20,000 records. And we decided to start with District 1, which has the capital, some of Dorado. We have Trujillo Alto, which is like not really in there, but like a few entries. But now we have 1,418 entries of the first district. And we're talking about how we have access to sharing the whole collective or just part of it. So we're going to make accessible right now just our first district. And so this is a sample of what we had to do literally, which was enhanced through our iPhones, right? And so finding the technology, even Dr. Hill gave us advice of how to deal with the contrast, how to make the images a little bit darker. And so into the next slide, you'll see our sample of our revised data set. And so this is an example of capital, which you can notice we have the name of the enslaved people, the place where they were born, whether it's Puerto Rico, Africa, or different parts of the Caribbean, if they were able to pay their manumission price, where they were registered in, other demographics of their children, as well as the name of their former owners, their roles, the plantations, their age, their heights. And it's very interesting while we have been just working through these records of how things have been written or erased or changed. There's so many differences between the districts. And so what we hope is that people can create not only connect with their families, but also realize what's going on in Puerto Rico before abolition, and also with the work that Daniel's doing to also think about the migration and the movement of the free labor people, right? We don't have to think about Puerto Rican data in the sense that it doesn't exist. And when we talk about this work, a lot of people say, and when you go to archives, that it's not accessible or they don't have certain files. And so what we're doing together is making this more accessible for all of us, and also making space that we have ownership. And we were talking about how we have multiple backups. We started initially in Airtable, but because our data grew the size that we initially thought, we transitioned over to Google Sheets right now, but also we have been playing with different forms of data visualizations like Tableau, Palladio, to think about how we're going to share this data and also make it accessible. And so we've just been exploring different digital projects to be able to share what we're doing. In the next slide, I was going to talk about our challenges, but I thought after our keynote yesterday, like, what could I really that's one of the things that I wanted to ask. It just didn't make any sense because I thought, we faced challenges while trying to interpret this data. But what I realized in our position is, look, we're the students, right? So there's things that directors, you guys, and Dr. Johnson, and Dr. Bruno, have to battle for us that we do not realize. But as us, the workers dealing with the data, it has been a little bit challenging to try to translate some of and interpret some of the data, as well as because the majority of our data is in Spanish. A lot of obviously code is in English, and so it's not translating well. And so with the double work that we're having to do as the workers, as well as the misgendering of the enslaved people, sometimes the names are gendered by their role. So if it says oficio, like the person could be a femme person or a masculine person, right? But because the oficio is a masculine, it goes under man. And so having to be able to navigate whether their names, if we're spelling their names correctly, also thinking about the ways that for the manumission price, we've noticed different, the prices between the different pesos and different Spanish. And so it's just like, how do we make sure that this data is accurate? Because there are certain people who are going to pay attention to these numbers. And so what is the best way that this is going to help all of the people who are working the data? Thinking about the data storage, we've had to move our platforms, as many as talked about yesterday. We don't have our site just of yet, but we're also thinking and working with different specialists and strategists. What is the best site to use? Where are we going to move it? And also, once again, who has access to it? Will people be able to download the data sets, or will they be able to just view it? And also making space for suggestions, because we know that this is just the first attempt of this registro. And so we're also thinking about the gaps in the data. Because there are many no spaces, but we're also recognizing what is the intention behind that, and also what are the stories and narratives that we're able to pull, because there's all many different connections that we're bringing to the project that allows us to see it in different ways. As well as there's many missing pages that we've realized as we've been able to put in the register, and it'll literally be like 1 or 2 pages throughout a data set. Or for example, there's a whole district number 3 that is not in the NARA records, right? But there is a scholar and the Fernando's Sacco, who we're also we've been collaborating with, and we're gonna have a panel next semester who has access to this data. So we're also trying to connect with people on the island and in the diaspora who are interested to do this work, as well as how can this be a great tool? What are we doing right and wrong? But once again, I feel like my challenges aren't as big, but it is things that we're trying to figure out through the data. And we're just hopeful and hoping that others can be able to join with us to think about not only this registro in the sense of Puerto Rico, but in other nations. Like my parents come from Liberia, and through the NAR records and my tea training, I was able to find a ship record from my great-grandfathers from South Carolina going to Liberia, which is really interesting, right? And if I didn't have the training through Taller Aguas, I wouldn't have had that access to do that. So the few challenges that I've been able to share aren't as heavy, but it is important for the ones who are doing the work. And so I'm going to pass it over to Danielle to talk about theory and what we're doing. Sure.
All right. So I'm going to talk about theory here. And I want to start and end with 2 notes on collaboration. We all come to this work, right, by virtue of working with any group of humans, right, with different lived experiences, having read and been influenced by different texts. But all these things bring us to a core and common alignment in terms of caring about Black personhood. Right. And so this is an important starting point for working on this kind of project together. And so that's one of the ways that we collaborate, is thinking about how each of our lived experiences and readings and where we are and our trainings and all those things fit into doing this work together and doing it well. And so through our conversations, which we've been, there are times where we're like, we should have another conversation about where we're going with this bit, or let's check in again about how we're standardizing these edits that we're making, right? How are we about the currencies, right? Is this something that we should be converting, or is it something that we should leave as is, right? And so we've come to 3 core commitments that we, in our most recent iteration of this discussion, right, that are guiding our work. And the language and the theories and the texts that pull us to these commitments is different for each of us, but we share these common things. The first is to look beyond the face value of the information that's in this registro, right? It's not just we're looking at this and we have to take everything as the truth, and anything that's written down should just be, right? We're just digitizing the thing. That's not what we're doing. Right? Because there are a lot of problems in the ways that these documents are constructed when you're thinking about an entire group of Black people as property, right? As opposed to as human beings, there are certain fatal flaws in the data, we'll say, right? The second is our commitment to think, talk, and write about the people who appear in this registro with dignity and honor. Right? That's an important intervention, something that we are committed to doing. It's not just saying, oh, well, these are people and here's some data points about them, right? It's how do we talk about these folks with the honor and dignity that they deserve, even if it wasn't offered to them while they were alive. And the third is, how do we lean on recent interventions in theory, in practice, in digital humanities so that we can offer something new and move forward the kind of work that's been done with this large document that contains close to 30,000 entries, right? How we can add to the tradition of what's been written and thought about this work over the past 3 decades, right? And that is so that we can make their dignified stories, the dignified stories of the people in the register, available to the public in ways that are meaningful. So here are some of the threads of theory that inform our approaches to this project. And generally they're in 3 bundles, right? The first is thinking about archives and silences. And here we're thinking with Michelle Rowe-Trujillo, thinking about silences and mentions, and Jessica Marie Johnson, thinking about the intentionality behind each of the entries that's being made, right? Somebody is making a decision not to include, even though there's an entire category with ample space, right, for observations that's empty across all of these, right? And there are times when the person who's writing these records is making these decisions, right? Every single time they're making a decision, that they're writing down something in one of these columns, in one of these spaces, they're making decisions, right? Sometimes they can give us more insights about what's happening, and sometimes they don't, right? Like there are 2 entries in Trujillo Alto for young men aged 19 and 22. And the register includes physical descriptions, your eyes, your hair, your skin color, your nose, your mouth, right? And with few exceptions, they kind of reproduce the ways that, you know, captors thought about Black people, right? Nose is wide, lips are big, right? Those kinds of things. And it's just ditto, 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 right? And these two entries for Eleuterio and Isidro, when they talk about their eyes, they say ojos tristes, right? Sad eyes, right? What does that tell you in a small municipality, right? Where you have less than 100 enslaved people. It's not too far from the capital, but it's much smaller in terms of the number of people who are enslaved there. What does it tell you about their life experiences, right? Are they talking about the shape, the slant, the structure of the eyes? Or are they talking about the emotion in the eyes, right? And so at once this is a mention, it's something that's noteworthy, and a silence, because we don't have the information to answer those really core questions of, when you're thinking about these people as people, right? And you say this person has sad eyes, right? Is this commentary on their faces about the status, the imposed status on their lives, right? Or is this that they said, you know, this person kind of looks like somebody who I think is sad, or, you know, this corner of the eye goes down a little bit, right? And so those are silences and mentions there. Okay. Next is thinking about our responsibilities to the enslaved people whose lives are represented, misrepresented, and distorted in this data set, right? And here we're keeping present Marissa Fuentes' work, thinking about the violence of the archives, particularly for enslaved women, right? And how the archive structure and the way that these documents are created and written carry and encapsulate that violence, right? And if you're not questioning the way that these things are written, then you too will be, we will be reproducing them. So how do we make sure not to simply reproduce that violence, right? The state of perpetual dishonor, to use Patterson's language, right? That enslaved folks were held in while they were alive and in the documentation since then. How do we think about the ways that we're writing about these people? And so we're thinking when we're in these moments where there are the gaps, right? What do we do? All right, so we're thinking with Smallwood, with Hartman, with Ada Ferrer about this. And okay, so they give us some direction and some potential tools for these potentially impossible to answer questions, right? What's going on with Isidro and Eleuterio, right? That they have these sad eyes, right? And so they call us to sit with those gaps in the archives, right? To imagine and look for the documentation that can help us understand what's going on, right? To be mindful not to exceed the limits of the sayable in the archive. And sometimes when we can't find the information, it's making the unknowability of that information, right, a focal point in what we're doing. And being mindful that just because we're talking about this violence that's happening and inscribed into the archives, right, it doesn't have to re-narrate the violence, right? It can disrupt the naturalization of it. We're using Smallwood's words here, right? So disrupting that kind of naturalization, saying, here's the thing that's happening, right? And here are the impacts of it, as we see here on this, right? Reminder, this is a person that's being written about, and here's the violence of the archives being projected onto. And the last thing is Black digital practice. None of us come to this as experts in DH, right? Even though DH has been around for longer than I've known about it, right? My skills about it there's a lag here, right? So the humanities folks thinking slowly, right? That's me with the trainings also. And so we return to and continue returning to this kind of practice as we move from data analysis to product design. Johnson, again, offers us an insight about this Black digital practice and the possibility that it offers to resist and counteract slavery's dehumanizing impulses. Nguyen et al. Puts us to think about the kind of archive that we're trying to create. Is this about community building? Is this about making data accessible? What's it about? And then Jenny Williams, who's done the kinfolkology project, recently published something talking about revisiting the ways that, as you were saying, what have we done well? What have we done poorly? How do we recognize those things that we're doing and what we can do better? How, if you're just taking the data and putting it online, right? You're reproducing that violence if you're not doing it with adequate context, definition, and analysis of the ways that these people are being represented. So I'll return to collaboration and then pass it on because I imagine I've gone for just a little bit longer than 4 minutes. In these moments where we have to deal with the gaps, right? We put our noggins together and we say, what do we do in this moment, right? It's not just what does Daniel think of the moment, what does Gabriel think of the moment, what does Iset think in the moment, right? Sometimes the answer is clear and sometimes we wrestle with it because somebody here on this panel has experience and knowledge and insight and wisdom that I don't, right? And vice versa. And so together we're able to say, okay, remembering our commitments, right? How do we best deal with this? And with that, I will pass it off.
Yeah, so I guess we don't have that much time now, but thank you both Ise and Daniel. The collaboration practice, I mean, we kind of wanted to like basically reiterate because it's a panel collaboration, like the spaces where we, you know, where that has been central. It has come up in the challenges and in the theory already, and I, at least the way that we, you know, we're trying to see it, or like I guess, you know, preparing for this, I thought at the beginning a lot of the work that we were doing was basically transcribing a lot of these documents. So it was first trying to bridge the gap between like experiences with the archives and with, you know, 19th century like Spanish documents. Both Daniel and I work on the history of slavery, specifically in Puerto Rico. Is working language and literatures in the English Caribbean. No, so it's different training. So a lot of it at the beginning was, you know, trying to bridge those gaps and trying to get a good understanding of like what are the documents that we're seeing, you know, and how can we read them. The other part was like the digital skills, and I think we're now slowly coming into it. You know, as Jessica Marie Johnson said, we're part of like the DSL group. Like there's a lot of workshops that are run by the group as a whole. But yeah, so now that we're moving past like the simple transcribing and actually thinking about how are we gonna do like a, you know, better web page, or like how is this actually gonna look, we have to like really like tackle this like digital world, and in terms of like money, in terms of skills. And so that's something that we're like entering right now, and we'll see how it goes. But then the other thing that for us is like really important is just like thinking about how can we collaborate with the users of the pages, you know, that we create at the end. In the next slides, we're gonna see like a couple of the things that we have upcoming, and let's say like the panel on genealogy, you know, like that one is with Ellen, no? And you know, one of the things that we want to do also is like try to hear from the community like what they would like to see in a work like this. We're basically moving documents from an archive and creating like this digital archive, and it doesn't have to be like simply for researchers and people who have expertise in this. But we have to like have those conversations to be able to like bridge that gap, you know, because we've been dealing and working with this for a while now. And yeah, so being conscious that when we move to that phase, and the way we present these documents, the people who enter that webpage are not gonna be like, you know, having all this having had all this conversation beforehand. So yeah, and this is some of the upcoming steps. And we have to finish cleaning data specifically for that first district. Then we're revising like a black paper that we're writing on our work, you know, what we've said here, and also giving a little bit of ideas of how research can be done with the data. We're gonna have some writing workshops, the genealogy panel, as I said, and yeah, and then like try to make the website beta, which is it's gonna be I think like that's that's the goal, but that's like it's definitely the hardest part for now. But yeah, that's all we have for you.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much. It's incredible to see a project that takes so seriously these theoretical questions and of our responsibility from the beginning. So really appreciate that. I'm going to call up now the Early Caribbean Archive crew to come up here. I think there's six folks and get started now. Thank you all for the arrangements. We have a group of 6 people, 1 on Zoom and 5 here in person. I'll just mention the names and institutions and then hand the microphone over to Elizabeth. So we have Elizabeth Dillon, Reba Dixon, Carolina Laracia, Hannah Kim from Northeastern University, and Savita Maharaj and Darlene Uzwugwe from Brandeis and Harvard. Incredible project that we've all been sort of profiting from for many years, and we're really grateful to hear about your work and collaboration. So I'll invite Elizabeth Dillon to start us off. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks to the organizers, to Alex and Kelly and Kayama. I've been here before. It's great to be here again. It's great to see the continuing life of this project, of this conference. I want to say that the co-director, co-founder of this project with me is Nicole Aldo, who hopefully many of you heard last night. She's not able to be here this morning. Our community has really been rocked by the loss of Angel Nieves, and I joined Jessica in just wanting to say how important he has been to both our community at Northeastern and the larger community of digital humanities and social justice and the humanities. So, okay. I'm going to give a few introductory remarks, and then I'll hand it over to the students. Just briefly to introduce them, they'll introduce themselves more, but Reba Dixon is a graduate student in the English department at Northeastern. Savita Maharaj is a former undergraduate at Northeastern and now a graduate student at Brandeis. Hannah Kim is an undergraduate at Northeastern. Darlene Duzogwe, who's joining us via Zoom, is an undergraduate at Harvard, and Carolina Larcia is an undergraduate at Northeastern. So we're really excited that we have what at Northeastern they call an intergenerational research team, by which they mean undergraduates, graduates, and faculty working together. And I'm just going to briefly introduce not so much the ECDA, the Early Caribbean Digital Archive, which many of you may be familiar with. And here's a slide and the URL at the bottom if you need to look at it. Here's our team right now. I want to talk about sort of 3 principles that we use for our work with students, or that have informed the ECDA's project with working with students. I'm happy to say I think a lot of this will resonate with what you just heard in the previous presentation too. So not only is this part of our team, but these are all folks who have worked on our team in the past. So the work of the ECDA has been absolutely 100% a collaborative. So the first principle is really that this is collaborative work, and the collaborative work is not really, it's not just about the faculty saying, why don't you do this? It's about meeting every week and saying, what are we doing and why are we doing it and how do we do it anyway? Which is always a kind of a challenge. The ECDA began about a decade ago, as Nicole said yesterday, because she and I thought it would be useful to have an archive of early Caribbean texts. And we thought that the affordances of the digital archive would allow us to reconfigure, to address, to maybe redress some of the colonialist dimensions of analog archives. But one of the things that we ran up against really quickly was just how deeply the epistemologies of colonialism, imperialism, and racial capitalism shape the archive and archival practices in very concrete ways. Nicole talked yesterday about the fact that we started initially using the platform Omeka, and Omeka, you know, is for all its virtues, we immediately found that it the structure of the data was already telling us what we were supposed to be doing in a way that was not what we wanted to be doing, right? So Nicole gave the example of the category of author, right, which really doesn't fit the concept of the embedded slave narratives that derives from Nicole's work in Creole testimony, that if we want to find the stories of enslaved people in the Caribbean, they are often embedded in other texts. And so our archivists work to disembed them to create new items with new metadata. And we use the term creator rather than author. And one of the things that suggests is that we need to rethink the very term author, right? When it comes to thinking about the history of the Caribbean and Caribbean culture. So one of the first principles that we kind of arrived at, and this is actually my second principle in my talk, because the first is collaboration. The second one is that the archive is not inert. It's always a process of construction, right? So the kind of this idea that was mentioned in the last panel about making decisions, right? The person who made the analog archive made decisions. We're making decisions every time we're trying to figure out what the categories are and what the relationship is between the material that we have and those categories is. So one of the things that we wanted to foreground is the processual nature of the archive, right? The fact that it is never inert. It's constantly being shaped and reshaped by the creators, by the users, by knowledge producers and purveyors. And we need to pay attention to how these processes are occurring. So the student work that you'll see is all very much engaged in this idea of remix, that the archive is not inert. So the non-inertness of the archive. The projects that they're presenting are kind of in three categories. Reba and Savita will be presenting exhibits that they've put together. The exhibits are an effort to, an opportunity to chart a path through the archive, to identify a thread and locate it moving through the archive. The second project that Hannah will be presenting on is identifying and transcribing and ingesting additional embedded slave narratives, which, as Nicole mentioned last night, are not available on our site because the back end is being reworked by the library. And the last two projects by Darlene and Carolina have to do with a new project where we're trying to map and make visible the relations between Boston and the Caribbean. So Boston is, historically presented as the birthplace of the revolution and so forth, but it turned out every time you kind of scratch one of these white guys' history, it goes back to the Caribbean. And so we're trying to map and make visible those histories. So both of them have embarked on sort of early work on that project. The last and third principle, and by no means the least, is that we always pay the students who work on the project because it's work and they should be paid for it. So Nicole and I spend a lot of our time trying to figure out where to get the money to pay for the students. But it's important to us that that's what the collaboration looks like. Okay, so I'm going to hand it over to Reba.
Hello, everyone. Hopefully y'all could see the visual project that I have here. So let's begin. Hello, everyone. My name is Reba Dixon, and I am the program manager with ECDA. My research examines imaginations of Blackness as a monstrosity, particularly experiences of Black women, which brought me to their distasteful images. I wanted to make some noise with these images of allegedly vulgar women in a way that recognized their trauma without recreating a spectacle of their dehumanization so that they wouldn't remain completely silenced within the archives. This visual project is a manifestation of Venus-Monter syndrome, which I believe explains the ways Black women were and still are treated and seen as monstrous. To define Venus-Monter syndrome, I draw on monster theory, misogynoir, and intersectionality, as well as post-memory, to apply a post-memorial lens to these images to confront their painful past, challenge archival narratives, and connect contemporary issues. Inspired by Ruth Middleton, I used embroidery to create an archive where monstrous imaginations are represented. By embroidering these archival and contemporary images, I wanted to explore the other sides of Black women's lives that is overlooked due to the abundant accounts of their trauma. I wanted to capture their memory in what Saidiya Hartman calls another mode of writing that does not favor colonial forms of storytelling. This aesthetic mode was adopted because we, like Hartman, do not believe that the future of abolition must first be written on the page. Why not on cloth with vibrant colors, patterns? Why not add my own here? Why not call it a counter-narrative since it is a history stitched with and against the archive? This visual project is a limited attempt to redeem lost and denied humanity, but if by viewing it, you find a lesson for our future, a hope for history, as Hartman puts it, then I think maybe it's not so limited because you can no longer see the monster perpetuated, right? My work with ECDA encourages me to investigate these monstrous traits associated with Blackness. Currently, I am examining how the monstrous traits of individuals in the diaries of Matthew Lewis and Mrs. Carmichael are subversive and rebellious since they reject the submissive slave trope. I'm excited for the possibilities of remixing and representing Blackness and look forward to creating an online exhibit and connecting this with my dissertation. Thank you. I forgot the slide.
Hi, I'm Savita, and I cultivated a digital exhibit, which is a collection of primary texts that provides a new point of entry into the archives. My exhibit, Carnival as an Act of Resistance, revolves around Carnival and its ties to rebellion against enslavement in the 18th and 19th centuries. This Carnival exhibit takes texts written or illustrated by colonial powers and remixes said texts, attempting to put the perspective of enslaved people at the forefront of defining what Carnival is. Through this work, I explored what resistance means in the pre-20th century Caribbean and how different components of Carnival are all part of an Afro-Caribbean culture, a culture colonizers lack the insider knowledge necessary to fully understand their resistance and impenetrability to colonial knowledge. I explore how by applying post-colonial and decolonial frameworks to these colonial texts, we have the ability to see the archives in a new light. I draw on Juanita de Barros, Audrey Dipty, David Vincent Trotman, Linda Tuhiwa Smith's work on decolonization. So I looked at a combination of texts such as colonial travel journals and images by Western travelers, who oftentimes portrayed a romanticized, idyllic portrayal of the West Indies, and enslaved people, such as Brunius Augustino and Richard Briggins. For example, Miss Carmichael is a Scottish woman who wrote a detailed narrative about her travels to St. Vincent and Trinidad and Tobago in 1834. Her journals can be used to understand this insider versus outsider perspective manifested in these celebrations, meaning the inherent fact that these acts of rebellion went unnoticed, proving how successful they were, as well as how rooted traces of resistance and rebellion are in maintaining one's culture. By looking at technologies of resistance and opposition from the past, we can learn and develop them for the future, working towards understanding cultural resistance as a form of celebration, embodiment, and life. Being part of this team really helped me find my way to academia, and I truly believe I wouldn't be here without it. This project will play a role into my larger dissertation, where I hope to explore the many shapes rebellion assumes and how free, enslaved, and indentured Caribbean women created narratives that influence our understanding of resistance in literature today. Thank you.
All right, so hi everybody, my name's Hannah. I am an undergrad at Northeastern, and I work primarily on the Embedded Slave Narratives Project, where I am looking through pre-20th century travel media for these embedded narratives about enslaved and indigenous Caribbean people. So as you can see on the screen, my basic process is very simple. I'm going through these texts, I'm extracting narratives or snippets that I think could be narratives if the person mentioned comes up again, or if there's more detail later. And I collect the relevant and available metadata, and where metadata isn't available, I attempt to supplement it with external sources, such as the Center for the Study of the Legacies of British Slavery. Thus far, over my 4 years here, I have worked with 2 texts, the Journal of a West India Proprietor by Matthew Lewis and Domestic Manners and Social Condition by A.C. Carmichael. Through my work with these 2 texts, I have found over 50 embedded narratives that I am in the process of analyzing and extracting metadata and preparing them for ingest into the archives. Throughout this, I have found, of course, a lot of the ways that this colonial violence manifests, primarily in absences and silences. The primary way I found this has been through the exclusion of naming, which is something that has sort of bothered me a lot because there's not really an existing phenomenon of that. There's not really a reason for people to do that other than to enact this sort of violence on people. So these silences are partial or total in terms of what information is and is not included. And I have also found that the sources that I've used in this project have taken me a lot longer to find than I would have anticipated. The narratives that I have found will be collected for ingestion, and I hope to create an exhibit by the time I leave Northeastern that details my own process. In terms of how my experience has been at the ECDA, I have really truly loved my time here. And I think that a question that underlies a lot of my experience has been, how do outsiders to Caribbean studies relate to the work done here? So I am somebody who is an outsider on several levels. I am first somebody who has little racial, cultural, or temporal connection to the Caribbean. And so that has meant that I have had to sort of reassess how I do work for the ECDA. I use different sources that I'm used to than my teachers in the past have told me to use. I have also had to really slow down and connect with these texts on a different level because I have to be aware that I don't have the inherent cultural knowledge to pick up on references that people are making. On the other hand, I'm also an outsider to this group and these studies because I'm not a humanities major. I am actually an engineering major. I get this a lot. I get this from engineering. And I am definitely somebody who has always really admired the humanities. And I think that its purpose is really, really important. And I think I've taken a lot from the ECDA in terms of how I analyze what problems there are in engineering, both in terms of what problems engineers look to solve, as well as the more systemic ones, such as ableism, racism, all of that nasty stuff. So, yeah, thank you.
Okay, Darlene, why don't you go ahead? I have your first slide up here.
Great.
Hello everyone, I'm Darlene and it is my privilege to present the work I undertook on visualizing lost slave narratives and legacies, with a specific focus on the stories of Belinda Sutton and Isaac Real Jr. So in the realm of historical legacies and the struggle for equitable representation, the story of Belinda Sutton and Isaac Real serve as a poignant testament to the incongruities in the available information of those impacted by colonial slavery. This story map comparatively follows the life of Belinda Sutton, a formerly enslaved woman by Royal Jr., who petitioned the Massachusetts legislature 6 times between 1783 and 1793 for a pension to support herself in her old age. Isaac Real was the largest slaveholder in 18th century Massachusetts. His wealth was primarily accrued through enslaved labor in Antigua and made possible the creation of Harvard Law School. Her 1783 petition is one of the earliest narratives available of an African-American woman and has served as an inspiration for both poets and historians alike. However, the lack of slave accounts leaves us with fragmented narratives of the full scope of the experience of that of the Black slave and the silence which enters the archive. This story map acknowledges silence. This also draws from the practice of visualizing absence as articulated by author Lauren Klein, in which the archive is effectively deformed due to lost narratives. This irreparable violence was exacted against Belinda Sutton and is not considered an intuitive fruit of the evil of slavery. Besides Klein's work, I drew from the specific Black feminist methodology of recovering history through graphic narratives as developed by Dr. Rebecca Hall in her book Wake. Her usage of spacing, gaps, and silhouettes inspired the story map's visualization of absence within archival silence. Next slide, please. The dearth of information pertaining to Belinda that's available, save for her documented letters requesting pension, a documented marriage, the acknowledgement of 2 children in church records, it all stands in stark contrast to the wealth of available data on Isaac Real Jr. and his enduring legacy. This asymmetry underscores a prevailing historical trend wherein history is disproportionately inclined towards the oppressor, a truth worth telling. Next slide, please. Returning to the novel of visualizing absence, this quote struck me. Silence enters the archive at 4 crucial moments. The moment of fact creation, the making of sources. The moment of fact assembly, the making of archives. The moment of fact retrieval, the making of narratives. And the moment of retrospective significance, the making of history, in the final instance. This is when we can be the most effective, by disrupting the silence. Archival silence often translates to institutional silences. As a 3rd-year student at Harvard and an inspiring human rights lawyer, I find the courageous confrontation of institutional silence inspiring. Sutton's legacy letters are not merely a relic of the past, but a call to commit ourselves to a more equitable and inclusive future by addressing the profound influence slavery has on our collective history and knowledge. Thank you. I'll pass it off to Carolina to share her work.
Thank you, Darlene. Okay. Hi, I'm Carolina, and my project, Mapping the Connections Between New England and the Caribbean, sought to provide a different account of the Salem witch trials, one that foregrounds Tituba, an indigenous Arawak woman who was enslaved by the Reverend Samuel Parris. So, Parris played a role in exacerbating the Salem witch trials, and it's important to note that he generated his wealth generationally in the Caribbean, which shows the importance of the Caribbean to global commerce and New England, and I sought to map these impacts through Tituba. So I used ArcGIS to create interactive maps that follow Tituba's forced migration from the Caribbean to New England, which can help us visualize how her identity as an Indigenous Caribbean woman uniquely influenced her in her trials. So for example, I included some fictional sources because of the role that they played in crafting her history, and many of them linked Tituba to the Caribbean healing practices. Situating these alongside the maps helped show the way that Christian colonialism associated Indigenous religions and women's knowledge of medicine to the devil or to things that were anti-Christian. So one key finding was that as time passed, Tituba was continually identified as a Black woman by historians. And this mistake, whether assumption or deliberate choice, cannot be taken out of the context of the creation of the Black identity during the colonial period to justify slavery. So ultimately, my project serves to highlight the importance of continuously questioning the accuracy of our history because of who is providing it to us.
And last, I want to talk a little bit for the undergrads on this project. I am a second year pre-law political science major with a women's gender and sexuality studies minor. And because of this minor, my first year I wanted to get into gender politics research. So I just started asking around my professors, and I was able to find this project where I could apply a feminist analysis. And now I can use it to show my passion for social change as I pursue a career in public interest law. So to finish, I just want to say that undergrads are excited to become involved in research. 3 of us are undergrads on this project, and my friends are always, asking me how I got involved, how they can get involved. And the best way to involve them is for faculty to know about projects and have these projects known and talked about there on campus. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. This was an incredibly packed presentation with so much to talk about. We're going to do a little ballet now and have 3 people from the first team come up. We're going to sort of have 6 people up here and the rest sitting in the first row, just so both teams are represented. I don't know if we can figure out which.
Let's get all of you for a picture real quick.
Oh, sure.
For that.
Okay. Yep.
For the Insta.
For the Insta.
Oh, yes, ECDA. Everybody.
CDSC audience.
So it's important to get it right.
Incredibly important.
Get your questions.
Yeah, start.
There we go.
I'm showing you a t-shirt. No, he's giving me the picture.
Hold on.
Hold on.
It's mine.
That sounds like a conversation. I like that. Oh, so beautiful. Thank you. Thank you.
Actually, can we do two? Because I think it's only, we can only do two. Because those 2 don't show up.
Okay, I guess we've just been reduced to 2 and 2.
Yeah. Unless we move from, like I put a chair here. If we move the chair here.
Okay, we'll do the chair here.
And we could just, scoot down, and then we can do this. Yeah.
And then we put one more person?
Yeah, 3 and 3. And there's 2 mics, so I'm gonna grab one mic to pass it around for the audience. Alright,
Great.
So, and we're gonna encourage you, while we're having the conversation, to use the mic, because if no mic, then it never shows up in the video.
Great, so we have,
Where should I?
we are now ready for questions. So, looks like there's one right here.
Thank you. So I guess this is a question for both projects, but in particular for the Taller Entre Aguas group, I was really impressed by this, this digital humanities ecosystem that you're sort of a part of, that you have been able to construct within the institution. So I guess my question is, how do you create these collaborative projects that are truly community engaged, that that activate and involve diverse groups and people of different academic statuses and everything? And how do you create that within the institutional space of the academy, and kind of negotiating all these questions of different departments, different units at your institution, the ways that they're funded from different sources. So yeah, I'd really love if you could talk about that, just how you build this within an institutional context.
Any other questions now? I'll take them past the group. Anybody have a question? Okay, keep thinking. Oh, sorry, Tyler, go ahead. I think she was suggesting we take a few.
Okay, it's a really quick and sort of clarification, I hope quick. Gabriel, but all 3 of you may have the answer. What is a black paper, and what makes it black?
Sure.
Oh, we got one question.
All right. Is there any more? Why don't we go ahead and answer those? Go ahead.
So I think that to MJ, you probably better answer the first question about structure, but for the second one, it's we were tasked with as part of the grant that funds all of the work that we're doing, with writing a white paper, right? Which is about method and things like that. It's something that shows the work that we've done. And we're like, let's put this on its head. We'll call it the Black Paper, right? Because we're doing Black digital practice. And this is about centering the Black folks in our project. And so essentially it's a paper that we're writing as we're doing this work that's as much about methods as it is about findings, as about how we are engaging Black Puerto Rican data and how other folks can do similar things, right? It's kind of both the nitty gritty and here's some of the things that we're finding.
And before I answer on like a director side, you guys want to talk about how collaboration has been working across institutions? You guys are all at each different institutions, and none of you are at JHU actually, so.
I mean, I'm just really grateful because we have great leads. Our lab leads and directors are very open to networking, also making things possible. Like, I don't think we've ever gotten a no for anything that we've ever tried to expand or just think through, but also just the fact that a lot of people, we don't really have a lot of resources as well, as we mentioned at UP. So to be able to be connected through Mellon to different institutions, as well as realizing that there's so many people who we're connected to who are doing amazing work. And so how do we, bring them on, whether we're meeting them at conferences, whether we're seeing things online. And so this network that we're building, we're kind of all trying to make space for each and every one, like with even bringing Daniel's Libretos project on, I think it's really important to think about the networking collaboration, because through the DH, we have many ways that we can meet. And I think that's really beautiful, because we say this in theory, but it's hard to do it in practice, especially because we're all over. But through the DSL and through the CDSC, it's like, so many things are happening. We're getting all the tools, we're meeting amazing people, and our research, and also as well as our confidence is being expanded, and we're growing in many ways that we didn't have. I couldn't do this by myself, especially in my department. And now through these connections, I feel like this is a family reunion. And I hope that many spaces and many people have that tool and have the access and the support to do this research, to be able to feel like they can find their way too. And so that's been great in the collaboration and networking process.
And I won't answer too much. I could probably get way in the weeds of structural things and working with institutions, but I will say that one of the things that for the DSL, but some of that is also modeled off of Life Code, we were really clear, even in working with the institutions that we work with and Mellon as our funder, that we wanted to be able to have a structure that was virtual and responsive. This was in some ways easier during the pandemic because it was very clear things were virtual. Now it's a little harder sometimes to make that case. The success of this helps us make the case, but that has been both really great and a really great challenge that we asked our institutions, JHU and MSU, as the holders of the grant, to sign on to, and also has been has had its challenges as well, and has meant that a lot of the work that might normally fall to an institution to do ends up falling individually to us. And that's like admin stuff. Directors and PIs know this, like the admin stuff, the payroll stuff, the like working with staff like that. And we end up being the staff. So there's the back and forth of that, but I think that the reward is well worth it. And what we hope it will do, we'll push our institutions to actually create these kind of formations more often, because this is actually how you get responsive, collaborative, but also like Caribbean folks in the room, Black folks from a whole host of places in the room, folks who need this kind of skill set and this kind of information. So yeah.
I'm going to ask a question. That's one question that came up that connects, I think, both of yours is, I think you're working with archives that are kind of archives of repression of violence, right? That kind of had a particular role at the time, and trying to undo that in a certain way, refuse that. That's something that a lot of historians, Jessica, Vince, others do in writing, I think, very powerfully. I'm wondering if you can reflect on, does the digital allow us to do that in different ways or better ways than what we might do in prose? So kind of what does the digital let us do in terms of making that point that's so central? Yeah.
So we're doing two questions at a time.
Yeah, sure.
I am always struck by how even previous existing theory, I think that still does not capture all that you're doing. And I see new things that you're doing. So for example, an ACDA is an example that I use in my own classroom in digital humanities. of how we are slowly unbinding the integrity of the bibliographic unit. And that transition of the Omeka, that it was like, of course, Omeka imagines that texts are these volumes or papers that are bound within a specific box. The moment when you take those embedded narratives and extract them, you are not respecting the way that knowledge was organized for centuries. You're saying we're not going to organize our knowledge this way because that organization belongs to a particular world. That world produced it, and there's a reason it produced it that way, that actually raised the author. And you're not doing that. You're doing it, but the theory you're citing though is not addressing those things. And similar goes for the creation of these data sets. Of course, as we know, I also use many examples of registers in my classroom when we're talking about digital archives and data, because obviously we see the birth of datafication, dehumanization in these registers. With the calligraphy carefully worked up and the schoolboys' love of the ruler, you see this proto spreadsheets being born at the moment when accounting practices are being born that lead directly into our world today. And the way that you are actually trying to push beyond what that original desire of the data was to put us all in boxes is already goes beyond the theory that you're using. So my question to both of you is like, how are you thinking about your own theoretical interventions of describing that work that you're doing, the new worlds of theory that you're opening up for us in your practice?
Is this on? Yes. Okay, I can start by answering a little bit of the first question. At least with my work, the ArcGIS platform that we use with allows you to create interactive maps and then put them together with what's called a story maps, basically like a presentation, and you can situate the maps between context that you find, supplemental materials, carousels, which I use a lot to explain stuff that the map couldn't show. So I think that to answer your question a little bit, these digital platforms allow us to put together those pieces of the prose and of the text in a way that the user can interact with it, and it seems very cohesive, not as if it's pieces of the history that we're taking and putting together.
Responses on any?
With regards to the second question and the idea that this theory is not there, with what I'm doing as a Black woman, I know that I'm often seen as different when I open my mouth, say what I have to say, when I present myself, whether I could just have just a normal face, why I'm not smiling, that type of thing. So, and let's not even get into the more intricacies of, the bust, the butt, all of that. So for me, I felt the need to theorize the way and understand why women like myself are not seen as human a lot of the times, especially being a Black woman from the Caribbean, having a bit of an accent, a bit of an attitude to trying to understand that. And I think that the onus was upon me to make that, space for myself to really understand it. And that's how I came to Venus Monster Syndrome. I thought of Black women kind of being like this. I create this myth that I'm working on for the thing with the Black Medusa. And how she is often misunderstood, just like, Medusa being a monster and all of these different myths associated with her. Trying to really understand this individual, I think it's just interesting. And for me personally, I just felt the need to work on the theory that is present, because there's a lot of work that has been done that really influences my own scholarship, like Fuentes for sure. I also do monster theory, because reading it, I was just like, when I first read it, I was just like, is this man talking about Black people? Is it, so, and seeing the absence of that. And I know Morrison said, if there's a book, that's missing that you want to read, but it's not written, you have to write it. So I'm taking the onus upon myself to doing that, and that is how I intervene. And I want to make sure that this is, present in my work. And I hope one day, fingers crossed, to have an exhibit on this.
Put your slide up there.
Oh, thank you. I forgot the slides.
I think there's two things that, and I'll try to give this very brief, two things that this makes me think of. One is how we can kind of challenge the hierarchies of who can create, right? And like important, useful, shareable, interventions, right? This is stuff that, we're like, okay, yeah, we're fiddling around on our computers, right? Doing the thing, right? And then the thing becomes something that's bigger, right? And so it allows us to be kind of in the weeds in a way that all of a sudden you step back and there's a whole field, right? And that allows for us to, as folks at different institutions at different levels, right? To be able to be engaged in this process and then to craft something and kind of write the rules on it too. And the second thing is just thinking about the way that Black Puerto Ricanness and Black Puerto Rican slavery have been written about in a place that is so hyperfixated on multiracial lineages, right? The raising and acting through the question of which ancestors are you serving in this work, right? And for so often, we know which ancestors, and we can point to the countries in Europe that they're from, right, that have been served in this work. And we see even at an event that we held recently, right, just the trivialization of enslaved Africans' lived experiences, right? Right. Right. And so, who, when those violences are reproduced, right, that's serving a certain set of historical actors' wishes, right? And we're subverting that by saying, well, let's put the enslaved people at the center of it and their full personhood and their full humanity and the full complexity, even if we can't understand which jokes made them laugh most or who it was that really hated mosquitoes, right? Like those kinds of things we can't answer, but we can treat them as if they had the full breadth of interiority that they did have.
I think maybe for more on that first question that the will ask, and I think one of the works that, or like one of the ways that this work kind of maybe moves out from what some a historian would do in terms of prose, like we're moving, we're moving this data set. We're like moving, it's kind of what we said in the presentation. It's like creating an archive, and a lot of things like historians, especially, we're trained to like go into an archive and we have like so we like understand all this theory, all this like like the violences behind it and all that. And one of the things that I think this project does is that it opens up, like the people who can actually like read these documents. A lot of times like people want to do their own research for their own reasons, like go to an archive is intimidating. And not just that, but like, they don't explain you anything in the archive, like you need to know what questions to ask to be able to get the information that you want. And one of the things that we wanted to do with this project, and we'll see how that plays out, but in the webpage is kind of like give a background, into like these documents and so to like ethically engage with them. But as I see it, it's something that you can, it's something that will multiply in a way that maybe like prose does. And like when you write a book and you're using documents, you write a narrative, but like with this project is something that will like multiply in terms of like the amount of narratives that come out of it. And not just for researchers who are like trained to like go to an archive, but like I don't know, like fiction writers, people who want to like go, or people who are doing like genealogy work. So yeah, that's how I see it, maybe like moving aside from like what prose and historians do.
Hi. I also think that theory is derived from lived experience. My parents are from Trinidad, and I grew up with my grandmother, and I think much of the ways she showed resistance and rebellion were imbued in the stories in which she told. And I think that's a form of like theorization, that like knowledge is rooted in the archives, but what if we root the archives in the person and start documenting them in like tangible ways?
Two questions. My question is for Jessica and Elizabeth. These presentations have been amazing. The work you're doing with multi-generational scholars is amazing. How do you bring undergrads and grads to your projects or to your space, because projects are built out of your space or the umbrella project, let's say, how do you bring them in, and then how do you get them to hear or allow them to get themselves to hear? It's I think part of a question of collaboration, but as someone who also works with graduate students, undergraduate students, bringing them into projects that are often already mine, right? So they're sort of folding themselves in. I'm really inspired by the ways that the students you're working with seem to be coming to you with projects already that they are then fitting within. Does that make that question?
Is there a question here? And then I got one in the back.
Thank you so much, and thank you for such wonderful works and presentations today. I want to bring in the question of playfulness and care when it comes to collaborative endeavor, especially because the work, I mean, I can only imagine as graduate students, undergraduate students taking on so many different hats. And what does that look like to take care of your bodies, to take care of your souls in these moments? And what does playfulness look like as well in these collaborative relationships, especially with dealing with topics that, can be heavy and traumatic at times? And again, thank you so much. And I applaud for this beautiful work.
All right, we'll take one more question back here.
Thank you for your presentations. I was truly inspired as someone who is starting to get familiarized with digital humanities. So I am a very late comer, I understand, and I am truly inspired by the collaborative nature of both your projects and the disruptive nature, right, in terms of what you're trying to achieve in the ways you're going to reorganize information to go against the grain of how certain human beings have been misplaced, erased, etc. So my question has to do for your plans or vision in terms of further democratization of this knowledge, in terms of how are you going to make sure that these digital platforms you are creating are going to be accessed by the people you want to talk to, that I assume many of them are possibly outside academia too. So how is the vocabulary you are using and accessible, of interest and of value to them? Are you thinking in ways they could interact with you in any way or another? And how you're going to bring attention, period, to the existence, right, of those digital platforms. So this is my question for you. Thank you.
All right, thanks. We just have a few more minutes, so we'll probably mostly take these and answer them before we stop.
A lot of what we do, to be honest, is pretty ad hoc. I feel like Nicole and I are constantly asking the dean, could we have money to take the students to pay for students to come to this for this conference? Carolina and Hannah were tapping the Shout Award through the honors program, and Reba was tapping the new lab, and the universities are made up of, there's always little pockets of money, and you have to run around and find the money, and so we do a lot of that, like figuring out where the little pockets of money are. And so sometimes we have students who are paid through work study. Sometimes we have students who are paid for by the university has research grants for undergraduates in particular to work with faculty. The graduate students, Nicole and I also use our own research funds and negotiate with the dean for research funds so that we can then pay graduate students. And I always feel like we're not doing it well, to be honest. You know, I always feel like if I had more time, I could do this better. So that's why I say it feels kind of ad hoc. But one thing I will say folks who have done it might be able to say more about it, but we do have an onboarding process. So each year we have a graduate student who's the program director. So who's usually at least their second year on the project. So right now the director is Reba. So she actually convenes the meetings and puts together the agenda and does a lot of that administrative work as part of her what's part of her work, as well as the exhibit that she's working on. And then when somebody new comes to the project, we have a kind of on-ramp process where we ask them to do a critique of the site. So to go through the site and give their impression of reading it and understanding it and so forth. So it's nice because it both introduces them to the site and the different projects, and it gives us feedback on how people are encountering it. So that's like one little concrete thing that has worked well for us.
We really need a weekend, maybe in March, coming up, to talk about all of these. Who is Kelly? All of these different aspects of these things, because it really is ad hoc. I think is a good name. It's also sort of I mean, I talk about it as maroon, as guerrilla within the university. We call the physical lab that we finally got from the institution Palenque. It's too much. But for example, like Life Code essentially outside of any other grants, it essentially lives on my FRB. Like, it's not actually an initiative anywhere within the institution. It's not a unit, it's not a program, it's not a center, which means that, again, anything that's happening is sort of falls on myself or any of the other PIs who are doing things. And we had this conversation at our last retreat because they were like, how does this happen? How can we do this? You don't do this, because it's bananas and it's an intense amount of work. And it shows how hard it is to actually do this kind of like Caribbean ethical, archipelagic, maroon, whatever work within the university institutions. It's possible, but it's a huge effort. And so there's not like a pipeline per se that's official for graduate students who are interested, and we also have undergraduates who work within the Life Code and the DSL context who are interested. We do have a Solidarity Fellow call in the DSL side of things that we issue, and we go through, and myself and the exec team, inclusive the exec team, Dr. Sarah Bruno is also on the exec team, go through all of the Solidarity Fellow intake, and we try and get a sense of what their projects are, what they're interested in. But a lot of it is really meeting people. Abby's our most recent onboarded. Hey, girl. Getting a sense for, can they sign on to the ethics of the work? Can they sign on to the pace of the work? Because it is, I mean, we compensate, we pay everybody in something who is part of the project, but it's not a small amount of labor, and even they are doing it for, even they are doing it as a labor of love as far as time-wise. So a lot of it in some ways is feeling people out, and one of the things we talked about is what are the ways that we can create sort of a template, a manual, something that we can share that people might be able to say, here, how you might create your own DSL somewhere or create your own Life Code. But honestly, a lot of it is, I suspect that a lot of it is generated just by the people who are running the project, like Elizabeth, Kayama, Kelly, Alex, myself, like Vince, Laurent, like we have the ethic, like we hold the ethic, and it's not something that you can necessarily write down in paper always, but you can try, and you can try and pass it on. And the only way to pass it on is embodied. And the way we can do it embodied is virtual. And so that's why we have so many meetings it's a contradiction there, you think, but like, that's why you have the meetings, why you have the conversations. That's why we have the in-person retreats. That's why we just had the CKL essentially gathering, Live Code gathering last week, where a whole bunch of folks came down into JHU for the first time, at the Palenque for the first time, like, and those seem like tedious things, but I think it's funny. It's the same act of like, here is a conference, for example, coming from one direction is a task. But the act of us doing it is like, it's a gathering, it's a reunion. And I don't know entirely how you replicate that, but the students, the researchers who do have that energy, I do know how to recognize it. I think you guys do too. And the question is, how do you bottle that and figure out how do you pass that on? Last thing I'll say is like, one of the things that I think it also requires is really just kind of like discarding academic standards. That doesn't mean you discard expertise and rigor. And I think there's sometimes a conflation of that. Like, discarding academic standards doesn't mean that you don't respect people who know more, who have been in the archive more. Like, we all come from communities and cultures in which we respect eldership, you expect the rituals of expertise, you respect the rites of passage that bring somebody into a different, deeper knowledge that you may not have, and you know how to follow through those rites of passages. So it's not that, but it is a way of saying the kinds of rubrics that the academy and the university have for the work are not going to be the rubrics that we go by. So we have deliverables that we have to be accountable to, but that doesn't mean that that's the goal of our meeting or the goal of our year here. The goal of our year here is something else. And that break has to happen. Otherwise, you're just sort of, same thing. You're like, just like we're talking about replicating the archive, you're replicating an academic structure that has continued to kind of, crush our people's spirits. And that's the last thing we want is that to be happening. If nothing else gets done, the last thing we want is for people to then leave and say, oh, so much work, I don't want to do anything else. Like, then what did we create then? So.
Thank you. Well, sorry.
Quick
Okay,
answer.
make it quick answer.
Okay, so is this on? Hello? Okay. So my quick answer to the two questions posed. I started this project because I did not want to write another paper. It was for the slave narrative class. I was tired. I had come straight from my MA writing. I was tired. And when Dr. Aldridge said, you could be creative, I was like, maybe I could do something with eyeshadow, maybe some creative thing. And then I was like, Ruba, you could sew. So I came through it with that. And around the time, of course, it's grad school, my first year, it's stressful as hell. I get COVID and I got COVID. With COVID, I'm trying to rush and sew and whatnot. And I couldn't, my body just told me, Ruba, take your time. And I think that's something that we in academia, there's so much pressure on us to have a lot of outputs, the publications and different conferences and stuff. We often, neglect ourselves. And I think with this project, you cannot, if you could rush embroidery, but everything will come out tight and it won't be good. It won't look good. And I really wanted to pay homage to this memory. So, it was kind of a self-care act to take my time and sew this and think of, okay, what will go here? How will this look good? What am I trying to communicate to someone who will watch this? And again, it was just important to me because I didn't want to write something. I was kind of this like, with the theory, let me do something visual so that someone else could interpret. And I think with art especially, that allows people to have that own conversation with themselves, and you don't necessarily need like the grand stage of like drawing on so-and-so, when you could just read this thing and kind of interpret what the creator wants to say. Yeah, thank you.
Just in the interests of staying resourced through this day of wonders, I'm going to call the break. We get back together at 11:15 after you get some food and drink for a panel on theory. So come back at 11:15 and we'll continue. Thank you all.
Getting started away. My presentation is called Civil Kind, Climate Coloniality and the Preservation of Louisiana Creole Culture in the Digital. So folding Louisiana into the space. So Sybil Kine, who lived between 1939 and 2022, was a Louisiana-born Creole poet, musician, playwright, and scholar who devoted her life to affirming Louisiana Creole culture. A professor in English and theater who joined the faculty of the University of Michigan in Flint in 1972, Kind produced scholarship, literature, music, and archived personal documents that are enduring and living aspects of her legacy and the archipelagic bridges that she worked to build between Louisiana and the rest of the Caribbean. However, Kind lost substantial research materials in the devastating and unnatural disaster of Hurricane Katrina in 2005. This disaster, the meeting of what Clyde Woods describes as decades of neo-plantation social policies that resulted in weak infrastructure in the predominantly Black communities of New Orleans, and a Category 5 hurricane, caused the levees of the city to break and parts of the city to flood, including Kind's home where she had her personal archive. In this presentation, I will show how the loss of Kind's collection of research and music provides but one case study of the relationship between climate coloniality in Louisiana and cultural loss, survival, memory, and preservation. How does the loss of Sybil Kind's work shed light on the constraints of written archival ordering and the resilience of orality for Creole cultural formations? How can Kind's work prompt reflection on the promise of the digital for survival, memory, and preservation amidst the losses of climate coloniality? Sybil Kind wrote and published literature and academic research in order to break negative stereotypes of Louisiana Creole history and culture, as well as to affirm the archipelagic connections that Louisiana shares with other parts of the Caribbean. In one letter in the Amistad Research Center in New Orleans archive, she notes that her poetry and music collection, Gumbo People, was the quote, first book of original literature to use the language of her ancestors, Louisiana, Antillean Creole, in a way that gave the language a dignity and historic place tied to a culture that had been a neglected part of scholarship. In her edited volume of essays, Creole, The History and Legacy of Louisiana's Free People of Color, she grounds this collection by using Gwendolyn Midlo Hall's definition of Creole as the language and folk culture of southern Louisiana where African, French, and Spanish influence was most deeply rooted. Her archive folders, both at the Amistad Archive and the University of New Orleans Special Collection, contain negritude literature and criticism, articles on literature and folklore from the Antilles, West Africa, and France, linguistic studies on Creole languages from various parts of the Caribbean, as well as invitations to present and share her original Louisiana Creole literature at Notre Dame d'Haïti Church in Miami and through a French Embassy Cultural Exchange program in Guadeloupe. When describing a musical performance of her songs and poems, Gumbo People, she states that her, quote, performance reaches back to the 17th century and touches Europe, Africa, and the Antillean Islands, but with a Creole language that can only be heard in Louisiana where it developed along with the Acadian language, unquote. Kind's research, literature, and performance illustrates her belief in Glissant's rhizomatic thought that Louisiana Creole identity is formed in relation, and that this identity forms a creolization of what is burst forth from lands that are no longer islands. Her anchoring of relation is particularly evident in a project through which she recorded and transcribed songs from musicians and other Creole speakers throughout the Caribbean. She began this project not only to understand what she considered her own history and music, but also to publish more research, literature, and recorded music, and further give academic and public legitimacy to Louisiana Creole history and culture. This project was an act of memory for Louisiana Creole culture, and a way to honor the long song of her ancestors. Yet, all of her historical and cultural artifacts from this project were lost in the devastation of Hurricane Katrina, which forces us to reflect on what was silenced in this loss and what may remain. Sybil Kind describes the immense loss of research and cultural artifacts that she experienced in a Chicago Tribune article on what several musicians lost in Katrina that was published in December of 2006, so just a little over 1 year after Katrina. When discussing her Franco-Creole song project, in which she traveled throughout the Caribbean to transcribe over 150 songs, as well as the other materials she lost, she notes, "I'm told I had the largest collection in the world by some of the other guys who had collected a few of the songs. But when she returned to her home in New Orleans, she realized that 8.5 feet of floodwater had destroyed her library of Creole songs, as well as 5,000 books, 1,000 baptismal records of enslaved and free people of color, interviews with musicians, and other original research for future book projects. The material fell apart in my hands," she said. "I'm sorry I'm not 20 years old and don't have a lifetime to give to this again, but I'm not." The violence of this loss of cultural and historical material can be traced to the legacies of plantation structures and the coloniality of climate in the Caribbean, or what Farhana Sultana and Mimi Scheller describe as the way that climate impacts and vulnerabilities reproduce and restructure the effects of colonialism and transatlantic plantation economies, an idea also echoed by Malcolm Ferdinand in his call to avoid the double fracture of modernity. Clyde Woods has also shown how plantation economics in Louisiana has shaped the contemporary social policies that facilitated the disaster and loss of Hurricane Katrina. This loss of life, of space, of material affected mostly the Black populations of New Orleans living in low-lying areas susceptible to flooding, including the neighborhood where Civil Pine lived. As such, we can draw a direct connection between the legacies of plantation systems, coloniality of climate, and the loss of Civil Pine's personal archive and her flooded home. While Kind notes an immense amount of cultural and historical artifacts that were flooded and lost, the project I'm most intrigued by is her Franco-Creole music project to record and transcribe songs from Creole musicians and others in the Caribbean. This project's explicitly musical and in relation nature forces us to reflect on how she thought about memory and survival, as well as the tension between the oral and the written with regard to Creole cultural formations. However, her loss of material for this project also forces us to move between grieving the violent loss of the written and transcribed artifacts versus looking to the enduring and surviving nature of Creole cultural formations and the oral. Glissant reminds us that orality and music such as the jazz and the blues are indeed paths of survival and self-renewal amidst plantation systems and its legacies. Through the loss of Kind's Franco-Creole Song Project, we're forced to confront both the cultural loss of Katrina as well as the contradictions associated with her reporting and transcribing cultural artifacts that are otherwise preserved orally. Her loss of song recordings and transcriptions also illustrates the potential constraints that Kind faced as a scholar grappling with forcing Creole cultural formations out of their state of discontinuity and into the confines and the categories of U.S. academia. While it's important to hold space to grieve what Kind lost in Katrina and to acknowledge how this disaster of climate coloniality silenced her work, this loss also prompts us to look to projects that promote survival and memory, as well as an affirmation of creolization. In doing so, we can imagine an alternative to what Kind experienced in Katrina and foster survival amidst climate coloniality, prevention of future loss, and an affirmation of other forms of cultural preservation. It is here where the Caribbean Digital creates a pivotal opening. In a 2011 interview published in the Caroline Quarterly, when asked about the effect that Katrina had on the Creole community of New Orleans, Kind noted, quote, "It hurt a lot. Personally, I lost everything. 8.5 feet of water stayed inside my house for 6 weeks. New Orleans lost many important historical and cultural documents during Katrina as well. Some larger institutions, colleges and universities mostly, managed to save their archives, but others were flooded. A lot of the stuff is irreplaceable. It's hard losing stuff like that. I know that I'm one of the lucky ones, I tell myself. At least I'm still alive. Others weren't so fortunate." End quote. Through these reflections on the loss of important artifacts during Katrina and her own survival, we can begin to interrogate the role that the digital may have in thinking about material loss, survival, memory, and preservation. Kind's loss of research forces us to reflect on the silences that are imposed by climate coloniality and grieve the materials that were never given an opportunity to enter the digital cultural record in the first place. In the unnatural disaster of Katrina, the home archives of individuals and families in the predominantly Black neighborhoods of New Orleans, such as Kind's, were lost first, while university archives and the ordering that they entail are more easily protected. With the grief of Kind's loss in mind, how can we look to the Caribbean Digital as a space to promote survival and nurture memory amidst climate coloniality? In what ways does the Caribbean Digital make space for the discontinuity of creolization in a way that disrupts the challenges that Kind faced when trying to categorize her Franco-Creole Song Project within the confines of U.S. academia? While the loss and violence of Hurricane Katrina cannot be undone, there are Caribbean Digital Humanities projects that we can look to when thinking about the relationship between loss, survival, memory, preservation, amidst the legacies of plantation systems and climate coloniality, many of which we've been talking about over the last day or so, and some of which that I will talk about created by people here. These projects make space for orality and creolization and serve as frameworks for thinking about intervening in the cultural record and preventing further loss parallel to what Kind experienced in Katrina. One example of a project that illuminates the promise of the digital for survival in a parallel disaster of climate coloniality is the Puerto Rico Mapathon led by Alexio that improved the maps being used by aid organizations in the wake of Hurricane Maria. Rupicarism notes that this project is an example of how, quote, intervening in the digital cultural record is an acute matter of life or death in the Anthropocene, where the stakes of race and colonialism play out in the medium of environmental disaster. This project is but one project that mitigated loss and fostered survival of an unnatural disaster. Other examples include Heartland and the Almanac for Caribbean Futures by Schuyler Street, a genealogical exploration of the relationship between land, disaster, resistance, and resilience through the lens of her family's once thriving banana farm in Dominica, and the Surviving Storms project led by Adam Philogen Heron that hosts video interviews with people in Dominica on how they have prepared for, survived, and recovered from storms. These are remarkable examples that create space for orality and memory through sharing practices and stories on how generations build and rebuild in the aftermath of disaster. Through these projects, we see space for grieving the loss that comes with storms and climate coloniality, concrete tools for survival and preservation of memory. I meant to put that something. And a reminder that amidst the material loss of the written, the discontinuity of creolization and the traces of the oral will persist. They also subvert the archival ordering limits that Sybil Kine faced when beginning her Franco-Creole song project and show the promise of the Caribbean digital in valuing and affirming relation and creolization. Understanding Kine's work of legitimizing Louisiana Creole history and culture, both inside and outside of academia, requires an acknowledgement of what is not written, what was lost, and other ways of finding traces and afterlives. We see in the Caribbean digital ways of fostering survival, memory, and preservation amidst climate coloniality, and we can find courage in the persistent self-renewal, jazz, and long song of Creole cultural formations. In Hearing Sappho in New Orleans, Ruth Salvaggio refers to jazz clarinetist Sidney Bechet's idea of the long song to call up the voices of enslaved Africans of New Orleans that came before him, and she links this to Katrina and Kine's work. She notes that, quote, "This song is available only for our hearing because it precedes the written record of history and is thoroughly oral. It is about a problem that won't go away, about pain-racked bodies that will not remain quiet. They call out in the night across the early Creole world and centuries later from the abandoned interstates and the attics of houses with floodwaters rising around them," unquote. Salvaggio suggests that Sybil Kine is a contemporary example of an important long line of women and of Black women who passed down the long song, but whose work at times remains obscured. It is ever important to grieve the loss of decades of research that was Sybil Kine's life and work to affirm Louisiana Creole history and culture, and to put it in relation with the larger Caribbean. Kine's loss can also prompt us to look at the promise of the Caribbean digital as a space that counters the challenges she faced as a scholar, a space that values creolization and orality, and where exemplary models of digital projects have already grappled with the relationship between loss, survival, memory, and preservation amidst climate coloniality. To close this reflection on Sybil Kine's loss, Sonia Donaldson's The Ephemeral Archive can allow us to think through how the digital makes space for, quote, reclaiming histories, revealing gaps and erasures in broad historical narratives, and yet how paradoxically loss instantiates memory and creates a way of reclaiming Black histories, unquote. Donaldson's conception of archival ephemerality can also help us to think about the ephemerality of what was lost in Katrina, while reminding us that despite the absence of archival materiality, the traces are always there. These traces can be found in the long song, in orality, in the jazz and the blues, and in the essential discontinuity of Creole cultural artifacts. And in the spirit of thinking about these traces, I will just end by sharing one of Kine's poems from her book, Gumbo People. Storm, which she wrote for her mother. Lay your head, dear, in my arms while the rain crushes, while the thunder cracks, while the lightning beats, while the wind curses. Let me fashion, dear, a quiet bed, inside the camellias, inside the mimosas, inside the begonias, inside the gardenias. There we may sleep forever, without the pain of love or the fear of sorrow, where the roar of the storm is only the sweet breath of night. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that presentation. Our next speaker is Janine Murray Roman from Florida State University.
Thank you all for being here. I'm learning so much from all of your approaches to the intersection of Caribbean and digital studies. And thank you especially to Kelly and Alex and Kayama for holding down this space for a decade. My work in DH concentrates on platform studies, and I analyze micro-narratives created within commercial media platforms with literary and performance methodologies. Today, I'm going to be sharing some of my recent thinking about Rosaura Rodriguez, a Puerto Rican visual artist and educator, and her use of Instagram story highlights as a mode of documentation for her art practice. So I'll start by introducing her project of making paint from local pigments and where it resonates with contemporary iterations of a counterplantation, then talk about two of the types of stories that she posts to discuss some of the limits and possibilities for Caribbean artists to create within commercial media platforms. Rodriguez is probably best known for her 2019 self-published comic, Temporada, or Hurricane Season. In 44 pen and ink drawings and watercolors, she illustrates her reflections on how she and her community in Jayuya, in the Cordillera Central mountain range of Puerto Rico, lived through Hurricane Maria and the subsequent social disaster of its recovery. Since 2014, Rodriguez has been working on projects with Campo de Abonuco and Jayuya, an ecological educational collective she leads with her spouse, Mario Gracia Otero, and her colleague, Gina Male Campos, that is located on the land where she and Mario also now live. Their work is impossible in part due to two factors. First, they're creating Campo de Abonuco on Mario's grandfather's land. Second, that land is about an hour drive of mountain switchbacks from the nearest coastal highway, and that difficulty of access offers somewhat of a reprieve from the rapacious gentrification that Valeria and Pat discussed with us yesterday. In that space, their mission statement is to experiment with diverse systems of co-living and self-sustenance, prioritizing first community events, then small group school groups from primary school to college age, and finally grant-driven projects and other site visits. And this is the communal area where they've been holding workshops, and also an example of the kinds of pigment paints that Rodriguez makes with workshop participants. One of Rodriguez's contributions is to lead such workshops on working with local resources to make pigments for oil pastels and watercolors. These resources include first, plants that she trades with friends who forage and cultivate plants in other parts of Puerto Rico. Second, plant partnerships she cultivates like curcuma or turmeric. And finally, from the daily walks on the land she lives on to the river nearby, where she picks out rocks and keeps track of plants through a practice she somewhat jokingly calls neglective gardening, which is basically noticing that a plant is growing on its own in a particular spot, pointing it out to Mario, asking him not to weed whack it with a trimmer, and then coming back to that spot again and again to see over time how it's doing on its own. For Rodriguez, this long-running experimental pigment project, and she's been doing this alongside and as part of other projects for about 5 years now, responds to the sense that Puerto Rico has been under pressure of continuous threats for a while, and that for her as an artist and craftsperson living in a community of people who are farming for a living, and here I quote Rodriguez, "We are also creating resources for ourselves and our community to create autonomous communities that are self-organized and to figure out who your neighbors are and what everyone can do, and then do things without having to wait for UNICEF to bring in X or Y things," unquote. Outside of the international flows of disaster relief in which Puerto Rico can't even participate, this doing things without having to wait for materials to arrive applies more broadly to an island economy that suffers from an imperially imposed dependency on highly taxed imports for resources of high importance. On a micro scale, where Rodriguez's project intervenes into that reality is in transforming where she thinks to look for resources and redefining what a resource can be. In the longer version of this chapter, I've been thinking about Rodriguez's project with the 2009 general strikes in Guadeloupe, Martinique, and the manifestos that were collectively written in their support, entitled Manifeste pour les produits de haute nécessité, or Manifestos for Products of High Importance. And so that's why I'm using some of that language in describing Rodriguez's project as well. Their manifestos also aim to redefine what is of high importance and how to access it in the context of colonially enforced import dependency. As I've been trying to stage this conversation across these very different media, I keep coming back to Jean Casimir's articulation of the counterplantation, and this is a concept with a lot of moving parts, so in the interest of time, I'm citing his phrasing from a short 2016 chapter. A revolutionary Haitian worldview where communal self-protection from the death-driven plantation economy in part took place and takes place through the invention of a parallel set of knowledge, one that was based on, and I quote, a new narrative fabricated with an appreciation of the contributions made by all actors without exception through daily life. To connect Casimir with Rodriguez, I'm interpreting the fabrication of counterplantation through daily life quite literally as material craft work creating new knowledge that doesn't engage the extractivist premises of a plantation society. So here's how Rodriguez describes that daily craft work. I'll quote it at length because I think the way she stages out each clause in this narrative corresponds to different images and videos she creates for her Instagram account. And I quote, I love knowing about many things and knowing how things are made and how I can make them. And then within that, how I can make it with things that are around me. With pigments, every time I develop something new or I'm experimenting with something new, then when you look around, you're always looking at the possibilities like, oh, I wonder if that plant. It's like a general search for the mysteries of the materials, where the materials are telling you what to do with them, how to use them. In Rodriguez's order of operations, it's the hands-on experience of working with the materials around you that fires a new way of noticing what might be a possible resource in your local ecology, from the rocks beneath your feet to the networks of self-organization in your community. Within her in-person workshops, as well as her Instagram stories, Rodriguez accompanies that noticing with a pedagogical gesture of showing us how to look. This first slide is from a site visit with me. The second is a screenshot from a video story in the Aquarelas Natu highlight. And in the interest of time, I'm using a screenshot here, but the video does do different things, in particular with sound. It's so simple, picking up a rock, but it's in the image's composition. The selected rock in the foreground for palm shares the same gradations of texture and color as any of the clumps of clay a few feet below her. That composition underscores that this performance of noticing is not about selecting one clump so much as the belonging of that clump within the immediate hyperlocal context of her home, where the particularity of the ochre will differ from that found half an hour along the road. Using a commercial media platform to post this noticing gesture that insists on local context collides with how the platform itself works. Within Instagram, the context of the content potentially switches with every post or set of stories. To compensate for that instability, the app imposes even, its own self-contained, vertically integrated world with a context created by its design aesthetics in combination with the automatic micro-choreography of your hands performing a cycle check. That is, the ritual sequence of haptics that carve your usual pathway across and within apps on your phone. In creating this Instagram story, there's a haptic ambivalence between her left hand, which, to perform the gesture of noticing, layers a close-up of clumpy clay within its and her broader context of an uneven hillside path, and her right hand, off-screen, performing its choreography of recording, posting, and checking across the smooth glass of her phone. This is, I think, a moment where the materiality of the platform is at cross purposes with the sensoriality of the practice. But where the genre conventions of Instagram video stories excel are at showing in-process work. Because they're not visible to followers after 24 hours and have very robust privacy controls, Stories have a reputation as a low-risk place to post unpolished, semi-spontaneous observations, either images or max 15-second videos, although as of this year, that limit is now 60 seconds, probably to try to catch up with TikTok. So on these images and videos, you can layer video effects, GIFs, text captions, or doodles. And in the Q&A, I can talk further about the distinctions between posts and stories and the periodization of platforms. It's really important to my work, but I think maybe not as germane to our conversation. Its capacities allow Rodriguez to share moments in her inquiry with the materials, turning on the camera not to show what she has discovered in working with materials, but one phase of the figuring out. So these are like sort of a clip of some of her story highlights. The in-process work that she chooses to archive in the story highlights, loosely grouped together by project, and again, this is about a quarter of the highlights here, are videos and photographs of one stage of the project's process, almost always with geotags and color-coordinated captions, sometimes with stickers or polls for conversation. So these are two examples. And videos and photographs of her hands at work. A few years ago, these were at the scratched wooden desk. Now they're at the standalone studio, often with her young daughter, also playing with the materials. Or, and that's the one on the right, of her turning pigment particles into paint at the marble side table that her neighbor was going to throw out. I suggest that these videos function as an invitation to accompany Rodriguez in the meditative, physical process of inquiry with the materials. And now, if technology wills it, I will play two stories posted together so that we can look at the genre conventions of commercial media platforms in the short form videos and where they support Rodriguez's work. Here. Okay, so what I had wanted to point out about the sound in those two clips is the contrast between the crunch and then the whooshing sound, and also the importance of being able to hear kind of the wind rushing through the studio and like the vague sounds of insects and the cookie in the background, all of which are sort of their own sonic geolocation tags. These videos resonate with a few familiar genres. First, the genre of real-time making at the flat lay, from cooking to crafting of all kinds, where artists film directly from above so that the focus is on their tools, beautifully arranged around their hands at work. Second, ASMR videos of sound performances that often feature textural friction in repetitive and slow task completions. ASMR, or autonomous sensory meridian response videos, are associated with inducing feelings of ease or relief from anxiety. As sound studies scholar Paula Harper defines them, ASMR videos are centrally framed around sensory experience, in particular, the use of sound by the video creator to introduce bodily sensation in the video viewer or listener. And the primacy of the performer's body off-screen or close-up of only their hands producing the sound creates a kind of mediatized intimacy at a distance. Making paint in this way takes at least an hour for each batch, and when Rodriguez runs in-person workshops, the long process is a chance to observe your hands, arms, posture, finding a dynamic rhythm with the materials, and to engage conversation that weaves in and out of the details of the practice and big life questions. Rodriguez characterizes it as an offering of practices in life that might help you come back to your body, come back to your senses. A set of 15-second videos can't replicate that hour-long experience, but instead, these videos can draw on the experience associated with ASMR videos with their expansive, opening, sensorial exchange across the screen. The temporality of disaster recovery and crisis is often characterized by a vertiginous acceleration of social transformation or the slow holding pattern of violent abandonment. Rodriguez's art practice responding to that urgency directly handcrafts a feeling of physical ease in between the two, documenting it 15 seconds at a time. And Instagram stories are a low persistence form, but in saving them as sets of highlights, Rodriguez curates the sensorial experience of in-process inquiry as the product, as the resource of high importance from which a parallel set of knowledge can begin. Thank you.
All right, our next presenter is Michael Soriano from the University of Miami.
So, I don't know. Okay. What was that? Get closer. I'm a little too tall. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. Okay. All right. So before I begin my presentation, I just want to make a quick note. So much of the reading of Glissant that I'm going to offer here is actually indebted to my interactions and engagements with the ECDA. That will hopefully be clear later, but in other words, I just want to say that their practice, the practice of the ECDA, contributes to and does inform so much of the theoretical moves that I'm trying to do here. So when I'm citing the ECDA, I just want to make it clear that I'm citing the incredible work of the scholars that came before and earlier today. Okay, so in the title for this presentation, I bring together two terms. So the title, by the way, is Digital Poetics Toward a Glissantian Theory of Digital Design. It's nice and high and mighty. So I bring together two terms, digital and poetics, that are within the scope of Edward Glissant's work, a kind of contradiction of sorts. Glissant's own engagements with computation and the digital are limited and scattered to interviews and a brief chapter in Poetics of Relation. It's so brief, in fact, that it's, I think, only 6 pages. But I would argue in all of these materials, there is a potentially generative but often under-discussed thread. A Glissant who attempts to imagine a computational and digital infrastructure that is in tune with the movements of chaos, viruses, and accidents. The central line of inquiry motivating this presentation is, simply put, what can Edouard Glissant teach us about digital design? I was interested in pursuing this analytic thread through my own engagements with Glissant's work, and what I noticed to be a general dearth of material, engaging with these few areas where Glissant uneasily navigates computers, binarity, and the possibilities latent within the internet. This presentation aims to sketch 4 interrelated concepts in the Glissantian apparatus: the virus, the accident, mondialization, and mondialité. I don't know if I'm saying this correctly, but correct me during the Q&A, and their connection to digital design. I want to suggest that the interrelation of these terms allow for the articulation of a latent digital design ethos that prioritizes user navigation and the user's ability to encounter, navigate, and explore materials which destabilize the computational drive toward binarity and what Glissant identifies as its self-enclosed logical loop. So for clarification, this presentation can only offer a rough sketch of this reading, so hopefully we'll get to that. So one of the few engagements with the explicit computational undercurrent in Glissant's work comes from the Autolith work group and their Glissant bot project, which I learned actually is now defunct, sadly. So if you find it, there's a repository available of it. But this project, commissioned by Hans Obrist and Asad Raza, involves the extensive digitization of Glissant's corpus and the use of a statistical probability model to remix and produce new sentences and paragraphs cobbled together from the whole of Glissant's work. In effect, the bot posts or posted every 15 minutes sentences that stitch together and mash up Glissant's corpus to express the totality of his thought through numerous works spanning decades. Autolith argues that this project works to generate, quote, an algorithmic poetics that extends debates present in Poetics of Relation. Although the working group does not clearly cite the chapter, the theoretical basis for their project is this singular chapter concerning the poem's information. This particular chapter is Glissant's most extensive written engagement with computers. In it, Glissant argues that contemporary society is drawn to computational logic due to its emphasis on speed and self-enclosed logic, and thereby its proximity to the movement of globalizing capital. Further, he extends the logical structure of the poetic and the computational are irreconcilable. Quote, the poet's truth, Glissant argues, is also the desired truth of the other, whereas precisely the truth of a computer system is closed back upon its own sufficient logic. Put another way, the computer system can generate, as the Autolith group contends, data. A poem or poetics does not create data, but instead ecstasies beyond the quantifiable. This is why Glissant sees exclusion as the rule in binary practice. Although Glissant's remarks that I'm highlighting here generally disparage the computer's possibilities to truly adhere to the properly human and the drama of languages. He notes that although the computer does not create poetry, it can show the way to a poetics. So my question is, what are the poetics that the computer can point us toward? And how can we imagine a digital design philosophy that works to resist the binary logic that so troubled Glissant? So in May of 1998, Edouard Glissant and André Heitko met in Berlin in advance of Glissant's conference, Rethinking Europe, Electronic Media, Orality, and Identity, to discuss some of the key terms motivating his research interests at the time. Towards the end of their discussion, Heitko asked Glissant if he believes that media influences will push people to abandon old, calcified, and singular concepts of identity, quote, in order to find ones more suitable to our epoch. Glissant's response, which also concludes the interview, states, quote, I think that a poetics of relation is akin to electronic technologies. All the concepts of the poetics of relation are present in information technology. The internet, like poetics, has no moral. The internet is a risk, and so is the poetics of relation. What I think is that the two can change our imagination and our relationship to the unforeseeable, something which is essential if we are to find a new identity, a rhizomatic identity. So Glissant here positions the internet and the poetics of relation as a risky, amoral conceptual networks with the capacity to alter our imagination in relationship to the unforeseeable. Yet Glissant, in earlier remarks found in Poetics of Relation, seems to have some reservations about computation, which we may presume Glissant sees as in tension with the internet. As Glissant writes some 10 years earlier, quote, accident that is not the result of chance is natural to poems, whereas it is the consummate vice, the virus, of any self-enclosed system, such as the computer. So I read this as Glissant arguing that poetry and poetics, by its very form and structure, provide space for readers to read, contingently, rhizomatically, and accidentally generate excesses in meaning that cannot be reduced back to the materiality of the poem. The poem allows space for these singular invocations and readings. The computer, on the other hand, perceives the accident or the virus as the absolute anathema of its logical infrastructure. Those who have coded before are all too familiar with debugging, error dialogues, and scripts that do not adhere to prescriptive logics. The poetic and the computational relate to the accidental in fundamentally irreconcilable manners. So in these two moments, we have a Glissant who identifies the possibilities of the computer and the internet to alter our speculative imagination and our identities, and a Glissant who detects the major limitations of the computer in its drive for total stability. I suggest that we may complicate Glissant's remarks with the conception of mondialization and mondilité. So in Roxana Curto's Edouard Glissant's Relation and Chaos Monday in the era of COVID, Curto mobilizes the terms mondialization and mondilité to dramatize the pendulum of interest circulating in cyberspace. On the internet, the forces of mondialization, quote, are associated with the term globalization in English, and mondilization's hegemonic, hierarchical standardization. The proliferation of capital-inflected digital infrastructures and sites speaks to the utter dominance of mondialization, especially in a post-COVID world. One need only think of Facebook and Twitter to imagine digital infrastructures that have collated and collected mass data for advertisers to extract users' attentions, produce homogenized epistemologies, and disperse ideological, economic, and social propaganda. Yet it is important to recognize that mondialization is, I suggest, also intrinsic to the binaristic logic of the computer. The computer and its binary language and coding structures invoke the move toward hierarchical standardization and systematized totality. Mondilité, on the other hand, echoes, as Curto notes, diversité, and involves pluralistic, non-hierarchical modes of exchange. For Glissant, the internet is in constant tension between the forces of mondialization and mondilité. So, as Curto nicely observes, quote, when the internet is controlled by industrialized countries and predominantly in English, it constitutes an example of mondilization for Glissant. But when it is used to preserve the speech and writing of endangered languages, or used as a platform for oppressed minority groups to find a voice, it can play a role in mondilité. The internet, in this sense, is always already at risk of becoming, if it has not already become, the next colonizable frontier for ideological and economic powers. What I want to suggest is that the poetics the computer shows the way to is in fact a digital poetics that is oriented towards modernité and which resists the intrinsic computational movement towards mondialization. Digital projects, especially those that resist Western epistemological frameworks and hegemonic attitudes, are constantly in tension with the hardware and software itself. As Glissant writes, the computer seems to be the privileged instrument of someone wanting to follow any whole whose variants multiply ridiculously. By this, Glissant suggests that the computer's stated purpose is toward the development of data. That is, the simplification and extraction of complex phenomena into quantifiable and thereby logically coherent whole. How then can digital humanists and academics participate in and develop projects founded on and channeled through the principles of modernité? If we read Glissant's scattered remarks on the accident, the virus, and modernité together, I argue that a set of principles emerge which comprise the foundational assumptions of a digital poetics. Specifically, projects designed with Glissantian digital poetics in mind should, in this reading, examine the historical vestiges of an unevenly distributed or repressive power relations and destabilize hegemonic Western epistemologies. As a note, I want to argue that remixing is a critical dimension of this destabilization process. Digital poetics calls for the deliberate preservation and platforming of non-Western linguistic and literary practices and minoritized oralities. Digital poetics does not preordain conclusions or work to reach some synthetic absolute. Instead, this vision of digital poetics prioritizes, much like in poetry, the accidental and spontaneous. To accomplish this feat, digital poetics asks for users to act and move within digital repositories and projects as a virus. While the invocation of the virus may seem negative, Glissant sees the virus as precisely an accident or contingency that destabilizes the logical structure of the computer and functions as the excess of signification natural to poems. Therefore, to act as a virus is a call to radically play, speculate, and imagine alternative histories and possibilities within a digital infrastructure. While these principles may seem initially vague, I want to suggest that the early Caribbean Digital Archive, the CDA, is an excellent example of a digital archive that potentially mobilizes what I contend to be these foundational principles of digital poetics. Now, all of us here are undoubtedly familiar with the ECDA and the incredible work of Professor Nicole Aljo, Professor Elizabeth Maddock-Dillon, and the staff of undergraduate and graduate research assistants working to build and sustain the site, so I'm not going to spend extensive time belaboring that point. Professors Aljo and Dillon, outlining their project goals, note that the ECDA is motivated by the desire to, quote, uncover and make accessible a literary history of the Caribbean written or related by Black enslaved Creole, Indigenous, and or colonized people. Professors Aljo and Dillon add that the ECDA aims to enable users, both scholars of the Caribbean as well as students, to understand the colonial nature of the archive and use the digital archive as a site of revision and remix for exploring ways to decolonize the archive. Not only does the ECDA provide various curated exhibits that practice resistive, what I'd like to say virus-like reading practices, which extract embedded slave narratives from such texts as Brian Edwards's The History, Civil and Commercial of the British Colonies in the West Indies. The ECDA also, importantly, prioritizes exhibitions produced by student engagement with the archived materials. In a radical way, users, from students to research academics, are asked to move through the archive in a spontaneous and creative manner, to mobilize logical modalities that disrupt Western philological and hierarchized epistemologies. The featured student project section is perhaps my favorite area on the site because of its vibrancy and its capacity to showcase creative, one may say rhizomatic encounters with disparate archival materials. As an educator who has routinely pointed students to the early Caribbean Digital Archive to see resistant and creative reading practices in action, I want to suggest that Glissant's scattered remarks ask us to think and operate in digital environments in precisely the same manner. As opposed to the development of self-enclosed digital projects, digital poetics asks digital humanists to imagine creative ways for users to engage with archived materials and repositories. So one point that I'd like to emphasize in this concluding moment is that clearly the ECDA did not need a Glissantian theory of digital design and poetics to produce an exceptional project. Rather, the goal of this presentation is only to suggest that Glissant's work holds incredible theoretical and practical importance for digital humanists, builders, and theorists to trace a vibrant Caribbean engagement with computation and the undercommented on efforts to imagine alternative modes of computational and digital engagement. In short, the resonances between the ECDA and Glissant allow us an opportunity to envision Glissant as not only a theorist of poetics, culture, the Caribbean, and relation, but also a valuable theorist of the digital and a potentially invaluable resource for future digital humans.
All right, and so for our final presentation, we have Samantha Stevens, former student at the University of Virginia, or she's a current student. I'm formerly.
Hello, everybody. All right. Okay, so yeah, I'm Samantha. I'm a PhD candidate in English, and my presentation today is kind of based in my dissertation project, where I'm thinking about like the intersection of the history of enslavement and technology. This is where I play the song.
Did not go hold me down, nor rather be alone. Can't go hold me down. You can't tell me what we do, what we go, how we dress. Me no papi show. Me a the stars, so me a lap on you do. Me wanna follow you. Me not get your boss position, so nobody can try program me. Rebel from day one. Rich girl, so nobody can try program me. Me no need to nation. All no can try come program me. Now me never go a war for me. Sit down in a 2020 slavery. Shame if you match up your business.
Okay. Okay. So in the chorus of Rebel, Shensia's 2020 hit, the Jamaican dancehall artist calls upon the legacy of Nanny of the Maroons to counter contemporary oppressive forces in Caribbean culture. As a Maroon warrior, Queen Nanny escaped the landscape of slavery, existing in a liminal fugitive space. With her prominence in Jamaican literary, visual, and popular culture, the 18th century rebel has taken new forms, shape-shifting into the 21st century. And Shensia's invocation of Nanny is what, sorry, thought I heard it. Shensia's invocation of Nanny is what drives the self-declared bad girl to assert, no boy can't try program me. This metaphor of programming places Caribbean women in the realm of the digital, refusing to be controlled or operated like machines. In the spirit of Queen Nanny's historical background, how might programming be adapted more broadly to the dynamics of control along gendered and racial lines in the context of slavery in the Black Atlantic? To respond to this question, my paper takes up Nalo Hopkinson's reimagination of Nanny in her science fiction novel, Midnight Robber, as a critical model. And imagine Caribbean future, the world of Midnight Robber is built with Granny Nanny's artificial intelligence. As Nanny shapeshifts from Maroon warrior to AI, she in effect glitches the colonial archive. Her movement offers a compelling series of digital metaphors and a powerful lens to explore how technology facilitates resistance and rebellion in Caribbean history. What counterpoint to the dehumanizing forces of programming do Black women rebels offer? Nanny, as a feminine force controlling the web, prompts a theoretical examination of what the digital offers to the legacy of Caribbean women's resistance in the context of enslavement. So I've spent the past last few weeks trying to name these rebellious feminist technologies, and I'm currently calling it the Maroonage machine. Okay. And so Nanny's maroon identity is a key element of her ability to shapeshift across time and space, where she embodies maroonage through multiple states of flight and resistance. Her transhistorical presence seeks refuge and garners power in the digital realm in complex and coded ways. In other words, Nanny is the machine powering the theoretical argument of my presentation. The subversive technological disruptions through what I call the Marinage machine become productive tools to understand our present, past, and digital futures. Offering an important lens for thinking with digital landscapes, Schuyler Speary's Heterotopias of Resistance, Reframing Caribbean Narratives in Digital Spaces draws parallels between Michel Foucault's concept of a heterotopia and Marinage. Insofar as heterotopias are outside of all places and create additional spaces, either illusory or utopian in nature, she argues that online spaces are the heterotopia of our time. The connection Speary teases out between Marinage and the digital world is critical to my argument about the Marinage machine. Quote, in this defiance, maroon societies and identities position themselves as heterotopias of resistance, rejecting the denial of civility and sovereignty to Africans in the New World, end quote. She configures the digital as a placeless place, mirroring the liminality of maroon societies. While her argument considers contemporary articulations of Caribbean identity within digital spaces, my paper examines how Afro-Caribbean women of the 18th century take up and take over digital spaces through glitching the archive. So this presentation will trace Queen Nanny's glitching from 18th century Jamaica to colonial Saint-Domingue and into Caribbean futures, theorizing Black rebellious feminist technologies with fiction and visual arts. So I begin with speculative fiction. Naylor Hopkinson's Midnight Robber confronts the digital futures of the Caribbean with a multidimensional planet named Toussaint. Planet Toussaint, named after Toussaint Louverture, is a high-tech space controlled by Nanny's artificial intelligence. In this way, the Jamaican maroon warrior and Haitian revolutionary leader become structural elements of her world, historical figures foundational to her imagined Caribbean future. Jelana Inteen positions the novel alongside the white, male-dominated field of cyberpunk and discusses how Hopkinson's writing challenges and disrupts the digital divide, that is, the racialized division between technological development and primitivism. In doing so, Inteen characterizes Hopkinson's writing as hacking at the level of language and form, invoking Anansi's storytelling style through Granny Nanny. Quote, detailing numerous accounts of the Robber Queen's origins and the myths surrounding her, Midnight Robber contains narrative breaks, nonlinear digressions, and multiple voices that preclude the determination of an authoritative account and compete for the reader's attention, mimicking through language and form the structure of Granny Nanny's electronic web, end quote. Nanny shapeshifts from maroon warrior to AI, and in this form, she is in near constant communication with the citizens of Planet Toussaint through implanted nanomites and earbuds, and she's described as like a sixth sense for those on the planet. The tools, the machines, the buildings, even the earth itself on Toussaint, and all the nation worlds had been seeded with nanomites, Granny Nanny's hands and her body. The nanomites had run the nation ships. The nation worlds were one enormous data gathering system that exchanged information constantly through the grand nanotech sentient interface, Granny Nancy's web. They kept the nation worlds protected, guided, and guarded its people. This form of Nancy's web is instructive here, helping us to think with the mechanisms of the electronic web and Nancy or Anansi's spider web. These patterned webs of connections disrupt linearity and allow us to think across time and space. So as Nanny glitches from the 18th century to the 21st century and beyond, I call on Glissant's Poetics of Relation, considering relation as a decolonial strategy. In addition to his conceptualization of rhizomatic thought, where each and every identity is extended through a relationship with the other, Glissant's theory and praxis of repetition fuels a kind of errantry that becomes necessary to think alongside nonlinearity and multiplicity. For him, repetition, quote, repetition is an acknowledged form of consciousness, both here and elsewhere, relentlessly resuming something you have said, consenting to an infinitesimal momentum, end quote. So I'm interested in thinking with the rhizome, errantry, and repetition to discuss ways the history of enslavement has relentlessly made itself present through ruptures or glitches in the digital age. So Glissant's engagement with Maroon societies in particular are influential as he juxtaposes their fugitivity with errantry, that is, the other detour called marronage. Building on this conceptualization of marronage, I consider how interfacing with Nani represents a detour with the other to the colonial project, yet a productive position from which to think otherwise, to invoke Christina Sharp. And so to interface with Nani, I moved to visual art. I trace archival glitching of the 18th century through digital tools of the 21st to explore how the marronage machine operates in digital archives. I begin in the Colonial Archive with Jean-Louis Bouquet's Le Pillage du Cap Français, a painting and an engraving. So this is the painting and this is the engraving. One of the only eyewitness renderings of an historic moment in the Haitian Revolution. During the battle, of the most notable buildings raided and burned was the Comédie du Cap, one of the most prominent theaters in the city. So enslaved people were wearing costumes from the theater during the pillage, a striking scene of symbolic reversal from slave to master that invokes the carnivalesque. So foregrounding Nani in my engagements with the digital archive, I examined the marronage machine through a Black woman who appears and disappears in two digitized versions of Bouquet's Le Pillage. This articulation of visual disruption is foundational to how I conceive of the glitch in my work. While the original watercolor painting is generally understood to be identical to the engraving, there are key identifiable differences, namely including Black women. So one crucial example is a woman clothed in an extravagant gown with matching hats and fan. Closer look there. A little bit pixelated though, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, so she's positioned in front of battling horsemen and fitted with weapons herself. Yet in the black and white engraving, the striking woman in gown and fitted with swords has disappeared. Her regality and arms embody the spirit of Queen Nanny, who some 50 years prior fought in the First Maroon War in Jamaica. And I consider the reverberations of rebellions in the Caribbean, from the First Maroon War into the pillage of Cap Français, as an opportunity for Nanny's shapeshifting. The inexplicable mode in which these rebel women appear and disappear themselves in the colonial archive is an illustration of glitching. I investigate the space between the painting and the engraving to explore how technology facilitates resistance or rebellion as I interface with Black women. So along Granny Nanny's web, I also find Rennie Cox's 2004 photographic series named Queen Nanny of the Maroons, interwoven with this kind of rebellious Black feminist technology. Across 14 black and white and color photographs, Cox, the Jamaican-born artist, moves from behind the camera and into the frame to embody Queen Nanny. Kimberly Grant's Icons Brought Forward offers a critical analysis of Cox's Queen Nanny of the Maroons. Discussing the series, she acknowledges the artist/subject's experimentation with time. Quote, while a few of the images bring Nanny into the 21st century, the majority are temporally ambiguous, as if Nanny's exploits can occur at any time. And time-space here is challenged in productive ways. And so among these images, I'm just quickly focusing on red coats. In red coats, Nanny wears the uniform of an 18th century British officer while holding a machete. By placing her Black body into the uniform, Cox co-opts the original meaning to place herself and Nanny on the same level as the British aristocracy. Her long locks and Black skin subvert the historic colonial portrait style, while her gender performance queers models of white masculinity. In a moment of overlap within the Granny Nancy web that I'm imagining, Cox's embodiment of Nanny, especially like here, mirrors the gown and arms of the woman in Bouquet's painting, a gender presentation that links the 18th century painting with the 21st century digital photograph. So to close, tracing Queen Nanny's glitching from 18th century Jamaica to colonial Sandaman and into Caribbean futures using Midnight Rob as a starting point, my work begins to think about how Black rebels use technologies to kind of like reprogram history. Chensia, who you heard her song, Nayla Hopkinson, and Renee Cox's creative and speculative engineering of time and space opens up this kind of reading. I close with a branch of the electronic web, Electric Marinage, a digital site / electric platform created and curated by Jemaya Figueroa Vasquez, Jessica Marie Johnson, and electricians, some of which are here. So Electric Marinage is a collective bound by 4 rules of fugitivity. The first rule is to escape, which is where I sourced this image, and it continues to inspire my work. And so just to close, like to me, like the Marinage machine is a Black feminist, glitchy, backward and forward thinking, queer, wayward machine. Thank you.
Yes, okay, Kelly.
A question.
Oh, I thought Kelly had a question.
Oh, you can go.
I have a question.
No.
I'll pass the mic. You tell us.
It's very simple. It's just to break the question ice. Rachel, this may be an obvious question, but I feel like it has to be asked. This woman had all of those things in her home, which is very troubling given how much material she had. And so I'm wondering, what is that about? Meaning, did she not approach institutions for preservation at any point? Had she tried and failed? Why was this so precarious?
Yeah, so that's something I'm kind of trying to figure out now. Like my next step of this project is trying to trace like
the microphone.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
We're supposed to have 2.
Yes.
Thanks. Is that working?
From this, yeah.
Okay, so that's
Is it on?
no. No. Yes.
Oops.
That's something I'm kind of trying to figure out, that and tracing her travels, because I know that she was interested in musicians and definitely Martinique and Guadeloupe, but maybe other places. I've sort of started asking scholars in New Orleans who have known her, because she just passed away last year, but I don't want to speak for her or for their perspectives quite yet until I've gotten enough information. But I know that she was planning to publish more like books with the research that she had, for sure. And it might have just been from informal conversation. So this is not like solidified, but it seems like some of the categories of archives in the local institutions were not something that she may have been quite aligned with. But I'm still trying to figure that out. But yeah, I mean, it's devastating. It's so much material.
I have a follow-up question to that. Did I have to say my name right? Okay. All right. So my question is, how do you and contemporary scholars begin to rebuild that work, right? To kind of, how do you fix that loss? And like, especially if there's any remains, if there's any remains present, like how do you go about rebuilding this archive?
I mean, I think that much of it is irreplaceable. For me, like personally, in terms of where I am with this project, I'm just trying to figure out where she went, like where she traveled to trace Louisiana Creole culture. I know that she spent some time in Paris and did interviews with people there, and then also in the Caribbean. So I mean, I don't know. I think just speaking about the loss is a start, but I just, and then what this brings up for me too is like, this is one person and she happened to be a scholar, but I mean, every home in New Orleans that was flooded also represents family archives, and it's not just her, like, I really don't know. I think grieving it, and acknowledging it and trying to trace what we can is a start, but rebuilding, I'm not sure.
Yeah, that was a fantastic panel. Thank you all very much. I have a question that grows out of a question from the last panel about play that came through here. And I guess I wonder, maybe this question is for Michael, but any of you are welcome to answer it, how you theorize the role of play, and especially of comedic play and laughter, as a kind of emotional association with this work. Because when I think about the history of tragedy, I'm always drawn to play and laughter, comedic play, as a survival strategy. So gallows humor, but also Black humor, right? Which is gallows humor, but also, the humor of Black people. And I wonder how you theorize play, and specifically, comedic play in your work, and you're thinking about, how we think about digital work. So.
Piggyback on that, because I also was thinking about the earlier question in terms of Janine's work, which, Janine, thank you for always so meticulously working through social media and thinking about them. But how do you, part of my problem with working with social media as part of scholarship is just getting tired or overwhelmed. And so how do you take care as you do that, as you so carefully read these posts and the community that's happening there? So it's just a tag on.
So I'll just quickly tackle so I haven't really thought about the comedic element of play, but I think that's such a fascinating question. I'd like to think more about that. But the idea of play and playing in an archive, for example, I think that it was so critical to my reading of that chapter in Poetics of Relation, because part of the way that I see it, so Glissant has this line about joy, accidents as a kind of joy, and can that be tamed by circuitry, basically. And I don't know, part of the way that I read that was, in order to vibrantly, rhizomatically engage with an archive, you need to be spontaneous, you need to play, you need to follow threads. And I think that's part of the reason that, to kind of continue shouting out the ECDA, like why I'm continually impressed by their work, is because it seems to be an archive that prioritizes kind of playful engagement with material that is incredibly traumatizing, because you're following threads, you're following ideas. It's something that in my own teaching, when I talk about the ECDA, it's something that I found to be incredibly valuable in my reading of it. So.
Yeah, thank you for this panel, to my co-panelists, and for your questions about the affects of working with this material. It is, and this isn't quite formulated, but kind of maybe tag teams with Michael's presentation and thinking about the computer as a closed system, and where Glissant wants to introduce errors and viruses and following networks outside of those closed systems. I think the way that I manage working with commercial media platforms and the social engagements that happen with them is actually establishing pretty tight parameters around what it is. So starting with one artist's project, which are usually in one particular form, right? Like I've worked on Twitter threads before that have one kind of moment to them, a Facebook note project, right? So it's something that has not a textual configuration, but it does have delimitations on it. That's one of the ways of doing it. And so thinking about what are the threads that they're gathering, as opposed to necessarily the way the platform wants to keep us continuously scrolling, right? So that's where that question of periodization is so important, right? Like Instagram for visual artists between 2015 and 2020 is a completely different scenario than from 2020 to 9 due to a mid 2019 system update that really emphasized kind of commercial vertical integration. really impactful for visual artists. And so that's why I work on story highlights, because that's a choice of curating things. It's something that you as a user can go to. You're making that decision as opposed to being offered it by the algorithm. So it's a way of kind of getting around algorithmic impositions to a certain extent. And also by making choices about what it is that I work on. With Rodriguez's project, there was so much. That's what the sound in the ASMR videos, I mean, they're not technically ASMR, but I feel like they have that resonance, so they're trying to link themselves up with that genre. Watching those doesn't feel like a task. It feels like that she is inviting us to have the kind of meditative, process-based relaxation of her work. And because she posts them in these kind of stories that don't require you to scroll, right? Stories sort of like move from one to the next. It has the impact of that sort of longer process. So I'm choosing particular projects that don't tax me in the ways that commercial media platforms want to have that kind of intense cycle of dopamine neural cognitive intervention.
Thank you all so much. This is a follow-up question, Janine. Thank you all of your presentations were incredible. Janine, I think you spoke so beautifully and used so much incredible terminology, like really potent terminology about the tension between the materiality of the platform, right? This Instagram, and especially Instagram stories, which are intended to be rapid and rapidly dissolving and ephemeral, right? But of course, the artist makes a choice and intervenes and says, I'm going to save them and put them in a story collection, which the user can enter in at their own volition. So there's a consent you give as a viewer going in, or we give when we go into that story sort of encapsulation. So my question then is, do you think about, maybe you don't, maybe it's not interesting, but do you think about your intervention as a scholar, because you're intervening into that space also by taking these screenshots of these stories that have been set? You are another intervening layer, interlocutor, sort of in this weird sort of strange liminal space between ephemeral and more permanent, even though of course it's only as permanent as the platform is, which if Instagram were to come down, if it were to radically change form, it would no longer be permanent. So most of those is just, do you think about your intervention, which is a sort of artistic intervention in turn, to take a screenshot of this work that was caught and placed in this sort of, patterns of permanent interventions?
Yeah, with stories, there's no distinct URL to point anyone to. And this is where my training as a performance studies scholar is really helpful, because I'm not really working on the object itself, but on a kind of documentation process in which I have a role of second degree documentation. I think all of us who have worked with digital platforms, whether digital born artworks or archival projects, have dealt with the disappearance of the archive. That was the sort of crisis of last night's discussions, right? When do you lose access to your work? You're kind of beholden to the stability of your platforms and their user updates, and how that transforms your relationship to the material. And all of us make decisions about how we want to deal with capture, and I don't use that term lightly. But capturing data, capturing information, questions of access, there's a lot of kind of ethical things involved here. And this is why it's really important for me to work with the artists that I'm working on, to ask their permission for using their work in this way, to develop personal relationships, to ask if they want me to be taking screenshots, if I have their permission to be sharing that in different spaces. And to think of myself as, I think we all have different ideas of who we are as critics. My favorite mode is as a hype man. And so that's what I want to be in relation with these artists with. And so be able to extend their projects through a different critical language in conversation with them.
It's on. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My question is for Samantha. And first of all, thank you for a really fascinating talk, and for the shout out to EM on behalf of EM. I can say that's really beautiful, and we appreciate the relationality. So I have two questions that are about the really provocative and important interventions you're making. One is particularly for the moment that you captured there. is there a way to think about, or have you thought about how to think about marronage alongside or different from fugitivity? Are these the same things? Are they different? Or do they need to be, engaged together, particularly in this particular event that's being pictured, but of course also the event that is the Haitian Revolution? So that's one question. And then there could be like, what does it mean, the act of making yourself fugitive / free / maroon versus being in that state of being, and there may not actually be a distinction there. So it's totally a free query. And then the other question is about the woman herself and also thinking about Black feminists as a glitch in a colonial archive. Is there anything about this space that is important? The presentation, the representation, it's also a space that is meant for and highlights farce, that it highlights the literal like taking on of a different persona, and also that persona being completely real in the moment that it needs to be. And so wondering about how we're thinking about gender presentation, feminist, Black femme presentation itself, and if that's helpful, wherever you think you might go with that as far as marronage and fugitivity. So thank you again for your work.
Thank you so much for those wonderful questions. Yeah, so in terms of the question of like marronage versus fugitivity, yeah, I think about ways, because the way I came to understand the sorts of differences between like the painting and the engraving, because those are like, that's the kind of object that fuel a lot of this idea of glitching the archive, like what happened to this nanny-like figure, like how, did she disappear? Like who's in charge of that and who has agency? And, I like to imagine that, Black women, even in the enslaved, like even in periods of enslavement, have power to like reach into the present and like shift and program, I'm not sure of all the technical terms, program the present, because I engaged with those two texts or images through a digital platform. And so when it comes to like, marronage and fugitivity, I think about how, I don't know, I think about like hiding in plain sight. I think about, this is this moment of like a symbolic reversal. Like I said, like the enslaved people are wearing like colonial garb, and the figure, the woman in the painting, is the only one. It's a lot of activity happening, and she's the only one not engaging with anybody else, and she's one of the only ones that don't come up in the other in the engraving. And so I think there's something there when it comes to a mode of escape, even like, because I want to grant agency to her and not just think of bouquets, whims of like, he didn't paint her, and think about, just ways that we're troubling history. I'm not sure if that really answers the question of like fugitivity or not, but I do think I want to think about that more. I do want to think about that distinction more, in the way that she kind of comes to us in the colonial archive.
This is what virtual reality looks like for us in modern day. So if we look at this one first, this is the Google Cardboard. So here, what we did now, they improved on the ViewMaster. So you were no longer looking at these strips here. Now what you were using was your cell phone. All right, so within this cardboard box, you were using your the cell phone to see various images. And then you had improvements after that. So you had the Quest 2, you got HTC Vive and so on. All right, and with these now, you are actually engaging in a 360-degree environment. So you can actually engage with the chairs, you can touch, you can smell, but you will have to apply additional accessories to get smell. And now, within the last 3 months, you have the Apple VR device as well. So this is what it looks like. These are all 360-degree base. So just like how you're sitting in this environment and we're interacting, that's exactly how you see it. So with the headset, this one here, you just put it to your eye and you view. With this one here, the modern day one, particularly these types, you put them on your head and you actually interact with it. So if you want to play cricket or anything, you want to do any sort of learning, this is what virtual reality is all about. So we're on the same plane now, the older folks and the younger folks. So let's get started. So about the research. So Dominica State College is the institution used for the case study. It's located in the Commonwealth of Dominica, and the participants associated with the presentation, with the research, were the educators as well as the learners at Dominica State College. Voluntary sampling was used. And the main research question, what are the design principles and essential components of effective instructional materials and strategies for the computer networking course when it comes to integrating virtual reality? And how can these instructional materials and strategies be effectively implemented at the higher education level? In terms of the objectives, so first was to conduct a needs assessment, develop the guidelines and recommendations, and then provide assessment methods and tools. Note, this was done during COVID. So the findings that I'm bringing to you, it was during COVID. All right, so the course was not done face-to-face. So to get started, technology integration at Dominica State College occurs at 4 levels. Currently, we have these 2 in place, which would be tier 1, the computer lab, as well as bring your own device, and the smart classroom. We are currently working on setting up the AVR lab, or the augmented and virtual reality lab, and sometime in the near future, we'll be looking at the makerspace. So straight into the computer networking aspect, how does this occur? So first and foremost, the primary hub, or the main aspect or the main platform associated with technology integration, is the class E365. So some persons would be familiar with Canvas, some persons would be familiar with Moodle, and so on, but we use class E365, all right? Within the computer networking course as well, in terms of simulation-based learning, you're using Cisco Packet Tracer, the Service Desk Plus, and ZenMap. And then in terms of hands-on experience, they use basically the campus environment and at home. Project-based learning occurs both at the individual as well as group level. So with that being said, lecturers like myself, we do have pain points that we have encountered and we continue to encounter. And some of these pain points, inadequate equipment that the students can use in terms of experiential learning, because it was done, not sure what happened there. Thank you. So in addition to that, does it have something to do with my hand? Okay. All right. And the main challenge is integrating the students into the workforce, because what's happening is that in the past, you were basically giving them theoretical knowledge to apply within a hands-on work environment. And so there's a gap, a huge gap rather, in terms of that transition. All right. So this is what, by way of virtual reality, one of the methods we are using to bridge that gap, thanks to COVID. All right. So what basically happened in terms of the workforce is that they are now required to do the hands-on that we are not teaching them. Sounds familiar, right? In terms of the learner pain points, what's happening with them is that they're not sufficiently challenged because of the theory-based aspect, and because of the whole restriction associated with COVID. In terms of the choosing their right entry-level certifications, that's a challenge as well. Untimely feedback, yeah. And collaborating with their peers among when it comes to group assignments. This is another challenge. So what did the research reveal? In terms of educators who participated in the survey, these were the three main issues they highlighted. Connectivity issues. And one of the questions you might ask, why would they say connectivity issue? Because we're living in an age where recently we saw China has achieved the highest when it comes to accessing the internet or using broadband. They have achieved the highest right now. So why would that be? So within the Commonwealth of Dominica and many other Caribbean countries, what you find happening is that when it comes to connectivity, it's not level. All right. So there are many areas within Dominica that do not have access in terms of a stable broadband connection. All right. So this is one of the first issues highlighted. Then the lecturers also mentioned, based on their experience, lack of control. Because when the students they're using the headset, how do you really know that they're doing what they are supposed to be doing? How do I know that they're not using something else to entertain themselves? All right. And the third one is user interface challenge. So what does it take for me to actually get familiar with this whole new thing, you know, using the controllers? In the case of the Apple one, you're using strictly touch. What really does it take for me to understand these new interfaces? All right. Then, in terms of the online environment, they mention validity of assessment and evaluation. So how do we really know if it's valid? Burnout. So it means that lecturers required to put in more effort into their teaching. All right. And then in terms of the students, there's uncertainty of student participation and the feeling of isolation. And of course, technical issues, because it's technology we're dealing with. All right. So those were the issues that they brought, more or less brought to the floor when it, as it relates to the online environment. So let's look at educator readiness. So in terms of the educator readiness, what I didn't just look at the VR aspect, but what I did as well was to approach it ground up. So you look at what they are comfortable doing. So you have computer-based learning. So you can do it by reading, you can do it by videos, etc. So this was more or less the baseline used in terms of getting an understanding of how we are preparing them for the whole VR aspect. So what it revealed is that most of the educators, they are comfortable using computer-based reading. A substantial amount also said that they're comfortable with videos. Now note, when it also, as it relates to learning, they're comfortable with laptop and desktop. But remember, this is virtual reality. So it means that there must be some sort of bridge in terms of transitioning them from being comfortable with the laptop or desktop to the VR headset. All right. Then the other thing is that they favored high-speed internet, which is good. But if we look at the playing field, we'll know that within Dominica, we'll know that it's not level. All right. And like take for instance at my workplace, from time to time, you do get a lot of drop connections. All right. So frequently. All right. So yeah. And virtual reality, because of the amount of bandwidth that it requires, naturally it will require stable high-speed bandwidth. And then when it comes to transitioning, most of the lecturers, they said that yes, they expressed the confidence that they can integrate VR, but you had a small percentage who said they can do it, but they will need it with guidance. They will need to do it with guidance. In terms of educator training needs, this is what came out. So they requested face-to-face training, even though we're living in a blended or hybrid society now. They requested, this is what came out of it, face-to-face training sessions, practical hands-on tutorials, videos, creating evaluation and assessments, advanced VR training, and extensive guidance when creating instructional materials. So, in terms of the learners, what they said is that most of the educators, or majority, they integrated technology on a daily and weekly basis, but then you still got a small percentage who don't, all right, or rarely use it. So there's still that gap there, all right? Even though it's COVID, you still got that gap. Majority of the students, they also noted that in terms of the technology integration aspect, they're at the beginner level. So this is good because it helps us to understand our starting point as well for the students. Then you had some, followed by that, who they rated themselves as average, and then a small percentage said they not very familiar, and no one indicated that they had expert levels when it comes to the technology integration by the lecturers. So, with all of this being said, where VR fit in with all these issues. So let's see. So with the connectivity issues, first of all, we have to look at the application size, all right, and optimizing that, because at the end of the day, what you don't want is for the application to be pulling more bandwidth than anything else. So it means that Dominica State College, when they're preparing these, or when they're developing these apps within the AVR hub, they would need to pay close attention to the application size. The other thing is that they would also need to provide offline access. In terms of streaming, you'll have to definitely make it adaptive or adaptable, all right, to suit. And this would be done by way of leveraging caching and preloading particularly. And then to look at that as well, it is suggested that the applications, they integrate some amount of network monitoring tools, all right? And this is to cater for the connectivity issues. Lack of control. How many of us feel that way sometimes? Face-to-face in the classroom, let's be real. All right, so lack of control, dashboard monitoring, attention tracking, progressive tracking, and expert evaluation. All right, for validity, we got expert review, use multiple assessment methods, cognitive task analysis, and collection of empirical data. Uncertainty for students, so and you use analytics to track movement, interaction and time, as well as observation labs and user experience testing. So next steps, conduct a research basically to understand the challenges the students are facing in their transition, to their workforce. And this will assist DSC in terms of understanding the industry needs within Dominica, as well as shaping the future of VR applications. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Maliza. Now I find out after all of this time, she let me recall the wrong name for so long. Okay, our next presenters are Matthew Smith, Matthew Stallard, and Jess Hanna, who will be presenting from different institutions, Center for the Study of Legacies of British Slavery at the University College in London. So we'll invite them up.
We do appreciate that everyone is just digesting their lunch. So if you do want to have a little snooze, that's okay. We won't be offended. We've all been teaching undergraduates for many years.
Thank you for that, Matt. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure for us to be here. And yes, we're all three going to present. We won't be performing a doo-wop song up here. We will be presenting sorry, we'll do that later. But seriously though, I want to start by thanking the hosts for inviting us here. We're very pleased to be here and to be part of this really, really exciting conversation that's started since yesterday on work that we're all doing that seeks to give more central presence to the Caribbean in digital spaces. And most importantly, that seeks to bring and thread all of these various disciplinary concerns around the Caribbean in ways that are accessible. And I think that's one of the things that I've been taking so far from the conference. And I think it's also a tribute to the work of the Caribbean Digital team. And so congrats to them for maintaining this and for being around for 10 years. And we all hope that we'll be here for the 20th anniversary of Caribbean Digital. So just very quickly, I'm Matt, this is Matt as well, and Jess, and another team member for this project, Holly French, is online from London, so greetings to Holly. For those of you who are unfamiliar with our work that we do in London at the Center for the Study of the Legacies of British Slavery, just a very, very quick overview. We've been around for roughly just a bit over 10, 12 years, I think. We started as a database project that's fairly well known. It's the largest public history digital database in the UK that deals with histories of slavery. And that database is known as the Legacies of British Slave Ownership Database. And it's been widely used. To date, we've had well over 2.5 million unique users to the database. So that's kind of the heart of a lot of the work we do. And it's generated research projects both at the center and outside, as well as and in fact, this is actually increasing significantly in the past 2 years. We've witnessed a much more robust public discourse around legacies of slavery in the UK today. And a lot of that, I will say quite proudly, that is attributed to the work of the center and the database. In addition to that, we have annual lectures. We individually and collectively support research projects that look at institutional, familial, and personal links to slavery. So we've done all of that, each of us, as well as I said, at the center, and our other colleagues who are not with us here for this presentation. That's another big part of what we do. And we do consultation work on various projects, from radio documentaries, TV films, in the UK that deal particularly with questions of slavery and its legacies. And finally, we work with partners like the National Archives in UK. That's us there working with a team doing digitization work. We organize symposia and continue this sort of outreach work. We're really, really focused on public history. That's fundamental to what we do. And all the research we do is publicly accessible, and it's all documented in a quarterly newsletter that we have. And you can sign up and you get it, as well as mentorship and building labor relationships, good intellectual labor relationships, and skills with our students. Yes.
Thanks. I'm going to introduce you very briefly to the new kind of big phase in our project work, which is titled Valuable Lives, Black and Freedom and the Collapse of Slavery in British Jamaica. We're in the process of digitizing the registers of enslaved people published every 3 years from 1817 to 1832. Valuable Lives will create a sister database to our existing one. In doing so, we'll be building on Barry Higman's pioneering work of the 70s on the registers, but we'll also go beyond that. We'll harness modern database technology and computational approaches to digitize the records and produce new findings on enslaved lives. The project will create the world's first publicly available database on Black lives under British slavery. So the project begins with the Jamaican registers. Approximately half of all those enslaved under the British system were in Jamaica. And we're seeking to identify more than 300,000 enslaved people in Jamaica at the point of emancipation, and have entries for all of those people in the new database that we're building. So we're seeking to link individuals not only to estates, slave owners and sources of wealth in metropolitan Britain, but also to a much larger community of enslaved and freed Black descendants in the Caribbean and in the UK. My colleagues, Matt and Matt, provide a detailed account of the project in the chapter you can see on the screen called Black Survivors. It's a chapter of an open access volume called Cultural Heritage and Slavery.
Yeah, Matt and Matt never gets confusing ever as a, as a team. I'm going to very, very quickly talk over about 2 years worth of work, just to give you a really brief overview of Valuable Lives. As a pilot project, before we kind of build this big database covering all of Jamaica and then the wider British Caribbean, we've selected the smallest parish in Jamaica during the period of the registers, which was Port Royal Parish. And we've used that to do a full transcription and digitization, and then a data modeling of the kind of linkages that we can build to build up this fully kind of relational database of not only every enslaved person, but also linking to the holdings and estates, tracing people if they're being moved, tracing familial relations. And over on the left-hand side, that's our Microsoft Access matching algorithm and tracking system that we've built, which has allowed us to kind of pilot all of the algorithms and systems that we kind of have successfully shown that we can feasibly do this huge job, you know, with hundreds of thousands of records by testing it on one small place.
The Port Royal pilot study that Matt just mentioned was really instructive to us. One of the key things, first of all, was how do you actually work with the data to create the sorts of insights that he highlighted, mobility, resistance, and so on. One of the issues that was really important with Higman's work in the mid-70s was looking at questions of population density, land use, and so forth. We want to sort of take that into a more 3D level. And so we took the material that Matt had done and made this to sort of see the matching. We can get more technical as we go along if you wish, but it's really just ensuring that essentially all of the registers from 1817 to 1832 in Jamaica, we increase the sort of quality of the registers so that they become almost like censuses. And this speaks to an issue that we've been discussing at the conference, particularly in one of the morning panels, around the understanding of what these records were meant to do. These are records of surveillance. These are records of control. But is there a way in which we can harness modern technological and digital methods to sort of invert the initial purpose of those records and present them as insights into understanding the lives of enslaved persons and their descendants? Now, once we started to do this, and with Port Royal Parish, it was over 6,000 persons, we began to sit down and think through how we can actually take that information and those insights within a sort of DH model that can begin to plot some of the stories and the narratives that many of us wish to be able to access regarding Black lives of the past. And so that brought us to the project that we're going to talk about now, which is New World Royalists. So New World Royalists is essentially a project that is really sort of meant to help us think differently about the history of Port Royal, which is often considered as a history of piracy, natural disaster, and so forth. But what's obscured in those popular imaginaries of Port Royal was that well over 80% of the people living there were enslaved Africans. And so New World Royalists seeks to bring that history much more at the center, using the insights of the registers as a starting point. And here we have a quote from Marguerite Curtin, a Jamaican historian, which really highlights, I think, some of what we're trying to get at. She says, our themes of rambunctious pirate city where Henry Morgan held court in the British naval base in Napoleonic times adequate topics, when more and more it is becoming clear that Port Royal was indeed the slave entrepot of the American continent. The history of Port Royal deserves to be put in true context, in fairness to the royalists, and that's where we get the term royalists. And in a sense, we purposefully use that term to invert sorts of common conceptions of what royalism is. People in Port Royal proudly call themselves royalists, as people from New York call themselves New Yorkers, right? So that sort of gave us an impulse to start to go forward. And then from moving forward, we had to start to think through now how we present that digital. So what you're going to see is a sort of rough draft of our idea at the moment as to how we want the New World Royalist site to look. It opens with a view of Port Royal Harbor, one of the more sort of splendid harbors of the Caribbean. Many travel writers and people visiting the Caribbean would wax lyrical about the beauty and majesty of Port Royal on arrival. And quite often they're describing sort of ringing arcade of mountains just behind the town as being the sort of, beautiful tropical ideal, but not really reflecting on the fact that in those mountains you had, majority of the royalists who were enslaved people there. So we sort of enter it the way people would enter Port Royal, from the ports, moving into the mountains, but first with a stop in the actual harbor, the town of Port Royal. And then once we do that, we sort of maps out the three phases of the project site. So the port we tell one story, so there's three narratives that interlink. Then we go to the mountains so you can understand the experience of enslavement in the mountains, which is also often not considered. And we end with a community story of one estate called Blocksburg. So we're going to go through some of that now. We open with an animation, and some of these sketches were done by our project partner, Holly, who's online, where you sort of move from the port and then go through the city of the town, really, of Port Royal, using actually surviving sketches and excellent images. And we actually traveled to Port Royal and took photographs of buildings from the 18th century that are still standing, and use that in our modeling. And you sort of move through the city, the town rather, the Naval Hospital being one of the most iconic images in Port Royal. And then we get to the women's jail. And it's at that point in the women's jail that we introduce the first of these three stories that comprise the project. Yes.
Thanks. So by analyzing the 15-year span of the registers and cross-referencing those registers with other sources and records, we were able to reconstruct the movements of an enslaved woman named Amy, who was held in the women's jail in the 1820s. And so this kind of first section of the project is a kind of case study that will just show a kind of glimpse of what can be reconstructed through the registers. Our digital tool allows us to navigate through these materials. So we begin with the registers themselves. First, we find that the 1817 register records Amy, aged 27, and her mother Bessie as having run away from Windsor Lodge Estate in the Port Royal Mountains. By using not just the 1817 return, but the full registers, this is Windsor Lodge Estate here. We found that we were able to reconstruct across 4 generations Amy's family. So Amy is on the far left there. Her grandmother also called Amy. So we could piece together this family tree, looking across registers across different years. We found that by cross-referencing this material with other sources, we were able to identify that the owner of Windsor Lodge was ultimately prosecuted for his brutal treatment of Amy. We found that he was sentenced to 6 months in jail and Amy was freed. We found that we chose this example because we think it sort of demonstrates not only how the database that we're building can highlight unusual cases, but also how the fully transcribed registers can enhance our understandings of individual and community histories. Digital tools have allowed us to both identify Jamaican estates and also to map them precisely. Here you can see on the right the early 19th century map of Windsor Lodge, and on the left an aerial image of the topography today. And this takes us to the next phase of the project, which journeys away from Port Royal, the town, and into its mountains.
So thank you, Jess. So in a sense, Amy's story enabled us to sort of retrace her steps. So we meet Amy in the jail in the harbor, right? And then we know that she's from Windsor Lodge. And then we went and looked at the maps of Windsor Lodge, all the survey stuff from the Jamaican National Library. And then we were able to sort of go through what she did, the journey Amy did to escape Windsor Lodge to reach all the way there. And we did that actually by going up to the Port Royal Mountains and sort of getting a sense of the treachery of the terrain, the difficulty of that journey, and then also begin to understand the way in which mountain slavery, as it was referred to in the period documents, was a real thing in Port Royal at the time. And so there's a sort of bridge in these two stories between Amy and where we're going to go next, which is the story of one of the estates way up in the mountains. And it is understanding that journey and understanding what that space represents in Jamaican history, but particularly in the colonial imagination at the time. And here we have some quotes which are from travelers who actually went up there in the 18th and 19th century. And what was really interesting for us was matching these quotes we found in the records with actual scenery by going up in the mountains, and sketches as well that we found in our archival search. Particularly, some of this stuff comes from the Royal and Maritime Museum in Greenwich. And this one, I'll just land on this one, which was really interesting. So this is an actual photograph we took up there in the hills going towards Bloxburg, a place that today is hardly on any maps of Jamaica. And at one point in the 19th century, early 19th century, it was one of the major coffee producing estates in the island. And now it's almost totally forgotten. And here's a quote from American Joseph Gurney, who went up there in 1840. After an early dinner, our kind host conducted us on horseback to an estate on a higher mountain eminence called Bloxburg. We could not be surprised that Columbus in his day was so much delighted with the scenery of Jamaica. And that then, plus the archival work we're doing, and the registers enabled us to have tools to now begin a very close look at the estate of Bloxburg.
So there's a little map of our journey up from the port into Bloxburg in the mountains. And here's another couple of survey and map depictions of the estate. And this, please don't feel like you need to read through all of this in the next 30 seconds, but this is, having done our data analysis and linking work, this is the kind of rich demographic statistical things that we can work out, not just for this estate, but for every single estate based on the register's information, which is incredibly useful. It documents things like resistance, movement, and a lot of demographic information, but is very statistical, and it leans into a lot of the more problematic motivations between the original creation of those records. But for us, what's really important is how we use this as the kind of the core hook, and then we can build around it a whole suite of other sources, whether it's those maps, newspaper records, parish records, travelers' accounts to really create a kind of new archive and a new way of understanding a community. You can see on the left-hand side a kind of memorialization opportunity where we have these lists of individual people on the estate. The demographic statistics can be used to start pulling out stories about, we've got kind of 3 generations from the early people of Bloxburg in the coffee boom of the 1780s and 90s, mainly African born, into the period of the registers, and then the 105 children of the registers who by mid-century were the jobbers, the tenants, and the kind of core of this post-emancipation community. And among all of these surveys and maps, the most compelling one for us is this 1848 jobber survey, which quite uniquely includes the lists of the names of the tenants, the jobbers on the right-hand side, and we can see the individual plots and even the individual buildings and homes that are contained on there. And then as we are able to bring kind of some GIS technology into play, we can actually map these really deep and important details onto Google Earth here, looking very closely at the kind of main village at Bloxburg. We can get some really kind of deep detail. And even with Google Earth, we can really put ourselves literally in the viewpoint of that village and the people who would have been living there. So these are the kind of things we want to work on digitally, interactively to inhabit. And through our work with the registers and parish registers, about half of the people on our jobbers list, we can begin to put together these genealogies and really understand, you know, the change and the growth of a community, particularly in that period of apprenticeship and emancipation. And you can even see the kind of erosion on the right-hand side here. So we know from that 1848 survey that 46% of the coffee land was out of use by mid-century. So you can see the challenges of freedom after 60 years of kind of exploitation of the land.
Thanks, Matt. One of the key things that all of us who work on registers of enslaved persons know is that quite often they're extremely fragmentary, and the possibility of doing detailed genealogical links with everybody there is very, very difficult. We've been fortunate with some of the examples we've been showing you, but we by no means promise that this will open up a complete sort of Black genealogy. But the cases that you can plot, such as the ones we have done, are incredibly promising. And also, in the case of Bloxburg, one of the key things for us is to tell this not only as individual stories, but community stories. If the big work that's been done at our center to date has been the story of slave ownership and how that wealth moved from the Caribbean to Britain and was reinvested, the story that we want to tell, which is the larger story, is the story of poverty and what happened to these places in the last decades of enslavement and the decades of freedom. And we can do that a lot by taking a case like Bloxburg and looking at more recent sort of newspaper sources and begin to sort of map out something of what was happening in the community and in that estate when it became a community after slavery. And we've also been doing work with some members of the community, speaking to them about their history. And it's really quite something to be able to get a sense of that. They do feel cut off. They do feel forgotten. It's a place where, you know, one vehicle goes up there a week and takes people down. So the community is completely cut off, and it's an aging community of mostly farmers who are total number is under 100 at the moment. So being able to do that is really important for us, and it's a way of sort of thinking through the longer term consequences and legacies of enslavement.
Thanks. Yeah. So we'll leave you with something of a sense perhaps of the scale and the kind of potential scale of the project. This is, first of all, a sense of the kind of proximity of some of the sites that we've been talking about. This is Bloxburg in the middle, Windsor Lodge, they're really kind of contiguous with it on the right. And how it kind of looks on the terrain. And then we want to finish with this. The white dots on this map show the estates that we've identified in Jamaica. We wanted to, with this animation, sort of give a sense of the vastness of the potential scale. Looking at Bloxburg is just one way to look at a tiny fraction of the kind of potential work that could be done with the registers. As you get kind of further out, you kind of see the sheer scale. Of kind of possibility with this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we are looking forward to seeing the final, or the ever final version, but some pilot of it. Our next speaker is Mila Aponte Gonzalez from University of Puerto Rico.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mila Aponte Gonzalez. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I would like to begin by saying thank you to our gracious host. This is a fantastic event, and I'm very grateful to be able to present our work, because it's not my work, it's our work, with such esteemed colleagues. I also want to say thanks and recognize that this kind of work in my institution happens because I have people that have paved the way. So I want to say incredible thanks to Miresa Gonzalez, to Nadia Rios, who are my delighted colleagues that have paved the way for DH to happen at UPR, and I want to publicly recognize it. I also want to say that I'm going to be talking about a course that we presented at a specific program in the College of Humanities, and I have two students from that experience here. So I also want to recognize in the room Said Santiago and Adriana Diaz. It was an honor and a privilege, and I'm very excited to be able to share with you what we did this year. So what are we talking about today? Let me see if this doesn't work. There we go. What I wanted to present to you today is, what is going on? Okay, yeah, it's the.
No, I think you're going between the two windows. Or the other way.
There we go. The elusive mouse. Hi. Okay, what I want to share with you is what I call the DH Collaboratory, or el Colaboratorio de Humanidades Digitales, as a pedagogical model for addressing current challenges in safeguarding cultural heritage betwixt and between theory, methodology, and practice. I want to share with you a pedagogical experiment that we held at UPR Rio Piedras this past spring, one that I will hope will illustrate this model as a productive strategy for Caribbean studies. But first, an origin story. Many moons ago, I was not a digital humanist. I was a very analog performing arts practitioner. And among the many roles that I performed in this field, the one that marked me the most was working as a dramaturg. Do you know what a dramaturg is? Show of hands. You do? Whoa, I love this room. That's fantastic. Okay. In my case, oh, there we go. A dramaturg can perform many functions depending on the production, but her main job is to help the director and production team make the best out of a play by learning as much as possible about the structure, language, and themes, and the context surrounding the play's creation, and then sharing that knowledge with the production team whenever and however it is useful. Dramaturgs also strive to enhance the audience experience of the play by developing supplemental interpretive materials such as program notes and websites. In my case, I worked as a dramaturg for a very particular type of theater, Latin American creación colectiva, or collective creation. Do you know creación colectiva? Left hand. That's awesome. All right. My mentor in this process was Puerto Rican theatrera and pedagogue Rosa Luisa Marquez. Remember that name? We're going to talk about her in a bit. She, by the way, studied under Augusto Juan, who was a Brazilian dramatist and pedagogue who developed the theater of the oppressed, in turn inspired by the idea of Brazilian educator and philosopher Paulo Freire. Do you know about Freire? Yes. Yes. Okay. That is my methodological abuelo. Remember Freire. I am aligned with it. So, of his pedagogy, the most illuminating lesson I learned was that of praxis. The possibility of approaching theory, action, and reflection as an interactive, dynamic process, what I like to think as critical pedagogy in permanent beta. Many moons later, and after my eventual metamorphosis into a digital archivist, I began teaching at UPR-RP in the master's program in Cultural Agency and Administration, what we call in Puerto Rico, MAGAC. What I was doing there, and I've been doing it for over almost 15 years, is developing DH courses rooted in the notion of critical pedagogy to reframe archival practice not as information science, but as a praxis of cultural management, a way of managing collective memory. Centered on different topics, we covered diverse aspects of safeguarding cultural records and artifacts from a non-extractivist stance, and ponder on ways to develop strategic planning through an ethics of care. We approach digital humanities and technologies not only as tools for managing memory, but as cultural productions with ethical implications which directly impact the well-being of our communities. These courses tend to have a central query in common. How can DH help us safeguard our cultural heritage here and now? Taking into account that digital technologies are constantly evolving, the needs and trends of cultural creation and management in our region are also changing over the years, and challenges to safeguarding our cultural heritage are site-specific. And this is something that we tend to forget when we're teaching these topics. So what are the site-specific challenges that we face in here and now in Puerto Rico? You have heard of them between yesterday and today. I just want to highlight a few of them. A fiscal crisis with severe budget cuts across different sectors, barriers to accessing information resources and cultural heritage collections due to events like the COVID pandemic, which hit us all, but also due to systemic inequalities that deepen the digital divide, an increase in the frequency and severity of atmospheric phenomena such as hurricanes and floods due to climate change, which pose a series of states of emergency that we seem to not be able to get out of. We also had a string of significant earthquakes, because why not, that affect our island's infrastructure, an increased rate of migration, mostly due to these aforementioned factors, and a very fragile infrastructure, particularly our power grid. Island-wide interruptions of our electric service have become the rule, not the exception. In the Q&A, we might talk about what's going on at the Archivo Nacional right now, that has been closed for over a month, but that's for later. So in all this process, the effects of the new normal in our cultural heritage collection are staggering. And these conditions pose a tremendous challenge to preserve and provide access to valuable documents and artifacts for our communities. These challenges also hinder the management of the resulting backlog of unprocessed collections in our island. And many cultural managers tasked with caring for our cultural organizations' documents lack the experience and or the training to process these collections. The leitmotif that I hear from students and colleagues tasked with managing cultural heritage collections is, ¿Cómo le meto mano a esto? How do I deal with all this stuff? And it's a valid question, right? So, with the goal of addressing this issue, we at MAGAC recently offered the course, that's a very long name in Spanish, it means DH Collaboratory, Minimal Processing of Cultural Heritage Special Collections. It called on credit students from various disciplines to co-investigate and co-elaborate innovative, ethical, and what I like to call effective, because to be effective, you need to be affective, strategies for processing special collections of cultural documents and artifacts in Puerto Rico. I had the opportunity to design this course thanks to a much appreciated DEFCON teaching fellowship. Shout out to Lisa and the rest of the group, funded by the Mellon Foundation. And this microgrant, for you to know, because it's still running, is geared towards supporting the development of coursework at the intersections of ethnic studies and digital humanities. The course proposes a collaborative exploration on how to develop and execute a strategic plan for the minimal processing of a cultural heritage special collection in our Caribbean context, paying special attention to the particular challenges that said collection poses to traditional methods of safeguarding cultural heritage. The group as a whole will dedicate a full semester to work with a specific collection, approaching it as a case study. This model allows for the course to be offered multiple times, always centered on a different collection and a different type of collection. The learning objectives were focused on three main areas: context, methods, and tech proficiency. Those who know me know that I tend to be very ambitious with my learning objectives, as you can see from the yellow area of my slide. We're not going to read them. My students get the syllabus and freak, but we always cover them all. Of all of these, I would like to highlight 6 goals. To learn about minimal processing of archival collections, to adapt best practices to the specific needs of a collection based on available resources, and that is very important. To acquire fieldwork experience on minimal processing, to gain experience developing a roadmap to do so, to develop open source digital products to showcase the collection and its context with the aim of supporting the discovery, consultation, and access to the collection, and to reflect on the application of the acquired skills and knowledge to their own academic careers, professional aspirations, and the needs of their communities. So we need to take this outside of the classroom and not stay as a learning experience center. An important aspect of the model of the DH Collaboratory is that its syllabus, albeit very detailed, provides mainly a structure to guide the exploration. The course content is tailored not only to the nature and needs of the case study, but the skills, interest, knowledge, and experience of the students who participate in the collaboratorio. In this respect, the course will look very different on each offering. And this is my marvelous gift from last semester. So what did we do? Let me tell you. Okay, let's talk first about the case study. The special collection chosen is a case study where the sound archives of 1, 2, 3 Probando, a radio program of interviews on the creative process in arts and culture, conducted by Rosa Luisa Marquez, remember her? Yeah, I told you we were coming back to her. And Antonio Martorell, and broadcasted by Radio Universidad de Puerto Rico. This program has been on the air for almost 40 years, which is unheard of in my country. And they document intangible cultural heritage, because rather than the usual coverage of cultural events, the show brings together artists and cultural agents in dialogue with Marquez and Martorell, who are both well-known artists in their own right, to share in their own words their creative process. How about the students? I got 10 fantastic graduate students and all-female cast who participated in the course. And let me tell you a little bit about how it was constituted and what they brought to the table. 9 of these students were from MAGAC, but I had 1 student that was from the information science department. Almost half of the students were in their first semester of their master's degree, so they had no prior skills on graduate work. 3 of the students have already taken DH courses with me, so they were better. So, that balances it out. 2 students worked professionally with sound collections as producers and cultural managers, but not as archivists. A student has previous experience working with archives, but not with sound. I had 2 students who were lawyers who had very good knowledge on fair use, but very little knowledge on creation of art and culture. And I had 2 foreign students from Mexico and Honduras with very little contextual knowledge of arts and cultural production in Puerto Rico. So the people who were in the radio show would not evoke anything because they did not know these people, right? So how to harmonize this array of experiences? Well, we began by establishing a theoretical, conceptual, and methodological framework that could serve as a basis for the work to be done during the semester. Questions like, what is DH? What is cultural heritage? Which institutions are responsible for safeguarding? And of course, the very basic, what the heck is archival processing of collections? Because most students had no idea what it was all about. After we did that, we did background research of 1, 2, 3 Probando. I shared with the class a previously recorded conversation I held with Rosa Luisa about the history of the radio program. And with a better sense of its genesis and trajectory, we then contextualized the program within the history of radio broadcasting in Puerto Rico, who's over 100 years old. The students then investigated in small groups core contextual information about Radio Universidad, 1, 2, 3 Probando, and its creator Rosa Luisa Marquez and Antonio Martorell, and shared the findings in class. It's giving you back like flashbacks, right, girls? Yeah. Based on this background research, we discovered that there is no master list or inventory of all the recordings that comprise the collection, and that the collection's items were not kept in a centralized repository, but are scattered over different locations in the island. Thus, we embarked in fieldwork, visiting several of the repositories to get a sense of the current state of the dismembered collection and to assess its most urgent processing needs. We also gathered additional information about the collection creators and about current and potential uses of these recordings. Site visits also allowed us to meet the custodians of the collection and to learn more about their diverse professional and academic backgrounds, their challenges, and their strategies for dealing with them. Based on what we learned through fieldwork, we came back to the classroom and established 4 main areas of intervention for the minimal processing of the sound collection: preservation, organization, description, and dissemination. For each of these areas, we studied the professional guidelines and best practices in archival science to deal with this type of materials. We also invited guest speakers to share with us short lectures on 2 topics identified by the whole group: technical parameters of digital audio by Professor Victor Torres Rodriguez of UPR Caribe Digital, and core aspects of fair use and intellectual property law by Licenciado Moisés Figueroa Pérez. Once again, students investigated individually and in small groups each of the 4 areas of intervention and shared their findings in class. Stemming from all of this expanded framework, we discussed which of these best practices and guidelines could be actually appropriate for Industries Probando and how feasible to perform from a post-custodial standpoint, given the current state of the collection and the available resources such as time, money, personnel, equipment, know-how, and stakeholder support. Based on our findings so far, we then held a series of basic processing interventions and items from 3 different repositories, such as cleaning and repackaging CDs, assigning unique identifiers to collection items and labeling them using appropriate water-based preservation markers, scanning the outer surface of containers and CDs to reduce handling of the recordings and to facilitate access to any metadata written on them. We collaboratively cataloged a sample of 150 of these items. We researched basic bio info about interviews in these sound recordings, and we identified and selected open access tools and interactive platforms to disseminate the context and contents of the collection. And lastly, what's the output? What are the deliverables of this semester-long of the Colaboratorio? Well, at the end of the semester, Rosa Luisa and Antonio Martorell invited us to participate in a special edition of Industries Probando, in which we were both interviewees and interviewers. We asked them questions about the creation of Industries Probando and how their process have evolved over 4 decades. They asked us about our process, our findings, and possible next steps for the Colaboratorio and their sound collection. And this program was aired on June the 2nd of this year. We also developed a basic inventory and data set for the collection of recordings archived at our College of Humanities, with the goal to encourage access to these materials and to revitalize them as primary sources for education and research on our campus. And we also developed 2 interactive DH micro-projects to disseminate key findings on context and content of this collection based on our semester-long research. Half of the group created a chronograma or timeline using Timeline.js, and you should scan these QR codes and see the fantastic work that the students did, on key events to illustrate the context and trajectory of Industries Probando. The other half of the group created a mapa de relaciones, or network visualization, using Onodo, to showcase the relationships between a sample of the interviewees, their countries of origin, and the array of cultural practices covered in the program. For each individual, there are a series of links to bioinfo available online, as well as the unique IDs of the recordings in which they have participated, in order to facilitate access to these primary sources. These micro-projects were conceived as DH finding aids to encourage exploration, discovery, and a better understanding of the importance, context, and richness of the sound collection and the cultural heritage recorded therein. And because we kept wanting to do stuff, we stepped back a little from our focus on our case study, and with the intention of sharing our findings with other cultural managers facing the same question of ¿cómo me meto mano a esto?, the Colaboratorio participants formulated a guide or roadmap with basic recommendations for processing a sound collection. And these documents are readily available for each and everyone that is interested in them. So, through these collaborative products, Colaboratorio students identified minimum conservation needs to preserve these cultural artifacts for posterity, articulated interactive digital tools to facilitate access to key information about the collection, and proposed a roadmap for processing similar collections in Puerto Rico. And they say that I am ambitious. Oh no, my Colaboratorio is even better. If you are interested in exploring the potentiality of this Colaboratorio model in your respective pedagogical communities, I gladly invite you all to access the course syllabus. Is again freely accessible and replicable, I hope, and using this QR code. Offering this course has already created a ripple effect, with epic sagas such as how the oldest colony got its optical media pens, how Said brought Boricua DH to La Rioja, the dawn of Tulam guides, and 100 years of actividades culturales. Of course, time is running short, so I'll just let a veil of mystery fall over these enticing options and side quests, but I can keep you posted on our new installment of the Colaboratorio, which we are offering once again this upcoming spring semester. I hope this critical pedagogy model can be a useful tool to add to our shared Caribbean digital toolkit as we continue to engage in interdisciplinary research on core aspects of responsible preservation and equitable access to cultural heritage in our region through an ethics of care. Thank you all for your attention, and if you have questions or comments.
Okay, thank you so much. We have to the final presenter for this panel. Bear with us, we started a little late, but we will catch up the time and you can have coffee soon. Our next presenter, as they get set up, is Juan Carlos Rodriguez from Georgia Institute of Technology. And let's welcome him to the stage.
Thank you so much, first of all, to the people of Vieques. Without them, this archive would not be possible. And also I would like to thank the organizers of the conference. 6 years ago, I came here, I presented a paper. After the conference, I met with Alex and I got a lot of inspiration, and all the community that was gathered around Caribbean Digital really inspired me to proceed and digitize a number of video tapes that I had at home in boxes that are part of the story of the people of Vieques. If you are familiar, perhaps you are or you're not familiar with the history of Vieques, Vieques was used as a Navy facility for military training, particularly for simulating war situations. What was the basic consequence of that is that civil land in Vieques basically was reduced to 21% of the island. So you could see the Navy and the US Marine Corps occupied most of the island during 60 years. And they trained with air-to-ground bombings, naval gunfire, and that has created a great ecological devastation. Part of the history of Vieques is also that with the presence of the Navy, Vieques' life was impacted. So we see a lot of stories of military abuses, unemployment, hunger, environmental degradation. And as we know, particularly after Hurricane Maria, limited health services. So Vieques presents a case for understanding a number of different discussions in the humanities, particularly questions involving the constitution of the Western Hemisphere as a space for national security of the US, and some concepts that I map in the presentation are relevant here, such as Kashmir's Nomos of the Earth, Quijano coloniality of power, Shuko biopolitics, and other concepts. Vieques is also a history of a long resistance that started right after the Navy entered there. So I map here some of the. Okay. So if you could see, it is a long history of resistance. I would highlight two periods during the 1978 to 1983. Viequense fishermen engaged in civil disobedience by sea and became iconic figures of a movement to interrupt the bombings and military training of the Navy. And more recently, in 1999, the people of Vieques, along with a number of solidarity, networks engaged in civil disobedience by land. I began this project as a master's student back in the previous century. So it's been with me for 25 years. And I mentioned this, if this could serve also as a source of inspiration to many of our students that we have here, you could see that if we begin a project, we could continue to develop it, elaborate it, and make it part of our life. So I was a master's student. I first went to Vieques in 1998. Then I did the civil disobedience camps already as a PhD student. Later in the summer of 2004, I went back to Vieques, and I wanted to learn about Vieques after the presence of the U.S. Navy. What happened in Vieques, what was happening in Vieques that first year after the Navy left and the land was transferred to Fish and Wildlife. And finally, once I was able to go through all the rituals of the profession, I went back into this archive. I made some efforts to digitize the archive. Hurricane Alex came into the mix as well, and motivated me to pursue this project. So I tried to map a number of moments of the struggle through this project. Some of the publications that also helped me think about some of these issues. The way I think about the archive is that this is an interpersonal, community, and dialogical archive. It's an archive made of human contact, listening. It's also a chorus of voices that include voices of the Vieques community in conversation with a Puerto Rican visitor who is in solidarity with their struggle. The project does not give a voice to the community. If you listen to the people of Vieques, they are very eloquent, very great storytellers. They also argue pretty well about their situation. It's more about lending an ear to these diverse voices. And as we could see, there is an ethical aspect in this language, because language is always bringing together of voices as expressed by Bakhtin in the dialogic imagination. So the interdependence of language is part of the lessons of this archive. It's also, 20 years of listening to the stories. It is a testimony of a listening, of an accompanying, of a care practice. I did this archive because I wanted to do a documentary, and it ended up being an archive, and archival materials. I'm using them as sources for a documentary that I'm making right now. But as you could see, it's a documentary that it's a project, an archive that was made by knocking doors, visiting houses, what we call the casa en casa. Also, it has that homey feeling to it. I will pass the video. One thing that I also did when negotiating licenses for the archive, as we have been discussing since yesterday and today, is that in my case, I was able to propose to Georgia Tech an educational license within the continental US, which basically opens the door for the archive to be donated to institutions in Puerto Rico. So I think that could be something that we could use in the Caribbean when thinking about negotiations with US institutions. So continental US, I received some advice from a copyright legal team, and that's what they suggested, and it worked pretty fine. The archive tells the story of historical changes in Vieques before and after the US Navy. and Fish and Wildlife, there is a transition from military to demilitarized zone, and also a socioeconomic transition. And we have seen both orientations toward sustainable development, as well as gentrification, real estate, tourism, and farming as competing alternatives for development. I will talk about some organizations soon, but students could map and start thinking about these projects by looking at language, by looking at some of these keywords. One of the things that is important here is that el Comité Pro Rescate y Desarrollo de Vieques, the Vieques Rescue and Development Committee, stated 4 goals, what they call the 4 Ds: development, decontamination, devolution, which is land transfer, and demilitarization. Of those goals, only demilitarization has been achieved. So this is an archive that is a living archive, because the issues that the community is discussing are still there. So as I move into this conception of thinking about pedagogies for the archive, it's not only something we could use in the classrooms, but also we could use these in community organizations in ways in which they could think about how to accomplish these goals. The archive is also a cohabitation of languages and actions from different moments, 20 years from one image to the next. People basically taking out the name of Roosevelt Rose in the first picture to write in the wall. In the second image, 2020, people writing their proper names in bricks, because they are, in this case, demanding the construction of a hospital. So the use of language is also part of this archive. Vieques struggle is, also a lesson or a collection of heteroglossia, what Bakhtin talks about, the dialogue of languages, different professions, people from different generations, different ideological discourse come together and create this conception of the languages of the struggle for new languages, and also language as a battlefield. Some of the concepts that I map that could also be useful for applications with graduate students, I already mentioned some of them, but I think it's important to highlight some of the issues that we see and some applications and conceptual formations we could evoke or bring as we work with this archive. Also, some of the questions that are important in considering work with this archive. As we see, this is not the first time that military forces in the US transfer land that is contaminated to Fish and Wildlife. If you saw 1619, the first episode of 1619, that happened in my state, Harris Neck, Georgia. I'm actually very interested perhaps in reaching out to them and see if we could exchange some views on all these issues with the people of Vieques. But issues of greenwashing, alternative ways of healing, sustainable development, politics of disaster and resilience, and ethics of just recovery are part of that mix of questions that are relevant. Over the course of this process, I have been also collaborating with some archive, the Vieques Historical Archive. I was involved for a while with them. I'm actually coming back because I took a pause for the reason of completing the documentary, but here I was able also to collaborate with Nadja, who is here, and some of the team of the Vieques Historical Archive. Very happy that the Colección Andrés Nieves is taking a direction and is being digitized. It's a collection of video from the community, and we engage in very productive conversations as well. The student projects that I have developed come from this idea of mixing documentary and digital pedagogies, the Asian public humanities, and students explore issues such as healthcare, environmental issues, toxic waste, and they have developed approximately 25 projects. This has been a course that has taken many iterations, so 25 projects approximately, they are available in those in that website. They basically watch a documentary about Vieques, they present a reading on a specific topic, then they investigate two topics through the investigation of 2 or 3 interviews, collect 12 quotes, and then from that first collection, they do a final selection of quotes to elaborate a story or argument in 6 quotes that they use. So selecting evidence is one of the skills that comes with documentary production, crafting a story or an argument, using data structures as research tools. These are some of the ways in which I bring together documentary and DH. Recently, I published a work on my experience working with the Vieques Historical Archive and my collection. And one of the things that we discovered, and this is the anecdote that opens the paper, the chapter, is that Vieques was not recognized by YouTube algorithms. So every time we have Vieques, we had to correct it or basically, the system went crazy seeking the word. So I think that also allows me to think about the layers of opacity and the limitations of digital technologies as we move into mapping these stories. I'm a very I kind of like the I look at design questions and transparency and also issues of data visualization, but I think it's also very important to highlight silences and layers of opacity, ambiguities, polysemy, and you cannot just click on that. You need to really embark on a journey to look at these materials. In this case, I also looked at a newspaper from Vieques from 1973 that was digitized and it's available at DLOC. So I have used DLOC also. So we need to think about DH as usual versus layers of opacity in non-digital materials, and how to bring together these stories. Some of the lessons is that archives contain unsolved past, are filled with tensions and contradiction. That is why they also invite us to respond today, to formulate new questions and generate proposals. And future goals, I think the project could serve as a way to assess the situation of Vieques today, to reorient the struggle and to offer keys to overcome new challenges. It can generate new research and education projects, fostering collaborations among the Vieques community and multiple partners. One of the things that I have also learned during this quest is that, one of the things that I have learned is that the struggle has evolved, and these are some of the organizations working for the benefit of Vieques. So thank you so much.
Right, can we have everyone come up to the front from the panel and take a seat. We have limited time for questions, but we will take a couple of them. We're trying to catch up with our schedule after starting late after lunch. So I will field a couple questions and you can continue the conversation with them after when we take our coffee break. Do we have any questions from? We have a question over here. Okay.
Hi, thank you for these amazing presentations. I have two kind of separate questions. One is in looking at the visuals that y'all are presenting in your archives and that they're already kind of creating outputs, right? Like you have not a podcast, but like a event of the radio. God, I don't have words. I'm sorry, but they're already creating things. The documentary, a story that's already being elaborated with a lot of visual material. I kind of wanted to ask a broader question about what kinds of scholarly publications come out of this work, right? This is a pedagogy panel, but what is your imagination for what publication with DH projects looks like? Or are these kind of the outputs, the scholarly outputs that we're looking at, which I think is a really important thing. I can't imagine what you presented being reduced to just prose for any of you. Not reduced, but transferred into just prose. The second question comes from one of the questions that flew by, Juan Carlos, in your presentation just now in your slides, is how do we connect these various archives that are all being built on different platforms necessarily because the questions that they're coming out of require such different methodologies, and yet they so very clearly speak to each other. So what are the mechanisms for linking and creating kind of nomenclatures or vocabularies across the different projects that we're that y'all are presenting here today? Thank you.
So,
yeah.
So I think that is a in my case, and I have been also thinking about connecting collections, digital and non-digital, and perhaps thinking about ways of engaging with also physical materials. But I think it's important to connect these collections. Sometimes I feel that also the multimodality may present some challenges for these connections. Some of these are textual documents, or others are audiovisual documents. So the way of establishing networks among those elements could be challenging. But I also think that perhaps ways in which we could accomplish this connectivity could be through organization, presentation, groups working together in front of a screen, but also with other materials as well. And I think that would be a very interesting possibility, no? Working through these materials with communities, with students, and the classroom could be, an interface for those connections, I would say.
Thank you for those two questions. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. I'm very attracted to the question on scholarly publication. First, we are consciously trying to find other languages to be able to reach broader audiences. So academic scholarly writing is very specific. And we're trying to expand the languages in which we can actually share our work first. Second, I think that it's the same that happens with assessment and evaluation for students. We're trying to reframe how academia understands our work, and monographs and articles are not the only way of showcasing our work. So instead of deciding one or the other, what I've been trying to do with my students is thinking together of other ways of exchanging this information and to make a balance between what I just learned this semester that was just like a blast and slow cooking and digesting the experiences to reframe how we work with each other and how we network, specifically with communities in Puerto Rico. So just producing scholarly work takes longer. So we were trying to let it breathe. At the same time, we're trying to reframe or creating frameworks for people to be able to exchange other knowledges and to evaluate and make them valid in academia. It's really hard, to justify that the students are not writing papers. So we're working with students to create assessment tools and evaluation tools and to work together on deciding on the instructions for the exercises, the objective of the exercise, and collaboratively how we're going to evaluate the exercise. So for example, I create evaluation tools and I bring it to the classroom. It's like, this is how I would evaluate this. Do you agree with me or not? What am I putting too much value or less value are things that I'm not taking into account? So by the time I evaluate them, and actually they co-evaluate with me, we do peer evaluation as well in the classroom. It's something that's federado, colegiado, that it's a decision making that's by the group. And we're trying to find other ways of bringing this type of knowledge to academia that it's not necessarily hierarchical. We haven't solved it yet. We're still in experimentation. And I would love, for example, to hear what Melissa has to say about evaluation tools. Can you please let me know? I want to know how you're doing this.
Okay, so in terms of evaluation tools, it's not a straightforward approach, because particularly for my subject, you do encounter challenges from time to time. But the point is that for me, I receive most of my help rather from the Dean of Academic Affairs, the Dean of Education, the Dean of Faculty of Arts and Science. So they are the ones, based on their experience, they would guide me in this regard. In terms of VR, in that regard, we would usually receive help from the experts in South Korea. There's also University of Puerto Rico that I'm connected through via IEEE. So you would also get assistance from them in that regard. Specifically evaluating VR particularly, one, it has a lot to do with feedback, student feedback, as you would have mentioned, surveys in particular. When you're designing, it's an ongoing process, it's iterative. In addition to that, when it comes to the group aspect in particular, that can be challenging because you would set a particular evaluation method, and sometimes the students would agree with it, and other times they don't agree with it. They might tell themselves that it's too challenging, and sometimes when you try to meet them halfway, they would tell you that this is too much work. So that aspect you're still working around. All right, so that would basically be my contribution in terms of evaluation and assessment.
Thank you for your answer. We have some other questions. We have one here from students.
Hi, I'm Tess. I'm a student assistant at CDSC. My family's from Jamaica, and I had the opportunity to visit Port Royal pretty recently. And what struck me was that the community is very protective, which makes sense with what happened historically. So I was wondering how you worked with the community while doing your research, and what challenges did you run into being an outsider of the community?
Thanks for the question. Actually, my great-grandmother is from Port Royal, so I'm semi-outsider, but important to mention that we are dealing with the history of Port Royal Parish. So Port Royal up to 1867 was a whole parish. Today it's just a town. 1867 was when they had the parish redrafts of Jamaica, and we went from 22 to 14. So the communities we've been working with Bloxburg is in what's now known as St. Andrew. just behind the Port Royal Mountains, but then it was Port Royal. We have had good luck so far with the community up there. The first thing, as I mentioned, they're quite isolated. There is this view as to, what is this useful for in terms of their own history. One of the issues that we've been quite alert to is the way in which the community's isolation and long-term sort of being cut off has really sort of impacted on the attitudes of the community to its longer history. And there's a story in this, of course, of the way in which you get these geographies and new sorts of zonings in the post-colonial period, post-slavery period, creates distance within even the island. When what we had to do is actually remap what the parish looked like previous to 1867 by driving around. And one of the things that was striking was that when we reached the Blocksberg, the community next to it, you couldn't get to by road. You literally had to leave the mountain, go across the coast, come up through Kingston, up through Gordontown, for those who know Jamaica, and go across to reach that community. So there's all sorts of politics involved in that. I'll leave it there.
Okay. I have one more question. Yes? Who? Oh, we're giving the students the questions.
Yeah.
Yes, we can only take one final question because we are short on time, but I encourage you to come up and talk to them on your coffee break. So we'll let Samantha have the last question.
Thank you. My question is also for the UCL group. So I was really, I thought the layering of the visuals with the analog and the digital was quite compelling, and just like the way that the narrative kind of unfolds with the story that you're telling. And I found that that could be like a really rich opportunity for student engagement. So I was curious about like how you might use those kinds of like that your work as like a platform for like working in the classroom or teaching like historical methods or genealogical research.
Yeah, thanks for that. We're very much, I think, at the early stages of experimenting and piloting. But yeah, as you say, if we can build a kind of portable and modularizable set of techniques and make it kind of accessible and give those kind of guiding kind of workshop type activities, from the end of our presentation, as you zoom out and see the thousands of communities that have very similar stories and very similar types of materials that are out there. Yeah, if we can find the time and the funding and build those relationships with students, with community groups, colleges, universities, not just in the Caribbean, North America, the UK. Yeah, there's a lot of great stuff that could happen.
Yeah, I'll just add very quickly to that. One of the things that's very important to us is being able to build those types of collaborations between Jamaica and the UK. And we just piloted that with a project we did over the summer called the Black Industrial Revolution, where we looked at innovation of metallurgists enslaved metallurgists on Jamaican plantations. And we had a Jamaican researcher in Kingston and a researcher in London collaborating on building these outputs, which would essentially be model teaching units, how you can teach the Industrial Revolution differently in England and in Jamaica. So that's really important to us. And something like this enables that, because it's not just, we always think about resource deficiencies in the Caribbean and Jamaica, but there's access to communities that nobody in London is going to have of people on the ground, and seeing that that is knowledge and important in framing how we develop our outputs is crucial to this.
So let's give thanks again to everyone on this panel for an amazing. All right, we have a very, very brief break. Alex will.
At 13 and start sending you messages, but we're going to try and get back on track. But I'm really looking forward to this panel and to the discussion with afterwards. First up, we'll have Kaylee Coleman. Kaylee, sorry, I asked and then messed it up. Kaylee Coleman from Tulane University, and then Eveline Alexis from Oberlin College, Audra Dipti, who joins us from Carleton University, and finally Burton Sankarali, will join us online and from St. Andrew's Theological Seminary. Sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. Burton, Sancarelli, and Fatica Castor. Burton coming from St. Andrew's Theological College and Fatica coming from Northeastern University. So with a hand, we'll have.
And I just want to make sure that I get this blown up all the way without messing up the same thing. Yeah. Thank you so much. I just want to reiterate too, thank you all for being here. Thank you to the organizers. This has been amazing. Thank you to the participants and everyone here. Special thanks to Dr. Johnson. She's right around here somewhere. I was brought into the fold of Dr. Johnson's sort of intellectual universe in 2021 as first part of a class, and then part of the team for Keywords for Black Louisiana. And to be completely honest, Dr. Johnson's sort of foundational care-based practice and also ethics-based practice has been incredibly foundational for my own work. So thank you all for joining me, and I'm happy to get this panel started. This project is entitled When I Am Not Here, Estoy Allá, Visualizing Expansive Space-Time in Caribbean Diasporic Memory. I'm a PhD candidate at Tulane University in New Orleans in art history and in Latin American studies. So this is my dissertation project, or at least a version of it as it's ongoing. I'm born and raised in South Florida, and I live in New Orleans now, both of which are really Caribbean spaces. And I can't overstate how incredible it is to be here today with you all, sort of a dream. So to get us started, I'd like to center this dissertation or this presentation, both of them, in a quote by Stuart Hall. What this detour through its past does is to enable us through culture to produce ourselves anew as new kinds of subjects. It is therefore not a question of what our traditions make of us so much as what we make of our traditions. Paradoxically, all cultural identities in any finished form lie ahead of us. We are always in the process of cultural formation. Culture is not a matter of ontology, of being, but of becoming. So I've got right here a QR code, which y'all are welcome to scan, but I realized that someone else was saying this, the project is on ArcGIS, so if you don't have a profile, I think you'll have to create one to access it, but you can create a free one. So unfortunately, that is a brief barrier. I'll say already right now, the project is not done at all, but it's a big part of my praxis to make the process as I'm going available. So you're welcome to it at any point in time to read through it. Just know that it's an ongoing project, so continuously being built out. So how do contemporary Caribbean artists address history and memory in their practices? How in their artworks does diaspora make itself known visually and thematically? Are there traceable ways in which contemporary Caribbean diasporic artists address the simultaneity of belonging to more than one place in space-time? In attempting to address these questions, this project, entitled When I Am Not Here, Estoy Allá, Visualizing Expansive Space-Time in Caribbean Diasporic Memory, articulates a thread of memory keeping particular to contemporary Caribbean diasporic artworks. Neither distinctly chronological nor explicitly thematic, this essay and accompanying digital exhibition focus instead on a system of improvisational relationships. This poetic universe, constructed throughout the project, draws out a world of multivalent space and time, performed and weaved together through the works of 4 contemporary Caribbean artists, who I'll show in a second. Deeply entrenched in ontological systems specific to diasporic belonging, which is not unbelonging, but rather both belonging, the sensorial plane imagined here supersedes the bounds of both linear narrative and colonial memory. So operating within a distinctly Caribbean, specifically Black Atlantic lineage of cultural production, the 4 artists featured in this exhibition, Maria Magdalena Campos Ponce in the top left, Freely Baez in the top right, Alberto Whittle in the bottom left, and Levon Bell in the bottom right, provide a substantial and generative basis for the study of global Caribbean diaspora currents. All of them are from the Caribbean, and some of them live in the Caribbean still, or at least what many people consider the Caribbean proper, but they all, central to both their lives and their practice, don't live in the place now or don't work out of the place now that they're from. So movement is sort of embedded into their everyday. Their practices are polylingual, performative, and frequently transdisciplinary. Theirs is a Caribbean cosmology fueled by refusal. Refusal to be tied down, to be named in full, to be made into something stable and static. Adhering neither to the confines of nation state nor artistic style, the works of Campos Ponce, Bell, Baez, and Whittle speak to a larger diasporic practice, one within which an increasingly expansive Caribbean, taking a note out of Saidiya Hartman's conceptualization of critical fabulation, continuously reimagines and remaps itself out. Unbounded by the demarcations of land, medium, or time itself, these artworks and the artists whose practices they emerge from enact a dialogue between abstraction and representation, and in doing so, offer the possibility of a more transgressive Caribbean future, one rooted in continuous becoming. Also, I was very nervous when I started, but I feel myself getting a little more calm, so hopefully my voice stops shaking a little bit. The digital platform hosting this exhibition, which is ArcGIS Story Maps, and I'll speak more about the pros and cons or why I've opted into ArcGIS Story Maps continuously throughout the presentation. But I've opted into ArcGIS this time intentionally. I'm both interested in the opportunities afforded by digital networks, as we all are here, for long distance viewing, for generative collaboration, for critical engagement and open access hosting, and yet cautiously wary of recreating historically skewed power and viewing structures. But in sort of trying to mitigate both of those pros and cons and all the incumbent considerations, this project leans into a vibrant ongoing dialogue within the fields of Black digital humanities, Black digital practice, and Caribbean cultural studies. I've also noted here some of the pros and cons of specifically an art exhibition hosted online, or that, of course, less barriers to viewing, not having to move to get to the place where the artwork is showing. But one of the main considerations that's not necessarily pro is that you do lose some of the potency of when you've seen artwork in person. There's a sort of performance relationship that happens that, of course, you miss out in some ways in the online viewing. But we'll talk about that more later. Just to give you all a few screen sort of captures of what's going on in the ArcGIS site about the artists. Here are a couple of wall didactics. So when you go into a museum or gallery space, next to the work, there's usually a short written bit that's by the curators or some sort of curatorial staff that sort of enumerates out on the work. If you go to the ArcGIS site, you'll see that these are designed on the site in the sort of carousel function, so you move through them. I'll talk more about the embodied movement inherent to that later on. You see right here in the bottom left, a graph that I've created that, and I'll talk more about titling throughout the exhibition later on too. But right here is a visual representation I made of some of the titles that are included in the work. So playing with lots of ways to visualize the sort of incumbent or embedded data within the visual artworks. And here's one more little snippet to show you, although I don't have a roving function of it. I'm playing around a lot with the different sort of capacities, especially ArcGIS within the story maps. So mapping out different functions of the works. So on the right here, you'll see its beginning trajectory, mapping out the different locations that the artists sort of work out of and everything. On the left, you'll see another set of sort of data I'm mapping out are some of the reoccurring figures, folklore figures, imagery, things like that. I'm embedding them in place too. So eventually there'll be overlaying maps as layers that someone could add on or take away. Also, this is a direct quote. As much as possible, I always include direct sort of reference to the artists themselves and the things that they've said, because they're all living artists right now, who are very vocal about their own practices. So, room number 1. The first section of this exhibition, entitled When I Am Not Here, Estoy Allá, at the Shoreline, centers questions of land, geography, memory, and belonging. In this room, landscapes dominate, intertangled and inseparable with the bodies that are born from them. Localized topographies become self-aware caricatures. Humanoid figures become flora and fauna. Folklore becomes history, and myth becomes fact. I'll show you all a few other works from this room too. One of the first slide was from the Von Bell. The 2 cap pieces are from Freire Baez, and the centerpiece is a really incredible piece by Maria Magdalena Campos Pons. The second section, entitled To Breathe Full and Free, a Space for Grief and Care, centers abstraction as a space of reprieve. From the demands of representation, from the ever-consumptive gaze, from the constant performance of being perceived and articulated as other. In this room, abstraction itself becomes stretched from a purely formal space to include the abstraction of self into collective. Individuals become absolved into time and material, and allowances are made for what grows in the space of release. I'll show you all the centerpiece is from Maria Magdalena Campos Pons 2, entitled Because the Human Body is a Tree, Spring Awakening 2. It's from a series. And I'll show you all right here 2 pictures I actually just took 2 days ago in Brooklyn. I was there to see an exhibit of Campos Pons called Behold at the Brooklyn Museum. It's up until January. If anyone has a chance to make it, it's really incredible. But I bring this because I want to show you all the piece in conversation with other pieces of hers. And to note also that I didn't include the imagery over here, but on the flip side of this, so if you'd walked into the gallery, the flip side over here that this wall is sort of in conversation with are directly not abstract pieces. They're photographs of
descendant communities in Matanzas, Cuba, where she's from. Also, there's imagery that she created in 1991 that's directly in conversation with the really famous sort of slave ship iconographies. So these are very abstract pieces in conversation with those really sort of directly explicit pieces is something I think she's very interested in. Also note in the center of that room is this hanging sculptural piece right here that's in the shape of the evil eye, the sort of watchful protective eye that provides another motif throughout the exhibition. Here are a few other pieces from that room too by the other artists. The top left is by Freely Baez, and it's entitled Temple of Time. And you don't have the second piece here, but on the site you can see this in one of the slideshows that I've created. But it's overlaid on top of another really famous piece called, I think it's called Temple of Time too, by Emma Willard, who is alive in the 1800s, who thought a lot about different systems of time. So it's overlaid on top of that. These two pieces that are sort of diagonal are created by Levant Bell. And these pieces are part of a series called Storm, How to Imagine the Tropicalia as Monumental. And they all have subtitles, which I'll show you at the very end of the presentation. But these two pieces and this sort of practice of hers first came about after, I can't remember which hurricane it was, but in one of the recent hurricanes, her studio was flooded and everything in it was destroyed, or at least to some extent destroyed. So first, as a sort of reparative and mourning process, and she's talked about this, she started sort of weaving together the fragments or pieces of destroyed pieces into something new. It's become a practice now that she does sort of generatively, so born this way, so not pieces that have been ripped up, but sort of constructed that way, is now no longer a mourning practice, but sort of a resilience or sort of a space for almost a joyful practice, at least how she talks about it. And two, to note, these are hard to tell the scale of them, but they're really big. The final piece in the bottom right is by Alberta Whittle, and this is a reoccurring motif of her work too. So, the final section, entitled How to Imagine the Tropical as Counter-Monumental, centers ephemerality and temporality. In this room, Campos Pons, Bell, Baez, and Whittle are caught in the constant act of performing remembrance, performing identity, performing citizenship and participation in the state. Pushing against the bounds of colonial legacy, the tensions inherent to the works in this final section illuminate the tenuous threads by which all constructs of security ultimately hang. And I've used the term room in the above descriptions in quotation marks purposely, because it's an attempt to alleviate the pressure of describing a space which has no physical bearing. So there's no physical location that this room exists in, but it must be moved through in order to be perceived all the same. As an intentional practice, and I'll get to the naming of these rooms, as an intentional practice in centering the artist's innate understandings, and in order to let the work speak for themselves as much as possible, the names for each room in this exhibition are drawn from the titles of works included within it. So pastiched and collaged and popping up at times in unexpected places. So sometimes the title of a room pulls from a title of a work that's in another room. Sometimes popping up at unexpected places, the titles generated by Whittle, Baez, Bell, and Campos Pons allude to a vibrant lineage of poetic and idiomatic language present throughout the Caribbean and its diasporas. I've done my best to honor this robust way of seeing, knowing, and naming. Oh, also show you a few other pieces that are in the final room too. So all of the pieces in this room are centered on performances. So in a longer version of this presentation or the dissertation, I speak at length of the afterlives of performance, the sort of ephemera, the lingering ephemera of performance, and how to encapsulate that, how to hold it, especially in a space that's really rooted in thinking about presence and absence and simultaneous presence and absence. The two pieces on the left are from Levant Bell, and they're actually up right now in Philadelphia. And they're entitled, they're from a work of hers called Between the Dusk and Dawn, How to Navigate an Unsettled Empire. And she traced her body throughout the area that she lives in for the whole day. So photographing herself in different portions of it, sort of capturing the light on her body. The bottom right is from Freely Baez, and this is from a really large site-specific installation that was created in Boston. It was a recreation of the Palace of Pansuchi in Haiti, and it has moved. It actually was at Crystal Bridges, so it was site-specific, but then moved, and was really incredible too. And the top right is still from a performance activated by Marie Magdalene Campos Pons at the National Gallery of Art in 2021. Got the date on there, called When We Gather. And that project was originally intended to be a live performance, but it was during the COVID pandemic. So it was first done as a film, and then they later on did it as a live version. So all of them thinking about the sort of presence and absence. Okay, nearing the end of things, I'll talk a little bit about the underpinnings, like the theoretical underpinnings, perfect, thank you, of the project. Really quickly, here are a few of the titles that are sort of foundational. This project is firmly situated within a wider discourse of Caribbean studies, which we all know is a discourse that holds as truth the tenets of multiplicity, synchronicity, plurality, and polyrhythm. In the Caribbean, much like in the Caribbean imaginary, the past is not just a pathway to the present, but in fact, a present component. The future, similarly, is neither abstract nor dislocated. Rather, the past and the present and the future intertwine. They weave together to constantly produce new kinds of subjects and subjectivities. This compression of past, present, and future as an ontological tool or mode of knowing is a common theme in the fields of Caribbean studies, diaspora studies, Black digital humanities, and Black digital practice. In this project, as in the fields listed above, a refusal of temporal fixity is enacted in order to put forth the potential of a material present and a speculative future. As Audre Lorde articulates, in this exhibition, space is demanded via an unclosed past for a now that can breed futures. Okay, just one more minute. Born in many ways from Antonio Benitez Rojo's conceptualization of the Caribbean cultural machine as a Caribbean rhythm, which is in fact a meta-rhythm, a harmonious dissonance which can be arrived at through any system of signs, whether it be dance, music, language, text, or body language. This exhibition operates under the fallible assumption that such particularly Caribbean patterns of self-organization pair intuitively not only with the artistic oeuvres of Maria Magdalena Campos Pons, Yvonne Bell, Freely Baez, and Alberta Whittle, whose art practices are generously laden with signs and signifiers of all types, but also with the methodological interruptions practiced in the field of Black digital humanities as a whole. Seeking to center what Sonia Donaldson names as strategies of remembrance, and Kim Gallen identifies as technologies of recovery, when I am not here, estoy allá, visualizing expansive space-time and Caribbean diasporic memory, finds hope in ArcGIS's possibilities for creative engagement of the digital, most notably in its allowance for open audience access and thoughtful artwork contextualization across vast space and time. I'll just show you all, these are steps that I haven't done yet, but I intend to continue to build out the digital exhibition site on ArcGIS, which you all have access to. My next step is to create some public-facing resources, which is really central to the project and to my own pedagogical sort of interventions too. So bibliography and open access syllabi and discussion prompted questions at different levels. And lastly, eventually down the road, I'd like to create a static version of the site on Collection Builder for, because I think that there's usefulness to a dynamic sort of embodied site, but also usefulness to a static site too. So thank you all for joining. Thank you for bearing for my nerves. I got so nervous. And quickly, you all can see as I'm transitioning right here, here's a list of the titles from the Storm series. So created in a sort of visual manner, deeply poetic, really, really beautiful. Also, as the question came up, kind of playful and funny too, because humor is at the heart of a lot of their practices as well. Thank you all.
So as we start in any type of Haitian environment with storytelling, I just want to say honneur. Yes. This is the lovely painting done by Kelvin Andre called Return of the Rebels. I love how it's hip hop, it's 90s, it's revolution. Black people are standing up and facing forward. So the US President Woodrow Wilson's illegal seizure of IET in 1915 was not spontaneous. It was a culmination of the United States' multi-dimensional surveillance of its neighbors since 1804. You'll remember that IET was a danger to slave capitalism, not only because of the successful revolt, but how dare Black people abolish slavery, right? So these defeated slave owners from IET who fled to nearby Cuba, US, Puerto Rico, distorted the image of IET's successful revolt. And as we see here on this slide, which is very popular in the 1800s, how these defeated slave owners used rumor, sermons, and print culture to show these images of the massacre of whites and the victimization of white women. You sort of see her bodices open. And one of the things that I want to focus on here, and I use this as a teaching tool often about how Black is just Black. All Black people look alike, right? So you don't see his face, but yet you see the coif, the mustache slash of the mister, the hairstyles of the white woman, etc. Everybody's in chaos. Even the dog is fleeing this Black man. And what's interesting about this, as we know from CLR James, the life expectancy of him and women and thems were 7 years in Saint-Domingue. So that's not being shown, but somehow he's well-fed, muscle, chiseled. Also, what's not shown is the fact that they feared us, as they say, right? Q, Breonna Taylor, and George Floyd, and yet you put these human commodities on these ships and fled to Puerto Rico and Cuba and parts of the United States. The math doesn't math, right? So the US and France attempted to contain Haiti's influence in the 19th century through these various means: an indemnity agreement, decrying its abolition, political surveillance around the Mole Saint Nicolas. And just to go back to this Mole Saint Nicolas real quick, you sort of see its geopolitical significance. The mole is there, and you sort of see it not only faces the larger Americas, but looking at how it's pointing to Europe, to Africa, which is coveted, right? Just to go back to this, you see with the Mole Saint Nicolas specifically, the US can't acquire it because Dessalines knew who he was battling and had declared in Haiti's first constitution of 1805, quote, "No white man, regardless of his nationality, may set foot in this territory as a master or landowner." And he takes it further. He said, "Nor will he ever be able to acquire any property." So with these methodologies, I argue that this is the United States specifically patrolling Haiti like a colony, and it's an undeclared invasion. So in the early 1900s of Haiti's political history, those of us from Latin America and the Caribbean or Brooklyn, we know this system. We know this system of codilloisme. It's military backed. It's political patronage, right? And it features lots of military men, and that sort of plagues Haiti's politics. So for example, from 1908 to 1915, I think we had 7 presidents in Haiti, with the last one, Bimbo Guillaume Sam, having been fatally killed and dismembered. What's interesting to note, though, is Sam is murdered in July 26th into the 27th, and somehow President Wilson, under this pretext, issues a call for an invasion, organizes troops, and deploys them to Haiti by July 28th, where 330 white US naval and military men arrive. He says this: "We do not have the legal authority to do what we apparently ought to do, but let us take the bull by the horns and restore order." I'm explicit. This is not an intervention or an occupation. I don't use terms like this. This is an invasion. IUCN did not ask for this, nor did they want it. And from what I was able to document, there was a tremendous amount of racialized and gender-based violence. So during my research in IUT, what I realized through the fieldwork, but also through the US military archives, is this theory that I call double speak. And basically the translation is here, this idea of voyez wash kashime. And I noted how it unfolded in multiple ways. So the US Marines, they come into Haiti, they surround Cap Haitien and Port-au-Prince port cities, and they say, "We want to maintain Haitian independence." This is a quote. But you find that there are several ways that doublespeak is unfolding. The first one is this election. 1915, they pick the most anti-imperialist candidate, the one that had the least to say about this US invasion. And they said the following, I won't read them all, but it says, "Under the protection of the United States Marines, Haiti had her first absolutely free election." If you close your eyes, you can see this in 1990s with Alisti, this idea of the first election, right? But this is 1915. So Dante Guinava, we see in this slide, serves as a puppet, right? He's flanked on all 3 sides by this US military, and he's in power as a puppet president from 1915 to 1922. Then we have the US authored treaty, which is called the Haitian-American Treaty. Again, words and language matter. It announces this illusion of 2 nations coming together, yet in reality, this is what it says. It says, "The government of Haiti agrees not to surrender any of the territory of the Republic of Haiti by sale, lease, or otherwise." And you can see the rest here. And then what I put in red is because we all know this shit is familiar, right? The red is literally what they did to Cuba, what they did to Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines, etc. So Orville Platt, I think he's a senator for Connecticut. I'm not sure, I forget, but his name is Orville. So that's one. The 1918 Constitution, it was reportedly written by Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who at the time is an assistant secretary of the Navy. Haitians in papers, but through their bodies, are also saying, "What is going on with you writing our Constitution? You're a foreigner." But this is what it does, right? 1918, it converses with that Dessalines Constitution of 1805 by stipulating that now US Americans could acquire territory in Haiti. So you see that like that just policing that's happening internally, but now externally. So this is an example of another doublespeak where they say, this one US military guy says, they thought they were voting for a pope. So then how did the Constitution pass, right? And so what I did was track the multiple districts and departments of IT where there's noted opposition, places like Ench, Léogane, Cap-Haïtien, they voted in favor of the Constitution. So you sort of see the lies being exposed there. We go here to the Corvée. The Corvée themselves is this antiquated work system. The US military saw it fit to revive it, and basically they touted it as a means of modernizing IT. We'll build the roads, we'll build schools, etc. But what they're doing is using forced labor, right? And so in doublespeak form, what you're finding is that they're kidnapping people, putting them in camps, which is really the equivalent of prisons, horrendous abuses, etc. And this is what they say. In some rare cases, 2 zealous American officers held laborers more time than they were required to labor, and even transferred them out of the immediate neighborhood of their homes to work in other sections, a procedure not permitted by law. So you see in plain sight, they're seeing the violence and archiving it for people like you and me to think on. And so obviously they're admitting to kidnapping as well as abusing Haitians. And in popular memory, what I wanted to show is that in doing oral stories from 2006, until the present, you see one guy at the time says there was a constitution, and I love that he pointed us there. This is in 2006, and he talked about how it forced them to perform corvée, and it ends with saying, and this is a common theme in doing these oral stories, where Haitians kept saying they treated us like bourri, they treated us like esclave, etc. So thinking about just the role of memory there. So in looking at this was the world that Haitians like Charlemagne Pédat occupied in this 1915 period. They felt and reasoned that the Blanc had come to restore slavery, had come to restore colonialism. This wasn't imperialism to them. This was like, you have us in shackles. So I position Haitian resistors as the agents and the griots of their story. And I argue that Haitian protest was swift, it was organized, it was unrelenting, and it certainly was political, right? So you sort of see Charlemagne here. He's born into a political family, both parents. The dad is an army man. The mom is a seamstress, who I'm writing about right now. And you sort of see in this space of him being a learned man, a politician, someone with good family background, it's going to position him to lead Haiti in this war against US empire. So Pédat in newspaper says, vive la liberté, vive la révolution, right? And in one thing, this was like one of my favorite interviews. So in 1915, the US military steps to him in Léogane, and he refuses to grant them entry. And one of the things that they say, this is 90 years after the fact, I'm collecting this interview in 2006, and this Haitian says, bois caca c'est fait, right? This idea that wood can break iron, right? Very like, you know how our people talk, we're very amplified, it's all this. And I was like, yeah. So anyway, the US military removed Charlemagne from his post, etc. And Pédat and his 4 brothers actually become soldiers in what is known as the Kako. So the Kako in the hands of the US military are portrayed like this, right? And this is going to sound very familiar to colonial language. They portray them as savages, foes, lawless Negroes, and professional bandits, right? And presented this singular image of the Kako. And what I found is that, yes, the Kakos did look like this man. They also look like this. They were unnamed market women serving as spies, who I'm writing about now, teachers and Vodou practitioners like Benat Pataville, newspaper editors, and politicians unified for Haiti. And so interestingly enough, I started using the US military language. So the stuff that you see on the left is how they're writing. They're saying the Kakos are infesting, they're spreading, they're using the mountains. And I kept saying, oh my God, this is like Makandal, this is Mawonage, right? They're using these spaces with practicality as well as intention, and using the mountains and forts all as geographic spaces to fight against US empire. So Pédat gets in prison. He only serves 8 months because, unbeknownst to the US military, the Kakos guard is a Kakos, right? So he escapes. And what I found that was fascinating, and my editor was like, girl, finish this book. But I sat with this for a while. I was like, though Pédat was free, and a century removed from slavery, the history of bondage, the 1600s, 1500s period really guided and animated his fight for national autonomy. So Dessalines is speaking on the left, citizen, Haitians, we must die, independence, live free, etc., etc., etc. Here comes Perat in 1915 with this charge. He's like, I got to remember this revolution and I have to protect Haiti. And this is what Perat says over here. And one of my favorites is the blood of our illustrious ancestors boils in your veins. Uphold the honor of our flag. So what do you do with people who think and fight against you? You assassinate them, right? And so they shoot him dead on October 31st, 1919. His brother and an unnamed Haitian woman is by his side. I'm still on a quest to find her name. They display his body in a public square. They photograph him in the tradition of Jim and Jane Crow. And then they board a plane and they disseminate that shit to Haitian people to quell resistance. The Cacos fight on. And I argue that the Cacos, specifically Perat, they become the examples that motivate other Haitians. Yes, there's an intellectual newspaper movement happening at the time, but the Cacos being on the ground and sacrificing their bodies, I feel like really were the forefront of this fight, etc. So then in collecting these oral stories throughout Haiti, I said, l'automne non Charlemagne Perat, qui ça ou pensé? And somebody says, si nous jouons liberté, c'est peut-être Charlemagne Perat. They reference the corvée. They tell me to go to Vodou circles and I'm not going to find this in a church, etc. When I was like, oh, the Kako, le nous tende thème Kako, qui ça ou pensé, qui le que mouvement Kako a commencé. And I thought they were going to bring me to like 1896. No, they brought it all the way back to the original revolution. When you mention Kakos, it has to do with the people who want to build a society for themselves, former slaves, current peasants. I thought that was brilliant. And this is what I found. Charlemagne Peat Damoui, he's not dead in Haiti, right? A crucifixion tells me resurrection. So thinking about Philomé Omben's homage to him in the 1970s, the Enche residents where he's from, their homage, whether in the form of a school, a park, and the park is it's so public, right? So I love that this is public and they invert that and say, well, we'll make him public in this way, which I love. And then this, oh my God, every time I was on the top, I would take a picture of this in Haiti. And I love that they showcase Jean-Jacques Dessalines avec Charlemagne Peat. And you sort of like get drawn into this. But one of the things that I really love is, you know, when you sit with your sources, talking to the historians, like you got sources from 1696 to 2004. And I noticed in that picture, it's this ad for like an eyewear shop. And you sort of see right there the letters UN and it crossed out. So thinking about the Caribbean, it's multidisciplinary for you, and multi-sensory rather, for you to be doing this type of research. You can't just go up in there with your hands and your eyes. You got to go in and feel it. So then I was thinking about this, like, these are the questions that I want to do and digitize. So the US military, who had given me a fellowship, a dissertation fellowship, because I don't think they really knew what I was about to do. I laid it out plain, I didn't lie. But the next steps that I want to do is, how do we revoke the US military's decorations and commendations for killing Haitians? What would happen if the world believed Haitians of the US military crimes, and what sentences could they have received? I started this, it's traumatic. It's hard training undergraduate students about this because these are the crimes that I'm documented: attempting lynching of a Haitian woman and a child, murder, hit and run, cocaine, arson. In red are all the women who they said, you know, like someone like Julie Petit-Jossion, killed by private. You see his full government, the date of the instance, Grenfell, though, you know, through criminal negligence, attempting rape of a Native girl. And the fact that they put woman for Madame Zuli and girl tells you she's probably 8, 9, 10, you know what I'm saying? And it goes all the way down. And I'm thinking, like, well, we need reparations. I mean, we need reparations for slavery, but certainly when we have all of this information at our fingertips, how do we reckon with that past? And taking a page, it was just wonderful to learn about the Equal Justice Initiative and how they're going back to Reconstruction in terms of documenting this violence. And I say, this is my contribution to that I want to digitize about, reckoning with that past. So thank you. Sorry I went back.
Mine too.
Okay, so I want to begin by again thanking find a nice spot here. I want to begin by thanking the organizers for this wonderful event. And thank you all for being here, particularly since this is Friday afternoon. And I, for one, could think of better things for you to be doing. So it's a great testament to your commitment and to your engagement with the material here, given the time of day and the day of the week and all of that. So I am going to start by talking a little bit to provide context about what Operation Legacy was, and then tell you a little bit about the objectives of the project. So what was Operation Legacy? Operation Legacy was a policy that was put into place between the 1950s and the 1970s. Its objective was specifically to secretly remove, emphasis on secretly remove, destroy, and even doctor documents, in its colonies, just at the advent, as they were about to become politically independent. So it's secret removal. This happened throughout all the British colonies, or many of the British colonies. This project focuses specifically in the Caribbean. I want to be clear, even though Operation Legacy was in place between the 1950s and 1970s, this policy actually existed before in India, in British Malaysia, for example. It's just that it became coined. The process became coined, Operation Legacy. Prior to this, they didn't really have a system in place. They were just, we need to get rid of documents. What are we going to do, right? So Operation Legacy is when we start having the documents saying, this is what we need to do. So what were the specific instructions? The specific instructions were that they had to sift the documents. That's the exact words they use. Any documents that might, quote, embarrass Her Majesty's government, embarrass members of the colonial police, military forces, public servants, compromise sources of intelligence, or might be used unethically as defined by the British colonial government, by ministers in the successor government. Of course, the obvious question is, who did the sifting? So who did the sifting? According to the documents at the time, ideally, the goal was for this to be done by a committee of 3 to 4. This is literally what it says in the documents. High-ranking white British-born colonial officials. So if you were white and you were from the Caribbean, you're not included, right? You don't make the cut. So specifically, once these documents were sifted, they could either be destroyed or they were then secretly removed. Documents chosen for removal were considered to have either administrative or historical value. And then they were then placed into a secret archive. I think I should be on this slide here. Historical or administrative value, and they were to be kept. And they were put in a high security secret archive in Hanslope Park, which is about 60 miles north of London. And this is a branch of the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. So, of course, we have documents that were destroyed. We have no idea what was destroyed. We have very few lists. We have incomplete lists that do not give real descriptions about what were in these documents. But we have documents that were destroyed. So this is an exact quote, and this actually was circulated throughout all British colonies. It's not specific to the Caribbean, but as an alternative to fire, it is permissible to pack papers to be destroyed in well-weighted crates and sink them in deep and current-free water. Specific to Jamaica, sift all records to ensure that none are left which should not be seen by the government of an independent Jamaica. Specific to Trinidad, it is an excellent idea to make early start on sifting papers. It would perhaps be a little unfortunate to celebrate Independence Day large with smoke. So this is happening in 1962, okay? Just on the eve. So then we have the personal files. The interesting thing about this is the great extent to which they went to hide the fact that this policy was in place. So if you are using these documents and you see the word personal files, it does not mean it's a personal file. It just means that this is how they coded it. They coded the documents that they did not want to be seen. That means personal file really means top secret, right? So personal file means it goes in, these documents are subject to Operation Legacy Protocol. I want to give you an example, looking specifically at British Guyana, current day Guyana, about how this worked, how this policy functioned, and what it means for us as we try to reconstruct narratives of the past. So here we have in British Guyana, April 27th, we have the first democratic election by universal suffrage. Cheddi Jagan is in power. He is the premier. This is the Cold War, obviously. This is 1953. Jagan has socialist tendencies. And then, and because he's leftist, he, of course, is of great concern to both the British and the United States. May 15th, less than 3 weeks later, British Guyana is included on the quote-unquote personal series. So they now make a decision, oh, we need to get in control of these documents. These people are voting, right? There's universal suffrage. We need to get in control of this. And 5 months later, Britain declares a state of emergency. The British governor, Alfred Savage, declares a state of emergency. Jagan and other officials are arrested and the constitution is suspended. It's not just IT. but you knew that. Yet, despite the fact that British Guyana was clearly of interest to Britain and the United States, we have no documents on file under Operation Legacy available. We have none. Richard Drayton was the first person to point this out, and I've since confirmed that having worked with these documents. So we have none, right? So they have clearly destroyed all documents for British Guyana. Wow. British Honduras, 1962, Governor Peter Stollard reports the personal files, which have accumulated since my arrival, we have already begun to weed them out and to destroy them by fire. Just to add some color. Indeed, the smoke from small bonfires will fill the air for a few weeks to come and at subsequent intervals. So this was serious business. In 1967, which is about 5 years after Trinidad's independence, they were still wondering, do these people know that we had this policy in place and they removed these documents? So here they have, there have been no reports that the government of Trinidad are aware that local records are held by the FCO. We have a similar document for Jamaica, and I'm sure there are other documents for other colonies. So when did we learn about Operation Legacy? We learned about Operation Legacy in 2011 because of a court case. The British government denied a court case brought by some elderly Kenyans. Some of you might know about it. The British denied that the documents existed for these elderly Kenyans, but they in fact had them, and they were forced to give them over to the lawyers of these Kenyans. For those of you that are interested, I can't speak about it right now, but I did create a short video, write the script for a short video for TED Ed. It's really useful in the classroom, talking about this case, the records the British Empire did not want you to see, if you're curious. Okay, so the migrated archive. This is what it's now called. After this became public knowledge, these documents were taken from Hansel Park, organized, cataloged, and put into the National Archive in London, and they were called the Migrated Archive. So they're now located, called the Migrated Archive, and they are part of the FCO 141 series. That is a very careful choice of term, carefully chosen term, and it suggests a level of neutrality, right? And that is a powerful statement given what these documents actually represent. Things to remember, things to be mindful of is that these documents are still pretty difficult to access. They are in the archive, they're cataloged. But you have to order them 1 week in advance. You can only look at 2 files a day. So it is not, if you are not living in London, this becomes a challenge for you for obvious reasons. Give you a snapshot of what's in the files. So from what I can tell, we have over 900 files. The majority of these files, Jamaica has the majority of the file, not the majority, but Jamaica has the largest number of files. After that would be Anguilla. After that, we have a category called West Indies General, and that tends to talk about a number of items that involve the region, including things like the West Indian Federation, the Anglo-Caribbean Commission, etc. Anglo-American Caribbean Commission. In terms of the time period from what we have available, this is essentially a 20th century project. We don't know if they destroyed everything before this period, or if there's another secret archive, if there's a secret archive underneath that secret archive. But this is essentially a 20th century archive, colonial period, with the bulk of the files being in the 1950s. So what are my project objectives? The first thing that I'm trying to get to the heart of, and I'm calling this a project of archival justice. That's even more time than I thought I had here. I'll just switch off my timer. Is accessibility. I want to make this a database. I want to create a database that makes these documents readily available. As somebody who is, I live in Canada, I've been there for longer than I care to admit, even it just ages me, but you know, as somebody who's clearly from the Caribbean, it is very important to me that my colleagues who are in the Caribbean can access. It's important to me that all scholars of the Caribbean can access these documents, but I'm particularly interested that in making sure that these documents are available to my colleagues in the Caribbean. And the other item here is I want to create a space, facilitate conversations so that we can actually reflect on what the destruction, well, not the destruction, but ultimately what not having this information meant and how it impacted historical production and ultimately historiography. So what does that say about the history of the Caribbean that has been written to date, knowing this? And I have to say, going through these documents, the descriptions are very mundane, except that we know they were hidden. So everything, if they put the most boring topic, you just think, well, why is this hidden? So you just have to pull it up. So I have a website up. It's still in the early phases, Operation Legacy in the Caribbean. Very imaginative title there. And this is what a sample of the database would look like. Looks like. So we have the actual number used in the archive, the database number, the year, and then descriptions that I'm trying to work with an archivist, a professional archivist, to help me come up with descriptions. The goal here, of course, is to make sure that these descriptions would be useful to scholars interested in writing a project about the Caribbean. So it keeps the Caribbean at the center of in their thinking. Digital tools that I'm using. Okay, so this is a big experiment. I'm using Airtable, and I am happy to make a U-turn on this if anybody has advice, because it's not designed for databases, except I find it really, really useful. And why I find it useful is because it's a relational database, which theoretically allows you to make connections between documents. And I say theoretically because I haven't played with it enough to see how far I can push this, but it exists and it's very powerful. It's actually designed as a collaboration tool. So it's really useful that way. Is that? That is, I don't know who that is. That's a telemarketer. Okay. User engagement and research collaboration. So the other objective is that, and I'm using two tools, ConvertKit, which is an email platform, which allows me to stay in communication with people who want to use this database. You have to register. It's completely free, but you have to register. to access the database. And it just means that I can send updates. If we have 10 new images or something like that, I can keep in touch with people. It's not just a static website. It means that there's communication. I also use Ultimate Member, which allows for the members of the community to communicate with each other. Again, I have to make sure how this works. So the goal here then is to make sure that it's not a website from one to many, but more of all channel sort of framework, which allows communications to go on. Again, really early stages. It's going to take some energy to make this happen and some momentum. But those are the kind of thinking. And I just want to end on my boy CLR. As long as we are not being educated by the colonial office or the stooges of financial interests, we shall be able to do whatever we have to do. And so on that note, here I am thinking about archival justice.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much, everybody. I want to say thank you to all the organizers of this amazing gathering for having us here these past 2 days. I want to start off by noting some of the forces that brought me here.
Muted.
First, I must acknowledge. Burton, I'm going to mute. You should mute, Burton.
They've asked me not to.
Okay, well then don't speak until I'm done, and I'm going to hand it off to you. All right. Okay, so everybody, Burton and I are collaborating, and I'm going to go first, and then I'm going to hand it off to Burton. We have some slides that if you guys can see, that would be great. So I wanted to acknowledge the ancestors who guide my work. Secondly, it is with sadness and gratitude that I name Angel David Nieves, recently called to the ancestral realm, who at Northeastern was a central part of creating a vibrant and inclusive environment for the digital humanities, alongside the incredible work of Dr. Nicole Aljo, which we've heard so much about today and yesterday, and the supportive New Lab community. Ibashe Angel, may your journey to the ancestral realm be smooth as we remember you and continue to call your name. My part in the presentation today is framing Burton's introduction of the Trinidad Orisha Shrine Mapping Project, a collaborative working group which I recently joined. I wanted to do that by naming two things: staging and working definitions. First, this project, as many of you will recognize, is at its beginning stages as a digital project. The collection of data that has been done over many years is now being configured to share with the larger community through a website that will convey collected shrine listings, information, media, and ultimately map the shrines. Burton's presentation today will give the background of the work that has assembled this data that will inform this next stage of digitization and publishing. And second, I want to provide some working definitions. This project exists within the sacroscape or sacred landscape of Trinidad's African religions: Orisha, Spiritual Baptist, and Ifa. So as you listen to Burton, please understand Orisha to mean, in Trinidad, the widespread religious and spiritual community and their practices that are in relation with the deified ancestors and spirits of Yoruba cosmology known as Orisha. The cosmology is centered in an active reciprocal relationality between this realm and the spiritual realm, marked by communication through divination, possession, or locally in Trinidad, manifestation, offerings, and collective prayers through song, dance, and drumming. Central to Trinidad, Orisha, is a practice of spiritual alignment. Next slide, please. With one's family, community, and environment that facilitates the flow of good fortune and strategies to address challenges that block that flow. Slide. Baptist is the local term Burton uses referencing spiritual Baptists, which he defines as, quote, African spirituality structured as a Christian church with branches throughout the Eastern Caribbean and its diaspora, end quote. Slide, that's good. Ifa refers to the localized form of Yoruba Ifa. Rooted in Yoruba land in West Africa, largely Nigeria, here I'm quoting from a recent article I did on Ifa Orisha digital counterpublics, where, quote, the Yoruba word Ifa has multiple meanings, including an initiatory priesthood and divination system used to access the divine word from a high deity, Olodumare. The literary corpus of that divine word is also referred to as Ifa. Slide. An Ifa temple is both an organization of adherents under the direction of an Ifa priest, as well as the physical location where shrines are located and rituals conducted, and this is in Yoruba land. In Trinidad, Ifa has become localized, where its developing priesthood of well over 200 initiates among multiple lineages and Ifa shrines draws on larger African worldview there and works with local plants and animals. They are innovating new practices, rituals, and traditions while being in close communication with Nigerian Ifa temples and priests. Next slide. Thank you. A final note. These spiritual and religious practices share overlapping worldviews with shifting and dynamic relations between heuristically separated categories. So we encourage you to think both and more than either or. As I noted in my book, Spiritual Citizenship, quote, spiritual Baptist and Orisha are two branches of a shared root that are more rhizomatic than representative of the two ends of a continuum or spectrum. And I would add to this Trinidad Ifa, creating a third branch. With this, let us shift to hearing from my friend and colleague, Burton Sankarelli. And please note that I'll be giving him a time cue at about the 5-minute mark, as we Trinis have little natural regard for linear temporality. So we're gonna do our best here. All right, Burton, it's all you.
Ms. Alexis, I believe the response is respect. As far as I can tell, this attempt to determine the number of Orisha worshipping spaces in Trinidad goes back to the rise of the first attempted countrywide organizations in the 1990s. And I want to mention certain elders associated with an organization called Opa Orisha Shango that I see as pioneering this process. Baba Orisha Clarence Ford, Baba Alwyn Scott, Iyal Orisha Gretel Prime, and Iyal Orisha Molly Ahi. I came into this process and a committee has been formed. The mapping process seeks to establish an ever-expanding database, making it available to the tradition, its shrines and its members, so that it may better see and know itself. And we are hopefully now making the transition to a full shrine mapping, including a national inventory of shrines, a compiling of shrines to share with the public with the consent from each shrine leader and the construction of a public-facing website. You all are hearing me clearly. You had a concern about the sound, okay? Right. Issues in the process. One key question that here arises is, what is a shrine? What is it that we are counting? We propose the following broad signifiers. 1, it involves Orisha work, as we term it. 2, it is a center that is a recognized, locatable space in some way centered on such work. Here the work is done and/or it is a base from where those doing it emanate. As such a space, it is usually physically marked by flags and/or shrines and/or ritual items and/or demarcated areas and/or icons of some kinds, etc. It may also be a space involving related activities, drumming, craft, classes, meetings, etc. It may also be termed such a space if the leaders say it is. 3, the work in some way is open, that it involves people outside the family circle. 4, its activity his activity is or has been sustained. Here we may recognize historical spaces that are still minimally active. So how many shrines are there? Right now, the still tentative count is over 200. However, there is still a need for clarification as to the precise status of some of the shrines, and there may also be a very few cases of duplication. On the other hand, it appears to be the case that there are a significant number of shrines that have not yet been noted. In preliminary inquiries, new shrines are constantly turning up, and this is without necessarily trying particularly hard to find them. It cannot be ruled out that the final number of confirmed shrines will be significantly over 250. In this process, we are also seeking to identify and note different trajectories of practice. And I use this word deliberately because they are not demarcated categories, as there is in this significant overlap and variation. More specifically, we can here identify and are tracking 3 such trajectories within the Orisha umbrella. Firstly, what I call the old orthodoxy. The Trinidadian, the tradition unfolded over the course of the 20th century as an Orisha work embedded in an African community characterized by a Christian religious overlay, most notably that of Catholicism. In this communal frame, the Orisha work, whose principal vehicle became known as the feast, was the most overt African religious practice. I term this the old orthodoxy. This continues to provide the basic template for the long-standing Trinidadian Orisha work. 2, the Baptist. Since the lifting of the prohibition on the Baptist in 1951, the shouter/spiritual Baptist, yard, shrine, church, has grown to become a major presence in the local Orisha practice. This was further entrenched, it seems, due to the unraveling and collapse of the above-mentioned Afro community formation in the wake of the oil boom of the 1970s. This also led to the unraveling of the quote-unquote Catholic character of the quote-unquote mainstream Trinidadian culture. However, we cannot simply speak of a category called Baptist shrines. The Baptist work is unfolding in very different ways. You can have a space that is primarily Orisha but allows or engages in it to varying degrees. Or you can have shrines that are genuinely both Baptist and Orisha. Or you can have a primary Baptist space or full-blown Baptist church that keeps a feast or its equivalent. Or you can have a Baptist church that includes Orisha prayers, quote unquote, in its ritual repertoire. In noting these variations, a mapping of shrines can prove to be very helpful. Now, while there is such extensive intersection, Baptist and Orisha work are by and large clearly distinguishable. However, we may be approaching a place, perhaps fast approaching, where this may be less and less the case, and the two become radically enmeshed. An elaborated shrine count and mapping can assist in tracking these currents. And 3, IFA. IFA. The third trajectory that the count is tracking is that of IFA and related practices. This is a direct result of the African affirmation and reclamation unfolding in the wake of Black Power, also of the 1970s. The shrine count confirms the strength of the presence of IFA and its groundings in the landscape. So we may now speak of IFA as Trinidadian. The mapping can also give us a sense of how this intersects with and is defining the long-standing Trinidadian practices. The process can be very helpful in the building of profiles of the different shrines. Another key finding of the count mapping process, even at the very early and tentative stage, is the amazing high level of Orisha ritual activity taking place in our landscape. Yeah. 3, rationale for the process. Simply by engaging in this exercise, we can get such an overview of Orisha practice, its trajectories and currents in our landscape. And I think that is important. But more important than this, it gives us sight of the tradition. Now, sight is for our people an important spiritual term. This counting process gives us a geographical sight of the living presence of the tradition in our space. This has a vital physical and spiritual topography. Now, engaging in such an exercise may raise all manner of suspicions, with reason when you consider our traumatic experience. There have been good historical reasons for the privacy and secrecy, and this entire issue is a very sensitive one. However, anyone who engages openly in Orisha work is really representing the entire tradition, this regardless of one's particular ritual orientation. This before a public often hostile that cares not about our internal differences. Marked as it has been by over a century of secrecy, this process may thus contribute to further bringing the tradition into the open. So it may assist properly constituted bodies and organizations. It may also play a key role in countrywide mobilizing and in the quest for greater public understanding and appreciation, as well as for greater open and, where necessary, official recognition. For example, there has been agitation for a public holiday. In this or some similar situation, a proper documentation of the number of shrines and the high level of activity can enable us to make a case that it will be difficult for the state to refute or refuse. Let it be clear that at this point, the process is in an early stage. The findings are preliminary and often tentative. The issue is sensitive, and there are proper protocols to be observed. However, it is the ultimate aim of this process to establish and maintain a current listing of public, open, sustained Orisha worshipping centers. This along with a calendar of events and other public events, one that is so openly available. Our team includes people with expertise in computers, the internet, and social media. They are hard at work at creating a website that will be accessible to the community. The mapping process seeks to establish an ever-expanding database, making it available to the tradition, its shrines, and its members, so that it may better see and know itself. The initial documenting process. Shrines tentatively may be identified by a proper name, but are usually known by their head, their leaders, or, well, often leader. Shrines are also commonly identified by their location. Here, along with their general area, street name, or other information is given, like opposite the savannah. Information on the shrines listed is based to a large extent on my moving in the feast circuit and other spaces of worship since the 1990s, along with information one receives from the Orisha Worshipping Network. Data from an old list of the Orisha Council of Elders, an earlier stage of this project, circulated some years ago and has also been incorporated. Owing to research limitations and the very state of flux that characterizes the Trinidadian Orisha practice, there is in reality a constant need for updating and clarification. This in its very essence is a dynamic ongoing process. Finally, let it be clear that this overall project is not an academic exercise, but originates from within the Orisha worshipping community itself, and among other things, seeks to publicly present and provide knowledge concerning the vibrancy and vitality of the Orisha work in our landscape. It is not a minor or marginal presence, but a key and ubiquitous aspect of the very architecture of our space and peoplehood. Thank you.
I have a question. Okay. I wonder if the Brits corresponded to US Americans or other people, like personal private correspondence about this, that may be a lead way. I mean, it'll be an exhaustive amount of research. You need a team, but I wonder if they're telling us over and over that they have it. So I'm wondering who they're like saying, damn, this is hard. Damn, I gotta like drown 3 crates right now. So I wonder if there's like private correspondence, that detective type of word.
I don't know. I don't know that I have no evidence that they shared this with the Americans. They were people even within the British colonial bureaucracy that did not know. It was very, very top and secure that way. So, but we do know, you would know, everybody in here knows that they were also allies with the Americans on a number of items and that kind of thing. But whether or not they communicated this particular issue was, I don't have any evidence of that I have a question or a comment for
Can I
others.
piggyback on that
Sure.
first? Do you have lists of the individual bureaucrats who were responsible for destroying those records? Are any of them still alive and can be interviewed? Or do any of them have memoirs that you might be able to look through to get a sense of whether or not there's a history of that destruction to be told?
Yeah, so this is a great question. There's a book called, what is it called? The History Thieves, written by Ian something. I've forgotten his name now. He's actually a journalist, but he's done some really good historical work documenting the whole policy. But you're right, like trying to track down the individuals and trying to put together the pieces of the puzzle would be very, very, very interesting.
You had a question.
I had a question that I wanted to put out there, but you don't have to if people have an answer, I just want to do it while I remember. One of the challenges I'm facing in doing this archive, as we talk about justice, right, is that the British archive, I'm having these documents digitized. I have somebody professionally digitizing these documents. But the British archive, for me to publish them on a website, there's a fee. And that fee is £2 British per image. So it becomes prohibitive really quickly. So I need to find a way to negotiate with them for this, because these documents have not been digitized. So does that mean I should say, well, I have good digital copies, I'll give you guys that, you can do whatever, will you let me do this for free? It's also on a trust system. It's very bizarre because they're not recording what documents, and they're not recording what websites. So, I want to kind of, part of me is tempted to say, I'm just gonna do this, and if you have a problem, complain. Part of me doesn't really want to do that. I don't know what the best route is. So that's my comment.
If Alex were here, he would say it's always better to ask for forgiveness than permission, but. What it worked.
I have a question, maybe more for Evelyn and Audra, related to mourning, because Kaylee, you mentioned mourning as an artistic practice, but I'm wondering, when we're talking about these violences done to bodies, done to archives, the two are not equivalent, but is there space in digital design and the maybe eventual aesthetics or design of these two digital memory projects? You're doing the work of memory, you're doing the work of justice. Is there space for, I don't know, some kind of, mourning in the, or maybe memorialization in the design of the digital projects? Thank you.
Oh, sure. No, thank you for that. I struggle with that. So like in my book, I don't show an image of Pedat dead because that's not how his family or I was just so sick of seeing Black death, right? But then there's like this reality that, damn, I need students very much like the bill of sales of an enslaved African. I need them to see that. But I don't know, I kind of want to coddle them. I want us to be in a classroom space or a community space where we're unpacking that and you not walking around all triggered or just mad at select white people or just justifiably angry, you know what I mean? So I think there is a space for mourning. There's a way in which he's talked about over and over, even in the public square in his hometown of Ensch, that invites that. And mourning for us involves wailing, like the traditions of East as well as West Africa, but also celebration if we're thinking about Louisiana, right? Like how funerals become festive occasions. So a painting that I have not been able to digitize by Philomé Ombin actually documents the funeral of Charlemagne Pedat in an imaginative way. And it's this beautiful homage, right? It looks like a scene from New Orleans and Cap-Haïtien, Haiti specifically, where you see the whole department in reverence to this leader. But I think there is a space for that and for us to think about, I don't know, just processing grief as we do. History is fucking sad. Like I want to develop happy history and all my advisors are like, how you gonna do that? You know what I mean? And I'm like, I don't know, friendships. And they're like, so, but yeah, I just feel like there is a space for that. And mourning doesn't necessarily always have to be boohoo cry, but it's like release or like, let me wail. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. But thank you for that.
This is just on the question of design around mourning and design around non-mourning too. I didn't get to this in my presentation. I let the nerves get the better of me, but something that's really central to the project is creating or at least sort of adapting a platform, especially a digital platform, to meet the sort of incumbent knowledge of the artworks being created by my artists. So mourning is central to their art practices, but also non-mourning is central to their practices simultaneously too. So it's just a design question in general, but how to come up with a digital platform, or for in this instance, a digital platform, but a platform in general that isn't arbitrary, right? But that the design of it is sort of entwined with and respects the sort of inherent understandings and knowledges of the works that are living on it, or I say living because they are in a way. So it's something I'm still grappling with, but I think it's a great question for all of us here this weekend to think through design not as an afterthought, but as sort of an active part of the knowledge production that we're participating in and the works that we're bringing into it, whether it's registers or artworks or what.
I'll just open it up to other questions if
Is that a question that either Fadika or name is escaping me would like to answer? Burton? About design and I mean, you don't have to. I'm just.
And what is the question again? I didn't.
It's all right. I was interpolating you, but you don't. I mean, do you want to repeat at all? Okay, we're gonna. Sorry.
What is the question? Yes, you said you had a question.
No, it's good. We're just moving on to another one. Yeah.
No, what is the question?
We do not have a question.
I think we're moving on. Burton, sorry. I had a question for Audra. Well, but then also when you asked your question out, it made me think even more. When you were talking about the practice that had happened as part of Operation Legacy, it brought to mind for me what has happened very much more recently in the UK in the Windrush scandal, where part of the reason why so many British citizens were unable to prove their when they'd come to the UK was because the Home Office in the UK in only about 10-15 years ago destroyed all the entry records that were the only record of that. So my initial question was going to be something along the lines of how can the work that you're doing now to bring these Operation Legacy records to light be fed back into current practices of data? But then also it made me think when you're asking your question about how you're going to get all these images and actually afford to put them up there, was that the Windrush scandal was really brought to light by like Guardian journalists. And I know that Operation Legacy has been covered in the press in Britain, so maybe some strategic media shaming might be a way to get a better deal.
Thank you for that.
Any other questions? If not, then I think we have a question from the chat. Question in the chat, please.
Feel free to unmute your mic.
What are the implications of shrine mapping in Trinidad? Well, it's the property and intellectual property of the shrines are very personal things in Trinidad, right? So it's kept in it might be in a family tradition for generations or for a period of time. It's the head's shrine, it's their space. And then of course we've had this history of secrecy and a certain reticence to be open about it, which we have gone a ways to overcome. But you have all of these kind of this kind of baggage. So we have to be very respectful. On the other hand, there is a need for some way to regulate how the tradition is being represented publicly. You know, so our program can be important in negotiating these things, I think.
And with that, I hope you all join me in thanking this fantastic panel.
I was going to add, but hi, if I could just add quickly that part of the design of the shrine mapping project is to get consent from each individual shrine head to be involved and to have their the name of their shrine posted on any publicly accessible website. So there definitely is an undergirding ethical framework that's built into the project. Thank you for the question, Pablo.
My apologies for cutting you off. And with that, we will thank these panelists.
So we've stopped caffeinating you, but
so today I want to have this conversation with Guy about our project called Empreintes d'art dans la ville, Art Footprints in the City, a digital collaboration with Guy Gabon. And Guy, can you hear me? Tu m'entends, Guy?
Oui, je t'entends, mais je ne vous vois pas.
Ah.
I can't see you.
She won't be able to.
Ah non,
She won't be able to.
d'accord. Ok, pas de souci. Donc, du coup, là, je suis sur la première slide. So I wanted to introduce you to Guy Gabon. Guy Gabon calls herself an activist, who is an artist and an activist. She's an eco-designer, visual artist based primarily in Guadeloupe. She works and she performs around the world. These specific works that I'm going to show you are centered around environmental urgency caused by climate change, overconsumption, and political inertia. One of her media is land art, where she creates ephemeral pieces using organic matter. Her work is public-facing and really aims to make art accessible to all. Guy also interrogates the legacy of slavery on the island of Guadeloupe and its ramification in contemporary climate challenges. And this is a picture of Guy in September of 2022 when I went to start the project with her. So basically I also really want to emphasize the fact that this is a work in progress. Whatever you see here is actually not yet published on the internet. So it's a little preview of work in progress. And hopefully, over dinner, you can come and have some questions or comments that you want to share with us. What we're creating is a virtual exhibition really based on hybridity. So the concept of Guy Gabon Empreintes d'art dans la ville is really to play with hybridity. So we selected 4 spots in the city of Pointe-à-Pitre, Guadeloupe. And basically we're going to set up signs with QR codes to access the online exhibition. The online exhibition is actually housed on OpenTour, which is an Emory University created software. And I really want to thank the amazing support and help that was provided by the CDSC, the Emory Center for Digital Scholarship. Nothing would be possible without them. And it supports multiple forms of media. I'm going to talk about it in a second. And it guides the viewer from one point to another. And basically what it does is that it takes you from one point to another using Google Maps. And we thought it was, a helpful thing. The whole exhibition takes about 45 minutes on foot. It's, spread over like 2 kilometers, which for my imperial friend is 1.25 miles. And except for the first stencil of Aimé Césaire, all the works were ephemeral. So the path is really a way to engage with Guy Gabon's work on climate and race issues and to contextualize artwork in key places around the city. And because of its virtual nature, the exhibit is accessible remotely and also allows for a bigger public reach. Here is actually Guy and us doing the parcours one way, another, and then we stopped for ice cream, and it was delicious. Big shout out to Fabienne Youth, she knows. Now I want to talk a bit with Guy about the tool and the platform selection. So there were different criteria for tool selection. A lot of you have, talked about sustainability, access, and costs, and those were really at the heart of our concerns. A platform that we would be able to sustain for a long time, that would be easily accessible, and that would be low costing. So luckily, Emory University provided the open tool access for us for free, but then there was a debate as to, do they run it themselves on rented servers? But that meant that Guy had a digital marketing team, which unfortunately the company actually is no longer working at its full capacity. But the question was, do they house it in Guadeloupe but have to pay for servers, or do they maintain it at Emory University and Emory can actually provide this maintain it for us? So we actually chose the second option. And then we were also looking for an art media friendly software, something where we could have obviously images and videos, but that would be also easily accessible on a mobile device. And then we also have obviously the ethics of collaboration that, I've heard a lot during this conference and been very inspired by. And the question is, me as a French Peruvian person who was born and brought up in Europe, then goes with American private money to Guadeloupe, essentially what we're trying to do is we're very mindful of not replacing French colonialism by American imperialism, and this is a layered question, ongoing, obviously issue.
Guy, est-ce que tu veux dire quelque chose sur la plateforme?
Je veux dire que pour nous, dans nos territoires insulaires francophones, ce sont des outils qui nous donnent accès au reste du monde. Et c'est vraiment, en tout cas en tant qu'artiste, c'est essentiel aujourd'hui de pouvoir accéder et présenter notre travail sur ce type de plateforme.
So, thank you. So Guy says that in insular Caribbean territories, being able to have access to those platforms also opens to the broader world. And so it is essential for artists to have access to these platforms. Now, the question was the public. So the 4 points were strategically selected for their high pedestrian traffic and types of publics. So both museums that we selected, and I'm going to show them in a second, the Musée Cholcher and the Memorial Act, will display our footprint sign in front of the entrance and advertise about the tour. And so we're hoping that there will be transferable interest from the museum to the open tool. Both locations have already housed Word by Guy Gabron. The Sea from the Das attracts tourists and locals, and we're hoping to capture their curiosity. And the Place de la Victoire is a popular hangout for middle and high schooler of the area. And we're trying to be hip and young. So here we are. So I want to show you the first spot that we selected, which is the Musée Victor Cholcher. If you are a little bit familiar with maybe French and Caribbean history, Victor Cholcher is a person who played a role in the second abolition of slavery in the French Caribbean. And he donated his home, and there were a lot of artwork that he collected, but none of them were specifically linked to the history that he was a part of. So they actually closed it and renovated, and the museum reopened last year and is now home to a collection of historical objects that are related to the transatlantic slave trade. And these specific pieces that you see, they are part of une carte blanche. So I don't know how to translate that in English. Like an open call. Yeah. That they gave to Guy, and it's a 2015 installation called Empreintes et Traces. Est-ce que tu veux parler un peu de la raison pour laquelle ça s'appelle Empreintes et Traces, que je pense que c'est super intéressante?
Alors, Empreintes et traces, c'était donc le thème de la carte blanche, c'est comment dialoguer avec ce musée qui a une forte empreinte historique, qui est, dont l'essentiel des œuvres ont été données par Victor Cholcher. Comment aujourd'hui, en tant qu'artiste, j'interagis avec les collections du musée et qu'est-ce que ça vient questionner? Je comprends, vas-y.
Ouais, so this open call that she received from the museum was really a question of how to interact with this collection, how to show in this space. A lot of Guy's work has something about the footprint.
second. Thank you. A lot of Guy's work actually is centered around footprints, and this is actually what is called a graphe végétal, which means that it's actual real living matter, mass. And there's something about being able to display the print, the footprint, that is really much linked to like memory and matter. And it was really important for her to be able to have this dialogue around Black liberation and marronnage in this very specific space of the Musée Victor Schœlcher.
Je veux juste ajouter que ces empreintes et traces, c'est de dire que cette histoire passée coloniale a encore en fait des impacts sur notre vie d'aujourd'hui. Et c'est ça que je veux questionner et rappeler, que l'histoire laisse des traces.
Yes. So history leaves traces, says Guy. It really leaves traces, and she really wants to be able to display it in this specific context, and that it should be able to really remind the fact that history does leave a trace. And then the second spot that we have is at Place de la Victoire. So the Place de la Victoire is in downtown Pointe-à-Pitre. It was, just for a quick historical context, it was inaugurated in 1770, and the square was renamed Place de la Victoire in 1794 to celebrate the triumph of the sans-culottes over the aristocrats and the end of slavery. So that was actually the first abolition, because plot twist, Napoleon was like, just kidding, we're back. Yikes. And so it was really, and then it had to be re-abolished this time, the last time. And so on this specific place, there was an active guillotine during the terror. So this specific place has seen a lot of history, and the environmental context is that these trees that you see here are called sabliers, and they are endangered centennial trees. These trees are 300, 400 years old. They only remain in this very specific part of the Caribbean, and if we let them die, it's an enormous part of whatever they witnessed that is also dying with the trees. And they're a repository for memory, they're a witness to Guadeloupe's history. And this is a 2013 performance that she did called SAMU, Sauvegarde des arbres en milieu urbain. Tu veux dire quelque chose sur le SAMU?
Oui, en fait, c'est un peu un jeu de mots. J'ai repris en fait le
SAMU is a pun. Because SAMU is 911 in Francophone context, so it was a pun that she made.
Et donc, pour moi, c'était montrer le lien entre l'histoire et la disparition de la biodiversité. Les deux sont liés. Il ne s'agit pas juste d'une question écologique. Quand ces arbres disparaissent, c'est un pan de l'histoire aussi qui disparaît. Donc, pour moi, ces questions sont énormément imbriquées les unes aux autres.
So these questions are very much embedded for Guy, because if you lose those trees, then you do lose the history, and you also lose the biodiversity that makes Guadeloupe such a rich place. For the step number 3 in La Darse, we are, so here you can see Guy pointing towards the horizon, and what she's actually pointing to is the merchant port in Pointe-à-Pitre, which imports constantly everything from the outside, because they're relying on a lot of imports. And this specific art piece is called Submergé, so submerged, and it's from 2018. The seafront is a high pedestrian traffic spot where the largest fruit and vegetable market in Pointe-à-Pitre is open year-round. So we're hoping that people will also be able to come and go and actually, you know, snap the QR code and be able to see this specific piece by Guy, because it's actually facing the ocean, but geographically, the Darse is below the sea level, and the sea levels keep rising year after year. Tu veux dire quelque chose sur submergé, Guy?
Oui, parce que pour moi, c'est aussi l'une des problématiques qui seront les plus prégnantes dans nos territoires insulaires, puisque 80% de la population vit sur le littoral. Et d'ici 20-30 ans, on sera obligé de déplacer en fait vraiment une énorme partie de la population parce que en fait l'eau monte d'une façon irrémédiable et pour moi c'est une question qui aujourd'hui est essentielle et politique et malheureusement dans nos territoires elle n'est pas prise en compte.
So Guy says that it is intrinsically a political issue because 80% of people in Guadeloupe actually live on the bank, on the littoral. And that means that within 10, 20, 30 years, there will be a huge displacement of people who live close to the sea. And so it was really important for her to highlight that in this piece. The last step is at the Memorial Act, the Caribbean Center for Expressions and Remembrance of the Slave Trade and Slavery. This is a museum that's been years and years and years in the making. And ironically, it also faces that merchant port, and it used to be the site of an old sugar factory. And so they built this amazing museum. Plot twist, it's also sinking, so that's wonderful. So you really see, oh yeah, so it's starting to sink a bit. So you really see the horrible and menacing intersection of climate change and the history and the remembrance of the slave trade and slavery. This is a 2018 piece called #TousRéfugiés Climatiques, which means like everyone is a climate refugee, a potential climate refugee. And again, it's a very symbolic location that ties together the remembrance of the slave trade and its ecological impact today. Est-ce que tu veux dire quelque chose sur la performance que tu as fait?
Oui, pour moi, ça rejoint toujours cette problématique de l'élévation du niveau de la mer, mais ça rajoute une dimension humaine où on commence à voir depuis une dizaine d'années les premiers réfugiés climatiques. Avant, c'est un mot qui n'existait pas, réfugiés climatiques. Et nous sommes potentiellement, dans nos territoires insulaires caribéens, potentiellement des réfugiés climatiques. Donc là aussi, il y a une dimension humaine qu'il est important de souligner. Et pour moi, cette performance, cette installation monumentale, c'était un peu pour toucher les consciences là-dessus. On en entend parler, demain, c'est peut-être nous.
So Guy says that there is a huge human dimension of this climate change that isn't really talked about enough, and that 10 years ago, the word climate refugee wasn't something that was as spread, but she really wants to bring this to the forefront of the conversation by really highlighting the fact that in the insular Caribbean spaces that they inhabit, they could very much be climate refugees tomorrow. And so she really wanted to, put this to the forefront. So quickly, the future steps that we have. So we're still an ongoing project. We don't yet have the running platform, but we're working on it. And we actually want to share the project with the city officials. This is also, I hope that I'm not going to have a Mr. Prosper situation. So, but he's meeting with the mayor next week. So keep us in our thoughts if you can. That would be lovely. Because basically we, I would say in Alex fashion, we didn't ask for permission. We just decided to do the project and we're hoping that they will be on board. And we still have to develop a curriculum with museum partners, and at the Musée Cholcher, we have a bunch of material aspects, graphic design, printing science, and something very important that is very much at the heart of the project is also thinking about maybe replicating or bringing the project to my new home institution, UMass Boston, because we are a seafront campus. We're also actually located in Dorchester Bay in Boston. We are the only public urban research institution in Boston, and it would be very important for me, also knowing that we have a lot of our students actually come from the Caribbean, and it would be very interesting to be able to bring Guy into this space and thinking about climate change also on our campus. So this is us. Merci de votre écoute. Thank you for your attention. Guy, tu veux dire?
Thank you so much. And if you have any questions,
Yeah. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to either of us. Guy has an amazing website where you can see all of her artwork. She is not with us physically present because she's actually organizing one of her exhibitions is starting next week. Yes, at the Musée Schœlcher, actually, which is a picture from there. So thank you so much. And yes, thank you. Merci.
Almost at the end. Yeah, we're almost at the end. It is my great honor to introduce most of last year's recipient of the CDSC Microgrant. It is one of the favorite things that I've done in this life and in this journey to try to nurture a space for Caribbean digital studies and Caribbean digital humanities. It's an opportunity that we have to give seed grants, to give startup money for up and coming talent, for established talent to take their project to the next stage, to start it. And after we have the pleasure of seeing the fruits of the labor of the past year, we're also going to announce, Andreina is going to announce the winners of the next round for next year. The selection committee worked really hard and came up with it was an impossible choice with like more than 100 applications. 104, but we did the best we could, we hope that you really enjoyed those projects when the time comes. For now, though, let's I want to list the names of our participants all at once. I'm just going to a round of applause to all of them, and we will come in order. So here with us are Maria Paula Corredor and Ernesto Bassi, Elise Mitchell, Nick de Fuller Medina, Kevin Montero, Sarah Bruno, Rosa Emilia Cordero Cruz, and Anaridia Molina have joined us today to present their work.
Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Maria Paula Corredor. I am a second-year PhD student at Cornell University. And Ernesto Bassi, who couldn't be here today with us, but is, I hope, joining on Zoom, is Professor of History at Cornell. So I would like to start by the beginning. I had this idea when I worked at Cartagena University in Colombia and the Laboratorio de Investigación Histórica and Estudios Coloniales some years ago. I realized back then that the students were not able to write their own histories, as the local archive was in really bad conditions and the copies stored at the National Archives were not officiasts. This circumstance produced an unbalanced history in which the narrative focused on the Andes rather than the Caribbean Sea. This rhetoric of an Andean nation has its consequences in today's current lives, where some cities are privileged over others in, for example, economic resource investment. That is, as we all know, the politics of history. Thus, as I started thinking of an archive of the Caribbean Sea, I started thinking of an archive of the Caribbean Sea during the revolutionary era. I focused on Gran Colombia, a political project where current-day Colombia, Venezuela, Panama, and Ecuador were one country from 1816 to 1830. With this project, the nation-state formation is not in the hands of the elite in the mountains, but it is in the hands of the fishers, slaves, privateers, pirates, sailors, and indigenous people. Also, this space ceased to be a national project, but an ACUS-connected history of the Caribbean Sea. This idea came into reality this year with the support of the Caribbean Digital Scholarship Collective. I invite you to share with me the experiences of this first voyage. In order to start navigation, we needed a boat and structure. At the very beginning, it was the decision of working with Omeka, WAS, or Collection Builder. After a brief discussion in collab at Cornell, we decided that Collection Builder would work pretty good without involving starting with heavy learning on programming. You all know that, right? That doesn't mean, as you all know, that this was an easy task, right? As a good captain, I decided to keep the records of the experience that you are going to see here. The first thing to do was learning of the software. That was an overwhelming experience, I must say, of the avalanche of things that I, as a historian, could not even imagine. I started to learn HTML and Markdown, and I had the first version of my webpage in GitHub. But then I had the first obstacle. This version of the webpage was too light to keep my 20 gigas of the pilot project on it. So I had to start all over again, now with a version that required a local development environment. That forced me to install a bunch of programs and extensions. And I must say that I had no idea of what I was doing back then. And sometimes I feel that I don't have any idea what I'm doing. And then when I thought the ship was ready, the structure fell down again. The collection builder version that I downloaded was, in fact, the light version again of the template. Then I had to start designing again from the beginning. But having the ship was not only the first part of the story. I needed to work in what I consider the most important part, the cargo, the metadata. I decided to start with the documents of the Secretaría de Marina, or Secretary of Marine, in the Archivo General de la Nación, Sección República, Guerra y Marina, that were not digitized and the descriptions were pretty poor. And as a matter of public funding, they were not going to be described or digitized anytime soon. Last summer, I presented the pilot at Universidad de Cartagena, and I received the first impressions of students and faculty. I then decided that it was time to arrange my crew, a team of historians to work as archivists. I decided that I wanted them to be from Cartagena, to be those who knew what was better for their own stories. With my background in archival sciences, I thought then the process of describing, and we also agreed on what kind of information we needed to include. This has been a process of almost 4 months with them, and I am proud of what we have achieved. In fact, I want you all to meet them. Sorry.
You won't be able to.
Okay, well, I have the transcriptions here. I'm so sorry. I wanted you to meet them with a video. So Juan Diego Suarez is saying that he's a student at the University of Cartagena, and he's part of the description of the Seascapes project. And this project goes far beyond a simple digital archive to facilitate access to documents. For him, it represents a search for an interdisciplinary maritime and Caribbean history that aims not only to observe the historical subject as an individual, but to broaden the perspective and place it in a scenario where commercial relationships, the environment, and people with their dreams, aspirations, and difficulties intertwine to form a dynamic and changing aquatic territory. And also, Melissa, I'm so sorry for them because they are watching this in Zoom. I'm so sorry. So she's saying also that she's from the University of Cartagena. As a digital archive aimed at promoting the study of maritime history in both the Atlantic and the Caribbean, this initiative is of vital importance as it enables access to a wealth of documentation. In this way, it contributes to the formation of different scales of observations or observation or analysis, allowing the unveiling of a whole world of geopolitical strategies, foreign relationships, and relationships among the individuals who share those special configurations, whether they were sailors, privateers, pirates, administrators, all with the goal of understanding this vast aquatic territory. I would like you to applause just for them. I have a photo of them. I will show you. I promise. Now the first trial budget was about to begin. We identified elements. Oh, sorry. We identified elements that we liked and disliked in the collection builder template for our collection. I will only mention some of them. First, the collection was really good and readable even for a bad internet connection. Second, I thought the clouds were useful at the beginning, but now I think that it makes invisible some words and key terms. An index with keywords would be a better aid for research, so I have to work on that. Finally, the map was not useful as it would show only the places of production for the documentation, but not the most important places mentioned in the documents. So, the next voyage. Now is the time to think of the future. I want to share with you some ideas that I have recently had. Having this problem with the map, Ernesto and I arrived to the conclusion that it was better to think of thematic maps. Mirarza and Myla here were presenting yesterday about the archive in Puerto Rico, and I love the idea of integrating the metadata to PDFs and having a focus group. I must and also another thing is that I must contact institutions to ensure that this project keeps alive. I already contacted the Laboratorio de Investigación Histórica en Estudios Coloniales, Universidad de Cartagena, who may be interested in keeping this ship alive. We are in conversation with them. Finally, I wanted to ask the public, what do you think about crowdfunding initiatives, which would be a temporal measure while I get support from other institutions. I want to give some, well, now that we are all on board, I want to give some special gracias to all these people that were part of the process. And of course, the Caribbean Digital Scholarship Collective for giving us the opportunity. Muchísimas gracias. So this is the team, Melissa Pinzon and Juan Diego Suarez, and Margelis, who designed the trademark. And I also want to thank Eliana Burgos and Eliza Bettinger in the Digital Scholarship at Cornell University, my partner Andres Sucoloto, who was there practicing with me this presentation twice. Thank you so much. So now is the final moment. Let's navigate together.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Wonderful. We're all still here. We're awake. Wonderful. So I'm Dr. Elise Mitchell, the creator of Smallpox and Slavery in the Early Modern Atlantic World, A Digital History. Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you to the organizers of this phenomenal conference. It's an honor to be a part of it. I'm learning so much. And that said, please bear with me. I'm still getting accustomed to presenting on this project, and it is still very much a work in progress. So Smallpox and Slavery in the Early Modern Atlantic World, A Digital History is a digital history project supported by the Caribbean Digital Scholarship Collective and Princeton Center for Digital Humanities. In 2024, the project will launch at Swarthmore College, where I will join the faculty and begin involving students in the project. Smallpox and Slavery will be a searchable database of over 600 smallpox outbreaks that affected enslaved Africans in the Atlantic world. It's primarily a history of enslaved Africans' experiences of smallpox as they crossed the Atlantic to the Caribbean. So it's very much a history of the slave trade to the Caribbean in many ways. It focuses on the period between 1500 and 1800, and I'll talk about why in a little bit. It will also include time-lapse dot and heat maps of the database, timelines of key events in the history of smallpox and slavery, and a glossary of Caribbean and African key terms related to the history of healing and disease. I began making the database of outbreaks in 2015 as a way for me to keep track of my dissertation research. After finding that this information was useful to several other researchers, I decided to revise the database and make it available to scholars and students. I am now in the process of cleaning up the database for peer review and publication, both peer review at Princeton as well as peer review by the Journal of Slavery and Data Preservation, and writing qualitative descriptions of all 600 outbreaks in it before collaborating with developers to create the accompanying maps. I'm also in the process of authoring a white paper on the project, which I look forward to presenting at the Association of Caribbean Historians annual meeting in May 2024. I'm seeing that as an opportunity to connect more with Caribbean scholars who might be interested in using this work in the classrooms or might be potential future collaborators. As I mentioned, this project emerged initially as part of my dissertation, which was the first full-length study of the history of smallpox and slavery before 1800. I believe it is necessary that we think about the histories of smallpox and slavery together because these histories are deeply intertwined. Allow me to share a bit of historical context with you. So in 1518, the first smallpox epidemics hit the Americas, and the direct transatlantic slave trade from Africa to the Americas began. In the 1600s, the Iberian transatlantic slave trade became the primary vector for smallpox in the Atlantic world. Now, Darrell Alden and Joseph Miller, two very well-known scholars, speculated that this was the case. My research further confirms this. Between the 1600s and 1700s, colonies throughout the Americas enforced quarantine policies against slave ships carrying enslaved people infected with smallpox. So this changes some of our understandings of the origins and destinations of enslaved people in the Caribbean, because of the fact that they were quarantined, sometimes along the West African coast and especially within the Caribbean itself. So this is an example of some of the quarantine policies that were passed during the 17th and 18th centuries. And this is an example of one quarantine site that became a quarantine site in the 1620s and remained a quarantine site for enslaved Africans coming to the Caribbean through the 19th century, the Isla de Cabras in Puerto Rico, which is now connected to the island with landfill. I also find a lot of solace in the fact that this is a place where Puerto Ricans enjoy fishing and swimming and recreation now. I think that that's incredibly healing given the dark history that lurks in the archive around this island. So the 1700s saw the expansion of the French and British slave trades and increases in the number of smallpox outbreaks and epidemics along the West African coast and throughout the Caribbean and wider Americas. In the 1700s as well, Western Europeans learned about smallpox inoculation from West Africans and Arabs and began using the practice unsuccessfully, I'll say, to quell the spread of smallpox in the slave trade and on plantations. Then things start to change in 1798, which is why my project ends in 1800. Edward Jenner invented the cowpox vaccine, which made its way around the world with the Spanish Balmis expedition. And then in 1807, the British abolition of the slave trade resulted in a decrease of slave trading to some regions and international and inter-imperial reforms designed to prevent disease outbreaks on slave ships. So because of all of these shifts at the turn of the 19th century, my project sort of ends there because I see it as both a bookend of the era of slave trading and also a bookend of the era of smallpox without the vaccine. So again, these are some, sorry, I'm losing my face. I'm a little bit nervous, guys. All right. So now that we've covered the historical context, here are a few fast facts about the project. The database is a qualitative research database. It contains over 600 outbreaks that affected enslaved Africans, as well as some that affected free people of African descent. It contains information about the date and location of various outbreaks, archival and scholarly sources related to each outbreak, and a brief narrative of the outbreak. It does not contain mortality statistics because they're unreliable for this period, and I don't think they're particularly useful for the study of smallpox because most people survived it. Yes, indeed, many died, but people were 3 to 10 times more likely to survive than die. Thus, the history of smallpox and slavery is a story of morbidity, suffering, and death struggles to survive as much as it is a history of death and demographic decline. The database encompasses the Atlantic world with a focus on the Caribbean and West Central Africa. Now, when I say the Caribbean, I mean to include the islands that the Spanish, French, and English violently laid claim to in the Caribbean basin, as well as the Danish and Dutch, but I have less sources on that because of my linguistic limitations. And I also include the coastal territories as far east as Gran Pará and Maranhão in that period, and the Carolinas. The database originated as an archival research tool, and I'm now in the process of cleaning it up for publication. So I won't be showing the database today because it currently looks very, very, very inelegant as I'm cleaning it up. But we'll now take a look at some of the more elegant things I've created so far. So this was one of the first maps I created while I was a graduate student at NYU. I used CartoDB to create it, which was a software that was freely available and relatively easy to use. At the time, it was useful to map the database because it further revealed the spatial overlap of smallpox outbreaks in the slave trade and enabled me to see patterns in the spread of smallpox. Many of you probably know the saying, if America coughs, the Caribbean catches a cold. Well, through mapping, I learned that if Bridgetown, Barbados coughed, Caracas or Charleston might catch a cold. If Kingston coughed, Savannah or Cartagena might catch a cold, and so on. Some of the problems with this map, it can't show moving points such as outbreaks on slave ships, which were the vast majority of outbreaks that I've documented. It doesn't show connections between outbreaks or outbreaks that moved across the Atlantic. It doesn't have dimmable regions to show the spatial ambiguity and limits of my research. Also, one of the problems that I haven't been able to remedy yet is that it's a Mercator production, which distorts the regions best represented in my database, Africa and the Caribbean. Nevertheless, it was still a research tool. So I'm now in the process of transforming my research tools into a digital project and reckoning with the differences between the two, which I think many people here are also reckoning with. Part of that transformation involves collaboration with the developers at Performant to build maps that have dimmable regions and demonstrate the movement of ships with outbreaks on board. These maps cannot tell the full story. I don't think any map can. Nevertheless, my hope is that by accompanying descriptions of outbreaks and historical vignettes, we can get closer to representing this violent history and enslaved people's deaf pursuits of survival and healing despite it. When the project launches, the website Smallpox and Slavery will go live. It's not live right now. But I'm going to give you guys an exclusive of sorts and show you your first look at the website I've been building. This is not the final design, I will say. So I should play it now. So this website is a draft. I am currently consulting with a digital designer and folks at Princeton's Center for Digital Humanities to ensure that it is accessible and has a more elegant design by the time it launches. I built it on the Squarespace platform, which was not encouraged by Princeton. They prefer WordPress. However, I know my way around Squarespace, and the digital designer that I've consulted to work with on the front end of the project before it launches prefers to work on Squarespace, so that's what we're going with. Some of the site's elements are very much inspired by the Unsilencing Slavery website by Celia Naylor. If you haven't seen that beautiful project, please take a look at it. Other elements were inspired by parts of my dissertation that lend themselves to web presentation and public-facing work, such as the glossary of terms, which I developed originally for my dissertation. All of the text on the website and database will be available as downloadable PDF and CSV files, so that folks don't have to have internet access to make use of the information. And so in conclusion, though the project is still in its early stages, I look forward to launching Smallpox and Slavery 1.0 in 2024 and building future iterations with student teams when I join the faculty at Swarthmore in fall 2024. Thank you all so much.
I just want to echo everybody else in thanking you all for having us here for this wonderful event. So I'm Ike Fuller Medina. I'm a linguist. I'm at Swarthmore College.
My name is Kevin Montero. I'm the director of the Belize Archives and Record Service.
And our project is bringing legacy Creole recordings into the present. So we'll just talk a little bit about ourselves, how we come to the project, and wrap up with some challenges and next steps. And I'm going to be talking fast because I know we want to wrap up. And I'm also, all right. So, moving on, sorry. I direct Project Language, Culture, and History, Belize in a Digital Age. And it's a project that takes a decolonial approach to the curation of legacy sound recordings from Belize. So the main goals are to locate legacy recordings that are dispersed across Europe, Canada, the US, in researchers' personal collections or in institutions, to digitally preserve them, repatriate them, restitute them to communities, and provide broad access to the recordings, but through a community collaborative process. And also, I work to leverage existing infrastructure. So through local collaboration like our project, but also digital libraries of the Caribbean. I've already worked with one Spanish language set of recordings, and today we're talking about the second installment, which is a collection of Creole recordings.
So the Belize Archives and Record Service houses the biggest collection of audiovisual materials of Belize in Belize, many of which are yet to be properly identified and or digitized. The greatest challenge that we face is format and reader obsolescence, which is greatly amplified due to the fact that we live in a tropical climate. Secondly, lack of trained personnel to combat format degradation and constant repair during digitization of collections. This was what we experienced when we were doing this project, where a lot of the audio cassettes kept breaking, so we had to spend a lot of time on actually doing repair as opposed to doing the digitization. So combat this, we are also looking at, my department is trying to place greater emphasis for digitization projects through partnerships, accessing external grant fundings, academic partnerships, and professional attachments at my department itself.
And so the project goals are to create a digital repository of recordings of Belizean Creole songs and folk tales that were deposited by Urban Beck, a professor who's a professor here in the US, and that are held at the archives. And we use a community engaged process, so not thinking of community as an afterthought or who's going to receive information once the work is done, but to be part of the whole process to challenge this opposition between researcher and the research and the institution and community. And of course, we also aim to build capacity, so training and skills building, but also to build experience in international collaboration as well.
So the Urban Beck collection consisted of 24 audio cassette tapes, 17 35mm slides, over 400 pages of transcripts, pictures, notes, correspondences, and syllabi. The project was used to build capacity and training in audiovisual digitization for additional staff of the archives who weren't necessarily attached to the audiovisual unit, for research assistants from the University of Belize, 2 research assistants from Swarthmore University who came down for the project through supplemental funds through the efforts of Dr. Fuller, and for conducting community workshop with local stakeholders. Here is an image of the staff and students on the first day of the project where we were running through the workflow for the digitization process.
So the main community engagement that we were able to do was a one-day workshop bringing together all the institutions or the main institutions in Belize that are either working in digital preservation, archiving of worn digital materials, or documenting living heritage. And then at the community level, we brought together different community leaders from grassroots community organizations, so the National Creole Council, National Garifuna Council, Northern Maya Association, some traditional healers. So we had representation from across the country and from across a number of culture and advocacy groups. And it happened to be the first large gathering since the declaration of the pandemic. So there was a lot of invigorating and generative discussions. A lot of the concerns centered around protection of cultural heritage and pressures to monetize heritage, pressures from tourism, and that pushes people to monetize heritage. And then one of the things that was very evident in the conversation is, we all know this, but it was really good to hear it in the workshop. People want access to the records, right? So there were a number of people at the workshop that have memory of people coming into the community, making recordings, and then not having access to those recordings. Never hearing from the researcher again, or hearing about their book, but then not being able to afford the book or having a copy of the book and so forth and so forth. So it was really affirming to hear that, and that the work is meaningful. We also, what became very evident is that there's a real need for continued active engagement with communities, including training, providing equipment, in order for communities to continue to document their knowledge and their narratives.
Yeah, so one of the things that the gaps that the archives was able to identify in this one-day session was for collaboration with these groups for training in proper records management and preservation of information of intangible heritage, because our goal really is to be able to build capacity within these groups for them to document their own narrative as opposed to having somebody come in and do that for them.
And so the picture here is at the end of the workshop, and we all came together under the umbrella of oral history because we found that that was where we had common ground.
This is another half-day session that we had with the Belize Creole Council. This half-day session or workshop was indispensable for the archive staff, given that much of our collection or audiovisual collections are in Creole. So this session allowed for the staff to be able to better understand the Creole language and structure, to be able to create proper metadata and description in Creole as opposed to having these descriptions be done in English. So this first session allowed us to create greater collaboration between both institutions to ensure that the Creole language and culture is properly preserved and accessible.
And just to be clear, there is no widely accepted standardized system for Belize Creole. The National Creole Council has proposed a system, but it's not widely used. So that's why that this workshop was so important. because it really was a literacy workshop as a first step towards creating multilingual metadata. And that's just a picture of us there learning from Dr. Silvana Woods, who's at the front teaching us about Creole. So in terms of opportunities, because of how the grant is structured, it was paid out locally. We were at 75% of it went towards that community engagement and supporting the local research assistant. We've digitized the collection, so it's going to be publicly available for now, just locally in Belize. And because of the visibility of the project, different collections started to come out of the woodwork. So the National Creole Council, when they came to the archives, brought a set of tapes in a plastic bag. And I took it, we've taken it back to Swarthmore, and we're going to be digitizing that. Because of this established collaboration, I was able to apply for supplemental funding at Swarthmore to supplement a grant I have to include 2 more students who worked with us on site in Belize. And then, of course, one of the biggest opportunities is being in community with everybody here. And then also gaining further experience in international collaboration. In terms of the challenges, we found as we were working with the collection that not all the recordings were created by the depositor. They're actually copies of someone else's recordings. Shirley Ward, an actor from the US who was living in Belize. So even though we had full permission from the depositor, now we need to sort out that layer of ownership and permissions because they weren't created by that depositor. In terms of finances, between the time that we submitted the grant and when we implemented the project, there was all this post-pandemic inflation that impacted how we could go about implementing the grant that we actually hadn't accounted for. And then, as was mentioned already, the condition of the cassettes. The first tape that we tried to digitize burst, but thanks to Caribbean Digital Scholarship Collective, we had the funds for supplies, repair supplies, so we're able to repair the tapes. Yes. And then there were a number of other issues in terms of technical issues with compatibility. Next steps, we still have to put the information on the webpage for the archives, resolving the copyright issue. And then also, now that we have I have these 2 digitized collections, I'm going to start thinking about digital projects.
Bueno, Corille, we're so excited to be here. I know it's very late. I don't even know what time it is. But we are so happy to be here. Please bear with us. We're just so happy to share this space with you. The Criadas project is part of Taller Entre Aguas, a microlab within the Community Knowledge Lab and under the umbrella of the Mellon-funded Diaspora Solidarities Lab. As a microlab, Taller Entre Aguas is interested in expanding the ways Puerto Ricans gather and think together towards Black Puerto Rican data by immersing ourselves in Black digital humanities and Caribbean digital praxis and priorities. Colonial agents have aggregated and collected much of the historical source material. Consequently, T and the Criadas project are preoccupied with the representation, accessibility, and scholarly inquiry of data. But foremost, we are concerned with the lives we input into the spreadsheet. We think about how much heart is in each row and how many breaths account for the columns with graph parameters that will mirror lives beyond names and eventual digital exhibits. To create this sort of project, we proposed a multi-section interactive website that would allow users to browse the materials represented from the Pico papers. The Pico papers are the personal research notes of renowned Puerto Rican historian Fernando Pico, which include 1,044 pages of several thousand microbials compiled of the source material, some of which no longer exists.
So when I first started this project, I was writing my dissertation and I was in electric marinage before the Diaspora Solidarities Lab. And I got the Pico papers, which basically look like that, but it's 1,044 pages of it. And I got them from a mentor because I was in Puerto Rico doing field research and COVID happened. And I was like, I never got to go to digital archives, or archives in general. So I'm like emailing, like, I need to go to archives. Can you help me? Just like hoping, praying. And he's like, I have these diskettes that people gave me. He was like them, and I was like, yeah. Then I got them and I started looking. I was like, oh, I'm in over my head, which is typically how this goes for me. And so I met with Dr. Johnson, and Dr. Johnson was like, you know what, you're gonna be in that code. And I was like, okay. And then she was like, you're gonna be in Thyra Drive. As a matter of fact, you're gonna be a director with me. And I was like, and then we got Rosa as a Solidarity Fellow, and then we just added Abby as well. But what I was really struck with was I came into this looking for women, and then what ended up happening was I was like, there's always this word criada next to them. I thought they were like grown women, but as Rosa will talk even more, that's not always the case. And that was one of my mistakes early on, was I was treating Black girls like Black women. And so as soon as I understood that issue, I was out to figure it out. So that meant with talking with Solseri del Moral, and then really getting into the Criadas project. So let's continue on.
Going off of what Dr. Bruno was saying, basically as a project, we strive to create a better understanding of who most scholars would agree as the most vulnerable members of Puerto Rican society during the 1900s, which is poor Black girls. While focusing on the criada, which we've defined as a fixed age, gender, and labor category assigned to young Black girls who are given room and board from families as domestic laborers. The project axis its primary attention on understanding Afro-Puerto Rican girls' world and history, while attempting to answer the following question: what did life look like during post-emancipation for Black Puerto Rican girls?
The Criadas project reconfigures the information of the PICO papers into an alternative archive so that the many Black women and girls are given freestanding real estate that is representative of their individual lives. To do so, we've decided to break down the information into these columns that you could see here. And this is our Notion page that we're currently working on. And these are all of the different categories that are included in the records. But since we have a pedagogy of care to bring life to these silhouettes of Black Puerto Rican girls and women, we'll have some examples of narratives to go on.
Yeah, and so when we were thinking about how to best represent the full life, we knew that would take a lot of time. So when I had applied for this microgrant in an earlier iteration of this lab, I was like, I need help. And I really have been working with performance. And then I found out the way we wanted to create the site would cost more money. So I was also on the job market, and then I had to apply to jobs. And then when I got a job, I had to negotiate funding. So I was able to negotiate another $10K to supplement what I got from the microgrant to make the site look how I wanted it to look. So it'll be, I think performance said by end of 2024. So we're starting that soon. But in the meantime, we've been cleaning these up and writing these kind of like more narrativizing like stories. And we'll get into them right now. When we were thinking about how the website might look, we were like, how can we represent Black life? And Dr. Johnson had mentioned an exhibit, kind of like I think it was like a protest, you were mentioning a demonstration at her university, and they had used silhouettes. And I actually study dance and music in my normal life when I'm not here. And so the performance studies person in me jumped out and I was like, silhouettes. And so we've been thinking about that and theorizing that. So we're writing a paper right now that we might submit somewhere, hopefully. To you.
María Calderón Covertier, mulata 26, la bandera familia particular, no lee ni escribe, 4 hijos, 0 vivos. Wow. This is just an excerpt of what these records look like in the archives, and I wanted to share a short narrative for the sake of time. María Calderón Covertier's story is reduced to her status, a criada who can't read or write, is mulata and worked as a lavandera and planchadora. María is much more than these records, but we can only draw from them and try to create an archival silhouette with the limited accounts we have. Here, on top of the trauma María has to go through during her daily life, out of the 4 kids she had, all of them died by the time of the 1910 census. Despite losing all her children, Her love as a mother never ceased and lists that she lives with her daughter-in-law, Natividad Garcia Calderon. This shows evidence of kinship ties as a need for survival. Lamentably, in the 1935 census, Maria went through the same cyclone of violence when she lost her children yet again, 5-year-old Julia and 3-year-old Asuncion. We can only imagine what the conditions were for her and her kids to pass away and the grief she experienced at such a young age, first at 26 and then 45, mourning her children.
María Quiñones, 7 en escuela. María Quiñones, 7 in school. Reduced to a mere number and an educational statistic, this is the only information the census officials care to include about Maria, race not listed, in its 1920 report. Its unsettling disinterest in the girl exemplifies the hiring fragments, distorted clues, and violent archival silences when exploring the intimacies of poor and most probably Black girls. Although limited information is included about Maria, what we know about her employer and his family provide clues about the child's experiences while living and working in their house. But it is not enough for us to know Maria completely. What is worse is that the information in the documentation makes it difficult for us to imagine or speculate instances of love and community. Instead, violence is what permeates the census's monotoned pages. In 1920, Maria resides in the home of Enrique Cabezas Rodriguez, an insular police officer. Enrique was known to be a violent man. He had several encounters with the law for assault and battery, with his most notable encounter being when he was arrested on June 25, 1922, for the attempted murder of his wife, who had filed for divorce. Although there is no evidence of physical attacks against Maria, this is perhaps an example of the sort of violence the 7-year-old witnessed and experienced when working in that home.
Leoncia Ayala, she's in here a couple times, but for time's sake, because I'm trying to be on time. You see her in the 1910 census. She's a Black woman, 25, with Pastor, who's her son, who's 7 years old. She shows up again in the 1920 census as a mulata. By 1935, she is a full white woman.
Oh,
so while I was looking for other things, I have happened across a lot of other things happening in this census, happening as a choreography of the empire. We leave you with that. In the future, there were some, let's say we have to take some different steps, some different pathways. But in the future, we're working with Performant because we have some of the Solidarity Fellows working with them to input the data. It'll be done a little bit faster. We're working on a paper. And then I'm also helping with a special issue coming out, Apply for Central, summer 15. Shout out to Diane Dragos Part 2.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good evening, everyone. It has been a joy for me to participate in this conference. Thank you so much. All of these projects are so inspiring, and I'm just blown away to be here this weekend. So I'll begin by reintroducing the title of my presentation, which is Digitizing the Association of Caribbean Women Writers and Scholars. And today, I would like all of us to think through this presentation about conference work. I think important that we're here in a conference, service to the profession, and also advancing Caribbean women's writing. So thanks to the Caribbean Digital Scholarship Collective Microgrant, this year I traveled to Florida International University Special Collections and University Archive. There, as we can see, in boxes that had yet to be organized, cataloged, and documented, began the work of digitizing the Association of Caribbean Women Writers and Scholars, ACWWS, which I will say throughout this presentation. One of the goals of the grant was to develop the ACWWS Digital Archive, and today I am happy to invite you all to visit acwwsdigitalarchive.org. So the ACWWS Digital Archive is an open access collection aimed at conserving ACWWS institutional memory, recording the influence of the cross-cultural connections between scholars, writers, and artists of the Caribbean, and displaying the scholarly and creative works of the diverse, multi-layered, and storied Caribbean communities. In this website, you will find ACWWS creative and intellectual history, ACWWS collections, which I'll return to in a moment, and also witness in the credits the village of names that inspired and supported this project. Today, the ACWWS Digital Archive currently holds conferences and newsletters materials. The names, places, languages, and cultural exchanges showcasing these texts illuminates the coming together of Caribbean women writers and scholars from different areas and diverse backgrounds in a time when their intellectual and creative presence was marginalized. In highlighting the writers' names in the places as well in the subjects and keyword section in the metadata, we can start noticing Caribbean women writers and scholars' interactions. Although additional collections and materials are currently being curated and will be added to the website soon, I welcome you all to peruse through the site. These collections seek to encourage the public and scholarly member to perceive the Caribbean region as a vitally creative whole with specific differences, but with relational reciprocal synergy that give unique meaning and shape to the Caribbean in a global context. So for the next couple of minutes of my presentation, I'd like to return our attention to ACWWS creative and intellectual history. So ACWWS was formed in 1994-1995 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, following the landmark 1988 Caribbean Women Writers Conference organized by Selwish Cujo at Wesley College, USA. This conference created an awareness of the number of Caribbean women writers and generated a volume dedicated to celebrating their presence. Women writings were barely taught and discussed in the early phase of the field, and few works by women weren't even published until the late 1970s. Male Caribbean writers dominated creative writing and scholarship. While this is not to diminish the work and the contribution of male writers and critics, the fact that Selwish Cujo organized the first Caribbean Women's Conference and edited the first volume of Caribbean Women Writers, Selwish Cujo, a male scholar, that speaks to Caribbean women's lack of visibility and influence in academia as late as the 80s. The 1988 conference and those organized in the subsequent years allowed Caribbean women writers and scholars to experience each other's presence and reshape Caribbean literary intellectual discourse. So after this first gathering, Helen Pine Timothy, ACWWS founder and inaugural president, planned a second conference in the Caribbean at the University of the West Indies in West Indies, San Agustin, Trinidad and Tobago in 1990. Unlike the first conference, which mainly focused on Caribbean women's writers' readings, the 1990 gathering featured works that focus also on Caribbean scholars critically discussing the writer's work. The third conference, spearheaded by Jocelyn Clemencia in 1992 at the University of the Netherlands Antilles Curaçao, welcomed many participants from the Hispanophone and Dutch-speaking areas of the Caribbean. This is an important gathering since a larger number of Anglophone Caribbean writers' presence dominated both of the initial conference. Still, it was also at this gathering, as Helen Pine Timothy writes in the spring 1996 newsletter, that the organization of the conference became mired in serious difficulties. And it seems that these wonderful and stimulating events will cease to occur. So while Cujo, Pine Timothy, and Adele Newsom planned for the continuation of the conferences, Pine Timothy, Brenda Berrien, Carol Boyce Davy, Jacqueline Bryce Finch, and Tanya Sanders, and later joined by Vicky Silvera, came together at their own expense to form ACWWS. One more conference was held at Wesley College, but the first conference under the organization umbrella was in 1996 at Florida International University. So in response to the absence of access and knowledge on Caribbean women's literary writing and scholarship, ACWWS began working on many objectives, which they carry out with their service to the profession via conference and journal work. For instance, the 1998 conference at the Renaissance Resort in Grenada featured the launch of the first volume of the association, Macumer, created to support their most pressing goal, to provide a forum for the advancement of the critical study and teaching of the works of Caribbean women writers and scholars. Similarly, ongoing efforts with conference intended to provide knowledge as well from different areas of the Caribbean. Other places where these conferences have occurred are Puerto Rico, Martinique, Dominican Republic, Grenada, Suriname, Kansas, virtually on Zoom due to COVID, and most recently in Costa Rica, in San Jose, and Limon campuses. So this story depicts how ACWWS institutional history challenges the assumption that most writers and scholars work alone, and that service should be at the bottom of the list for academics. From attending to a community's needs to conference work and service to the profession, these women's trajectories and effort are noteworthy in creating coalition building that push towards radical world-making in Caribbean literary studies. Indeed, the history presented in this digital archive serves as a reminder that women's labor in the profession transformed the field of Caribbean studies and influenced cross-cultural connections between Caribbean women creatives and intellectual communities. And I just want to end by saying a special thanks to Dr. Microgrant Showcase, ACWWS archivist, for assisting in collecting materials for the website at FIU. My wonderful undergraduate student, Avery Haynes, who bear with me as well, doing all of the metadata. Of course, the Caribbean Digital Scholarship Collective, Microgrant, the Rackham Graduate Student Research Grant, and various individuals that have supported and inspired this project. Thank you so much, and here's the service to the profession.
Hi everyone, good evening. How are we feeling? Thank you so much for being here yesterday and today. And I know I'm now the person that's standing between you and drinking some food, but yeah, okay, good. But yes, we have pleasure to introduce you to the new cohort of Microgrant awardees that is going to be participating in this program in 2024. But first of all, congratulations to all the awardees for this year, our first cohort. You are amazing. I am blown away by all the progress that you have made and all the inspiration that I'm thinking here. So after sleeping for 2 days, I have a lot of thinking to do on my own projects. And it's all thanks to you.
Yes,
Thank you.
Lee.
So yeah, first of all, I just want to mention, so Alex mentioned it before, last year we had 42 applications and this year we had 104 applications. So we had an overwhelming number of proposals, all very interesting, and you did not make our decision easy at all. Thank you, but also, come on. I also want to thank Catarina Gonzalez Salingma, who was one of our committee members for the Microgrant, and also Kayama. who was also part of the committee this year. And I also want to thank Hope Colina, who is our microgrant mentor. She couldn't be here today, unfortunately. Hopefully she's on Zoom, I don't know. But yes, I know she supported a lot of the micrograntees this year, and she hopefully will continue next year working with us. And without further ado, I'm just gonna show you the winners of this year. First of all, we have Jackie Brown and Dave Moses. The project is called Queerly Stated, a Living Queer Caribbean Archival Forum. The next awardee is Ava Atherton, an independent scholar, and her project is called Memories of Trinidad and Tobago, Black Women Power Movement. Sorry, that is not showing. We also have Albert David. Her project is called Recasting Credit and Capital, a Special History of Atlantic Creditors and Debtors in the Lower Mississippi Valley, 1790-1830. Also, we have her here today, Alicia and Gigabon. Yes, Alicia and Gigabon are from in the city. You know the project, so great. Did you know her? Yeah. Okay, so the next awardee is Nicole Hernandez from Arizona State University. She will be working in partnership with the Maui Puerto Rican Association in Hawaii. And the title is From the Caribbean Coast to the Pacific Coast, Puerto Rican Archival Networks. The next awardee is Adisa Vera Beatty from Pennsylvania State University. Her project is called Racially Yours, the Floridian Florence Peters Repatriation Archive. Our next awardee is Leonardo Fernandez, who is from the University del Zulia in Venezuela. He is now currently living in the Colombian part of La Guajira. And his project is called Wikipedia Offline through local networks. And this is an offline platform written entirely in Wayuu to do revitalization of linguistic of the Wayuu community in La Guajira. The next project is by Carrie Glenn from Yale University and Camille Cordier from University of Lyon. Sorry, I don't speak French. And the project is called In the Streets of Le Cap, and it's a project about, it's a spatial project that is in the Caribbean. Okay. The next one, oh, you know, yeah, you know, amazing. Yes, also, yes, this is also Jackie Brown was part of the Summer Institute. Yes. They were amazing, and Kristen Washington was also part of the Summer Institute, and she was also awarded a microgrant for her project, Virtual Altar, From an Other Through an Unknown to an Elsewhere. We are also awarding Rehana Omardin from the European Union of the Deaf, and Ben Bradway from the University of West Indies, and this is a digital archive of Caribbean deaf histories. Yeah. Next awardee is Pablo Herrera Beitia from University of Toronto, and the project is called the Cuban Hip Hop Archive, First Database and Digitization Prototype. Yeah. Yeah, okay. We know her, great. Yes. Sophia was also part of the Summer Institute this year, and she was awarded another microgrant for her project Shadow Scholars, a Black Women's Archive of Dominican Society. And we are also funding CAISO, Sex and Gender Justice. The team is composed by Angelina Nixon, Nicole Attai, Alessandra Herman, Catherine Shepard, and Keith McNeil, and they are building the queer archives of Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah. And the last awardee, so we'll receive a special request for emergency digitization project in Haiti. that we are all taking very seriously and trying to make efforts with dialogue in further steps. But this is for the Haitian Library of the Brothers of Christian Instruction. I won't write it in French because I don't know French and I don't want to misspell it, but their names are Marie-France Guillaume, Wandre Pia, and Notice Monsignor, and they're part of the team in the bibliothèque. And yes, so this is our last award. And we have everybody's project descriptions in our website in a few days after we all sleep, so you'll know more about their projects. But yes, thank you so much to everybody who apply, and hope to see you next year.
Almost. Wow, yeah. Thank you guys for making it to this moment, for being here over the past 2 days. From a moment when Vince Brown turned to me after a presentation and said, wow, to another moment when Jessica Marie Johnson asked me of a graduate student presenter, who's a she? She's and when we ask, whose are you? We mean guidance rather than proprietary claiming. We hope that each of you considers yourselves oars after these 2 days and after 10 years. And that we have made this space and the resources to guide you as you create your various Caribbean DH projects, and the space where you can share them with each other in just the way that you've done over the past 2 days. Janine Marie Roman, I don't know if she's here, she said, thank you to Kayama, Alex, and I for holding down the space for the past decade, which I really liked how she put that. And of course, we've been making this space for family. It's a space that we consider the real DEI for those of you in the US, diversity, equity, inclusion, but the real looking around, the real DEI, where we are intergenerational scholars, intergenerational people as well, multi-institutional, transnational, multilingual, and we welcome those new to DH as well as the OGs who have been here since that first time at Barnard, with this big room. We had all these, I think, concurrent panels. We've learned not to do concurrent rounds, but that means longer days. So we've been building hours, right? We've been welcoming new people to the fold, and to continue to support this family and to bring those new members in. I just wanted to share a couple CFPs and asks. So the first is archipelagos, which if I had been more together, I'd have that. But archipelagos, yes. So the archipelagos CFP for archipelagos 8 is up, and that is a special issue. You've heard that earlier, papiamento. Special on Dutch, and then we will have a CFP for Archipelagos 9. It's not up right now, but we want you to think about it because it will be coming out of this conference, and so it will be based on TCD 10, and so we would like to invite you to think about submitting your papers to us. And projects. We do projects too, sorry. Papers and projects to us for Archipelagos 9. But right now we're doing the special issue. So if you have something for that too, please. And then the second CFP is the Caribbean Digital Scholarship Summer Institute, which is now not yet up, but it's written. It's just not on the website yet. It will be there. If you look on the website right now, you'll see the dates for last year, but it's basically, we're asking for the same kinds of applications. So please think about it. It's a week in Miami. It's an intense week in Miami, but a wonderful week in Miami with a room like this, except you'll have your own courses. We are doing the same 3 courses, which will be critical digital pedagogy, building Caribbean archives, and minimal computing for Caribbean studies. And then Last but not least is Caribbeanist-focused. If all these wonderful projects, when they are live, if they are already live, if you could submit them to Caribbeanist-focused, Alex will show you how to do that. Maybe?
Yeah, on the main website for the Caribbean Digital Conference, we have actually, we used to have a link. It was at the bottom. Oh, it was down. This works too. Caribbeanist-focused is our Caribbean Digital Scholarship Directory. So I'm about to do the next refresh, which means right now we have projects up until 2021, but all the new projects you've been working on and everything you presented, we want to add you. So to add to there, go to the About page, and there's a link that'll take you to a form where you can fill out, okay?
Right. And for those of you who are teaching and are wondering, where can I find a project that might speak to something I'm teaching, please go there and you can search and you can browse, and it's a wonderful resource. Closing with some thanks. As you can tell, we don't do this alone. This year, Kayama, Alex, and I were joined by Barnard interns, Tess, Sophia, and Shaya. So, over there. We have an Instagram account, which Tess, Sophia, and Shaya have been doing a wonderful job of. You might go on there and see yourself. So please, CDS Collective, I think is
Caribbean-DSC. I told them Caribbean-DSC.
Oh, yes, it's on the website as well, the CDSC website. Also Clifton Sorrell, who you all have seen running back and forth. And also Gabrielle Jean-Louis, who has been sitting in the back and doing lots of work, but also doing lots of, she is probably the person who emailed you. So also doing lots of work building up to this. So it wasn't by design, but we had 10 sessions during this, our 10th anniversary conference. You sat through 10 sessions. Thank you all so the thanks also to you guys for being here, being a great audience, being great presenters. As Vince said, wow.